calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Hello viewers and welcome to LATAM Siege Play Day 5 here in Stage 2. Excited to be back here with you on a Monday, a whole new week of Siege ahead of us. I am Corbeck, alongside me, of course, the wonderful Gibson and Whippet, ready to take us through our LATAM South games here today. But before we jump into that, let's take a look from last Wednesday, because it's been a while here, Gibson, and I mean, I don't think any of these results particularly surprising.
The overtime could have been one of the things that surprised me most, but all in all, I think that it was a day where you know what, actually scratch that. You set me up for it, and then it was like, no, Revan lost. Like, that's the surprise result of the whole week last week. Revan lost. I don't think anybody saw that coming. A little bit of controversy at the end of that match as well, but it does go to show you that in the north, I'd say the north from top to bottom might actually be that little bit more competitive than the south right now. We've got a clear top 3 in the south.
I kind of want to zero in on the Knights result for me. That's the one that stands out to me. Knights aren't looking to be that unbeatable top dog in south, which we saw inside of stage 1. They're very much more human in this approach to it. Teams can get a lot closer to them. I'm very intrigued to see how this plays out, because at this point of the season in stage 1, they were almost guaranteed to make it towards playoffs. Now they're still fighting for it. They're in a good position, but they definitely can suffer losses in this second half.
Indeed, yeah, and that's the interesting thing, and we'll get a little bit more into the weeds of Knights when we talk about our first game here of the day, but at the standings level, Knights, despite having a bumpy start to the season, Gibson, they're maintaining a top position here with 10 points, but is that kind of an illusory strength?
Well, they've won every single game, so you can't really get too harsh on them. They've not, if they win tonight against Vasco, they've done the clean sweep in the first set of fixtures. However, getting to that point where any more overtime victories could put them in a spot of bother if the likes of Alpha or Vasco keep winning in regulation. So all in all, Knights have a slender lead, but it is still a lead, and if you offered them any of the positions on the table, they would want to be exactly where they are.
Oh, that you can't complain with a flawless season at this point going into it. Alpha and Vasco very closely fighting for that title in terms of points, and that's going to be a matchup I really want to watch. Again, Vasco, again, not the side that we saw in stage 1, but they're finding their form in this stage so far. And Alpha, always that team that we love to talk about, how they've made improvements. Gasper now is a full-time player, and seeing what Martin can achieve on this team, I'm very excited to see, especially how close that is, how they can end up this first, or end up the group stage.
Yeah, no, I think that's a valid point. I mean, I didn't want to get too much into the northern geographic region, right? That's why we didn't talk about Revan loss, which is probably the biggest surprise, like you said. But, you know, if you look at LATAM South, I mean, these consistent issues with Knights where they're hitting kind of this barricade, do you think that this is I should say an overtime barricade. Do you think this is going to be a bit of a problem here, Gibson, when they're kind of looking ahead to maybe more of a peer opponent, such as Vasco will be?
I think it's weird because it's the teams that you don't expect them to go to overtime with are the ones that they are. The only time they play teams that you would say are peers of theirs, they won in regulation. So I think it's just maybe complacency. Maybe it's they're going into these games thinking that the game's over before it even is, and that's kind of causing them problems. But it's definitely something they want to get to the bottom of rather soon, because we're almost halfway through the stage, and once you get through to the playoffs, which of course are all best of ones until you get through to the grand finals themselves, you cannot be going to overtime, because things can get very, very tricky depending on who gets attack and defense.
I think you put it perfectly there, Gibby, though. That overtime, that loss of that single point could be massive as you make towards that very end of the season. We see second and third are only on 9 points. Knights have that 10 point, they're on 10, the rest of the teams on 9. It can get very close. They need to get these regulation wins to get that distance that they want.
Well, we'll jump into that Knights Vasco matchup in just a second. I feel like the guy in the Pink Floyd song saying you can't have your pudding before your meat. I gotta hold you boys back just a little bit here because we're gonna look at the schedule here for today. And I mean, of these South matchups, I think we can all agree, right, that obviously Knights Vasco is the big one. But Gibson, I feel like Mayhem Evolve versus T-Rex is also a match that has some kind of underlying implications for sort of the mid-table.
Yeah, Mayhem Evolve started the season really strong. They brought Knights to overtime in the opening game of the stage, and it's kind of been a little bit stumbly and trippy for them since then. They need to find the form they found against Knights in this matchup against T-Rex, and I think that stylistically, T-Rex are probably closest to Knights out of everyone else in the region, so it is a matchup that I think Mayhem Evolve can take advantage of. But for T-Rex, they're the import team. The stats don't look good. This is kind of their... If they want to make any form of run for the playoffs at all, it has to start tonight, or else we're starting to think it's 2-2, or think it's over at this point.
I mean, if T-Rex get themselves that regulation victory, all 3 points, they're right back into that mixer as well. They're going to be a very dangerous team just on that scoreline for them, as there's a chance that you might see some upset results. Vasco might not get their points as well, meaning they might be vulnerable to T-Rex if they have that regulation win. So for that Brazilian side, I think it's going to be all reliant on getting 3 points and not risking overtime against Mayhem Evolve.
Certainly, that would be the ideal outcome there for T-Rex. And, I think they're a team that definitely has the capability to do that. I mean, we saw their teeth versus Knights last week. They were within a hair of winning that game. And Knights probably even with their chat at the end, they told them to go back to Brazil. And it was like, I don't know. I don't know if we're in a position where we can be saying that right now, guys. I'll be honest with you. But speaking of Knights Vasco, this is our first game of the day. It's going to be our biggest game of the day. And we've talked a lot about Knights here already, Gibson, but, they're still solid despite a bumpy season, despite the overtime. Like you said, they are still a professional, coherent unit, and that is really putting them apart from some of the other teams.
Yeah, they really do focus on team play and strategy as their first step. If I was to compare them to a team outside of the region, you'd be looking at a VP or maybe an NIP in Brazil. They want to play the objective on attack, on defense. They want to make the round as long as possible on both of those phases of the game as well. Like 9 plants they have as a team this whole stage to date. Not to mention the fact they're winning 60% of their entry battles, which means that 6 out of 10 times, whether it be attack or defense, they already have the advantage as they make their way towards the objective. And even better again, they've won 55% of their attacking rounds, which have been done off the basis of teamwork, getting the case down, and not like the other teams in the region, which usually focus on using their weapons to do the talking.
Yeah, and speaking of, I guess, the teamwork here, I think we should focus in on one of the sort of rocks of this lineup. And Whippet, I know you wanted to highlight him as well. This is Atlas, who has generally been one of the strongest sort of just rock upon which the team has really been built.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can have the best entry, the best support system, but you need the support players to get the very dirty work done, and that 5-plant statistic is very important for this side. Gibson mentioned the massively high offensive win rate that Knights bring into it, and that's a lot down to the objective play, and that's enabled by Atlas's ability to get that pace down round after round after round.
Indeed it is. And, I want to give Gibson your chance to jump in here on Atlas as well, because you were, I think, one of the people who were initially kind of looking at the stats and saying the plants and stuff for Atlas are very solid. I mean, he's really making an impact as a support player to kind of keep the engine of the team moving.
And that's been the trend for Atlas for the whole way through, LATAM since we've first seen him. Last stage, predominantly you'd see him on ace on attack, getting the hard breach open, carrying the fuser, walking into site, playing that very traditional support role. But the most important thing about it is he always clutch, like he's got that clutch factor. The amount of times we've seen him get 2 or 3 Ks is insane, and he's such a big player for this team.
Yeah, I love to see it from him, but of course he's going to have a hard matchup here tonight because they are going against Vasco, a team that got the better of Knights 2-0 in their Deciders appearance here. And I mean, with it, the Vasco side, it's not what it was, but other than that loss to Alpha Team, they've kind of been cruising so far this season.
They have been. They found their form after that result against Alpha Team, and we made a massive deal at the start of the season about the loss of Dante, but Luke has been able to find that form again, And this team is finding their identity playday after playday, and they're getting back up to running speed. They've got great results. They're second in the standings. A great victory here in regulation puts them in a very dangerous position because, again, you beat Knights, you beat the top dog, you're leading the standings potentially by the end of the night.
And it's worth, again, highlighting a player from this side. That would be Nitro. And Gibson, I know you have a couple of thoughts on his general performance here and a sort of similar support role to what we've seen.
So basically, this team as a whole are the antithesis to everything that the Knights do. You know, Knights focus on just forcing their sheer will onto the opposition. And Nitro was the player that surprised me most this stage because the question was who was going to fill that void that Dante left as, you know, one of the more capable fraggers on the team. And it's Nitro. 49 and 21 this stage so far. 72% cost. Yes, he gets the, you know, he has got a plant in there and a defuse. But the main thing for me is he is the player that has stepped up to fill the void that Dante has left. Yes, they're not the same team that they were, but it is nice to see, you know, I was questioning whether it would be him or whether it would be Scarp that would step up. Nitro has so far this stage.
I love to see when a team is able to make that step up from the roster, you know, not having to rely on a new player coming in, but having this roster rise to that occasion. Massive shoes to fill from Nitro. They've done a fantastic job so far, and I think Vasco are really finding their form with him at the helm.
It's definitely been an interesting development there for the Vasco side and will be something that we'll want to keep an eye on here as we go into our maps here for this match tonight, or I guess I should say map. It's only a best of one. Unfortunately, they're Whippet no labs for us today, which is a bit of a disappointment.
As much as I want to see labs, and I nearly see layer, I'm always wanting to see this region go to the brand new map, but we will go to Cafe. And you know what? I'm going to say this straight up. I think it's going to favor the Knights. I think the structure that they bring has been massive, but there is one massive asterisk to it. We did see Vasco last stage play absolutely fantastic aggressive siege on this map. So if they can bring that flair again, they might put Knights into trouble. But the structure and the team play that Knights bring, especially on their offensive side, I think sets themselves up nicely when we move into Cafe.
This is one of the few times I have to actually disagree with you, Whippet, because I think that Cafe is a Vasco-style map. When you think stylistically, it forces gunfights at points of entry. It's a map that Vasco imposed their will on other teams last stage. I think that it actually favors Vasco. Either way, if any of these teams come in sleeping or they're not properly warmed up, the other one will walk over them.
I like it, Gibby. I like it when we're opposite sides of the coin for this one going into. Listen, while yes, you're going to have to take those gunfights with Vasco, and they're very good at doing it. You think about how Knights are very risk-adverse on their offensive entries, especially. Now on Cafe, it has its limitations as a map where you have to go step by step, but I think the structure of Knights is going to help them get through that checklist efficiently and with as few casualties as possible.
Yeah, and you know, I kind of intimated earlier, right, that Vasco has basically gotten the better of Knights. Out of their 3 matchups, they've won 2 of them. They won one of the best of ones, and then they handily 2-0'd in the best of 3. Do you think that Knights maybe bring anything from those games into this here, Gibson, or is it too different of a Vasco roster with the loss of Dante to really make apples to apples comparisons between stage 1 and stage 2?
Well, 4 of the players are still the same, so you can definitely bring some of those learnings in from that, you know, those other matchups. I think that for Vasco, they imposed their will on most, you know, all of the South. They made it all the way to the finals last stage. So for Knights, they have plenty of tape on them. I think if Knights want to win this, the biggest learning they can take is slow the game down. Force Knights into last-second executes.
Right, yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. But then again, I mean, we were just talking here, Whippet, about how good the ability to execute of Knights is. Do you agree with Gibson's assessment here, or do you think pushing them to a position where they're executing and planting, I mean, this is the thing that they kind of do the best out of all the LATAM teams?
Yeah, I think if you push Knights to make an execution stick, they're going to make it stick. This always draws to me how they played Clubhouse in Stage 1, where I would often on the cast question if they had enough time to make those takes, especially on that basement work, and time again, they found that way to do. They're a well-rehearsed team, and I do think, you know, you got to think about the way this is going to work. They're going to have to attack Kitchen via Freezer. It's going to happen in the last 30-20 seconds. This side is a team I trust to make that stick, no matter how many smoke canisters they have to walk through, or Goyo canisters still to clear. They'll probably get it done, but Vasco are going to push Knights to the limit here, I think. You know, they've got that nice little rivalry here in the south, but I just feel I'm more confident with Knights to be able to get it done today.
An interesting, and I mean, I think I agree with you, at least on the idea that if the plant is down, Knights are probably going to finish it off. But in a sort of take a step back and look at it from a broader perspective here, Gibson, do you think that this is a must win for Knights, or do you think that they can afford, much like they did last season before they made it, you know, to the end of Deciders, do you think they can afford to drop a best of one against Knights?
I think that both these teams have enough credit in the bank that it's not really a must win for either one. It's more so a, you know, bragging rights going into the second half of the stage. So all in all, I think that it is a bragging rights game. Neither of them are going to be massively upset if they lose, unless it's a 7-0.
Well, it's our first game of Playday 5, and it's off to Cafe. Have fun, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Oh, Gibby. You upset the
You've
flow.
come back. You've been gone for a week, and you come back thinking you can take the hand off. So what's all that about?
Listen,
Go back
Gibbs,
to
I've
Portugal,
missed
mate.
you. I spent a week away on a golf trip in the Algarve, and I've missed Siege so much. So it's time to get in this one. It is Cafe. We've talked a lot about it in this, going stylistically, how this map's going to flow between these two teams. Do you think Job Leader Band's going to have a massive flow on this going into it? And what are your predictions for that, Gibby?
Couldn't agree with you more. I think the operator bans on this map have a huge impact on how it's played. Azami, to me, is a must-ban operator if you're Knights, because you're starting off on the attack. The last thing you want to do is allow Vasco to just create a Fort Knox inside of Piano, which makes it impossible to attack from that side of the map unless you're able to force your ones and win your picks. So, to be honest, Azami has to be banned. Alk is always a great ban on a map like this. We've seen on the attacking side of things with it, Monty or Blitz, you have to ban one of them, if not both as well. And even when you do, people bring Fuse Shield. Well, get rid of one of the shields, get rid of Azami, and then it's pick your poison from that point on.
Yeah, actually, Gibby, what's wrong with me? I agree with you when it comes to points in terms of this, but it is going to be a stake of you have to ban one of those shield operators going into it. I'm going to lean that Monty is probably going to be the more dangerous one to get out of play for both these sides. Are you going to agree with me on that one?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a little bit
more.
more.
Do you want me to add more to that?
I thought you were going to give a little bit more push and pull about it, going to weigh up the odds.
Monty is the most oppressive operator to play in the game at the minute. I think that you look at his ban rate across all of the regions, it's significantly high. And it's gotten to the point that I said, like, if you ban Monty and you ban Blitz, shields have become such a crutch for attacking teams that we're seeing Fuse Shield. We're seeing people take that third operator that can bring a shield on attack because of how good it is to take ground, and the fact that 9 times out of 10, the defender that's being pushed by a shield will panic or could get too laser focused, and it allows one of the other attackers playing support to the shield to get the pick. So get rid of Monty first, and then find some way to deal with the Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're watching Europe earlier, of course, ITB found a great way to counter the Blitz, and the old-fashioned Capcan traps are a very good way to get that one done if a team is caught napping and not aware that they're going to be lurking for it. Knights starting on the offensive side here on Cafe. It's typically seen as the weaker side on this map. It's more difficult. You're forced into these very limited avenues of success, or your checklist for victory. Very limited, very narrow window for it. I think they're going to be able to get the victory here, Gibby. I think they're a team with enough structure to deal with it. But Vasco, you do say this is a map that can suit their style. They're very aggressive in stage 1 here. Do you think we're going to see that carry on?
They're definitely going to be aggressive, and I do have to say that I think the chat, I think this is going to be a way more one-sided victory for Knights than I do. It looks like 66 to 67% of the public vote feel like Knights are going to take this win. I feel like Vasco are going to make this a very difficult game. Ying is going to be the first ban. Again, I can have no arguments whatsoever. Those Candelas are a nightmare to deal with. And Monty, so you got rid of the big one. You got rid of the big one. On the defense with it, Knights on attack, surely you got to get rid of Azami first.
I think Azami's going to be high on that preference. Again, though, Azami has only a high impact on one of the sites, and I'm not actually necessarily against this, Gibby. Azami's rate of success tends to skyrocket when you go upstairs. Teams are beginning to pull away from that. Use of sites like mining have been extended in this stage so far, so the Echo ban makes a lot of sense. And Vasco go for that Fenrir ban in our fourth slot going into it. Going to be no Azami ban, and you know what? I'm actually kind of here for it, because again, Azami, her usefulness, massive on Piano, especially on a hold that control, but teams have been not using that map control, not playing those sites as frequently as before, so we will see her in play for this.
Yeah, and straight away, as you look at that defensive lineup, no Azami, so I'm not quite sure why they're not using her when she's there, but I suppose Mira gives you the option to do it. The reason they brought the castle with it is you're going to play inside Humidor, so if you're actually, never mind, I was wrong. I looked
You're
at
wrong. It's a curse of not speaking
I tried
Spanish.
to read the Spanish. I tried to read the Spanish, and I saw P2, and I thought that meant, yeah, second floor. We're good. We're going to the top floor.
I see the vision.
Yeah.
I see the vision.
I'm gone. I'm gone. Get me out.
So we've not even had a round played so far, Gibby, for that one. But, I mean, the mirror is going to be a play and a massive vocal point for the defense of Vasco Esports. And that will be upstairs to hold on to that verticality. Scarpa is going to play a pretty important role on the arena here. Those laser gates are going to be some line of defense and maybe deter an aggressive push from Hell with Helldoor if they want to go for that rush. Just looking at this lineup, I'm very happy with what I'm seeing from Vasco, but the thing that maybe is a little bit sad if you're a massive Vasco fan is it seems to be a very default play the objective style. This isn't the aggressive Vasco. There's no Valkyrie, there's no operator that you can just throw at the front lines. It's just very by the book. It feels like they've matured, Gibby.
It's by the book, but it's still a very different site setup than we're used to seeing as well. Usually that mirror window will be further back. Usually that castle will be on the double door going into cocktail. So they're still playing a defense on the top floor that's more on the front foot than what you would normally see. On the side of Knights, they're going to go for the top floor clear. So you bring the ace. The whole point is you'll get into the top floor. You'll open up those mirror windows. You'll open up those walls and make your way across from one side to the other. It's really important, though, that you keep Soko alive as long as possible, because he is so important for getting control of the verticality of the site.
The addition of the Kali is a little bit of an unusual one in my mind going into it. Now, the Lance is going to be able to clear that utility from a distance. It can, of course, crack the windows on those mirrors, so it gives you that ranged option. Ashe can do it as well, and I thought maybe that might have been a more ideal playstyle for the Knights to bring out. An aggressive run out, find some damage. It's going to be Luca down below on the Sentry, just trying to find some chaos. It's a little bit of damage himself, but he will escape all the way back towards Kitchen. And realistically has a free escape route here. Now, he doesn't know it, but we do, so he should be able to get himself up either brown stairs, white stairs, back in control. Might go for a repeat somewhere.
And there's the opening kill of the game. Nitro, we highlighted him in the pre-game. He'll get that kill onto the ace, so those Selma's not going to have as big an impact as we thought that they might have. But Hook is still alive. You've still got the Kali, but Kali's taking some damage here too in one of those long-range battles. You've got the Skylight drop as well, but Luca was ready with the C4. Now Tom will bring them back into it. It's a 3 versus 3. You've got top floor control now. You can see those red silhouettes a little bit further away, but Pano retakes white stairs. He gets the trade onto Jerry, and it is all down to Soko.
Soko, last one standing. Just under a minute to work with. Has that skeleton key. He can begin to try and find a way into this round, but again, too much to work with, and well, it will be Luca who ascends at the white stairs and gets himself an absolute freebie for that one. I mean, we'll see Vasco take the opening round here on the defense. Not too surprised, and listen, I'm joining chat in my prediction. I'm saying it's going to be a Knights victory. It's going to be a difficult one, but Vasco, that was a very good display from them, and that leads to the point you mentioned in our pre-show. It is going to be very difficult for Knights to get that initial ground control when they make their entryway. Vasco are going to take those gunfights. They're going to be aggressive on runouts, for example, what you saw from Luca from that bakery runout. I think it's going to be a long day in the office for Knights, especially in these opening 6 rounds.
No team in LATAM South makes it as difficult to get into the building as Vasco do, and that's one of the things that I was really worried about whenever they lost Dante, because he was a massive part of that. So credit where it's due. We're seeing players step up. We're seeing them continue to be aggressive at the point of entry. Not as aggressive as they used to be, but it's still there. But you said you're 100%. You said you're confident Knights are going to win. Are you chat confident where you're 66% sure, or are you big boy confident and you're going to say 100%?
Oh, listen, Gibson. I'm going to say I'm chat confident. I'm going to go with a 66% chance. So that way, I've got an You know what? Fine then. 100%. Lock it in. Knights are going to be the victor.
There we go. That's more like the whip that I know. That's no. I just like reverse psychology you into making the decision I wanted you to make.
I have to deal with this every time I interact with Gibson chat. It's absolutely
That's why you had to go to Portugal.
I had to get a week off to escape from you. I'm a big fan, though, of what we're seeing from Luca on the Valkyrie. This is going to be enabling a more aggressive style of play from Luca. We see in this region, Brazil, Latin America, Valkyries are essentially given the role of go kill once those cameras are down. Luca will take that a massive advantage. Scarp is going to be on that pulse and can act as a conductor of the symphony, being able to relay very crucial information of where the attack is happening as Nitro finds the opening. As Atlas is going to be first to fall, does get himself traded away. Nearly a second one there is the LMG from Tuco, not quick enough on the draw to find that pick towards Library, but alas, it will be a 4 versus 4.
Look at the HP on Scarp now, down to 4. Now, he's still in the fight. 3 C4s in the pocket of Vasco as well. But you've lost your hard breach. So really, Twitch is now important for getting rid of those mirror windows. Luca is ready for that hatch drop. Do they know on New Balk that Luca is right here? One step the wrong way, and you could see a player in a lot of trouble if they drop the hatch. But Luca's got to be careful too. The longer you stay here, the longer and the more of a chance there is that you could get caught out as well.
Knights taking their time to line things up. We see the Twitch on that drone crowding the information. The Lion Scan goes out and they'll drop. Luca does find one. Tuco is going to be the victim of that. Lion Scan briefly catches Luca for it. Now got control upstairs. Pace is cool. They got to drop in the laundry and find their pick. They get 2. That's Tom. Massive play from him now in a 3 versus 2. They got access now in towards site. At least a clear avenue towards it. Second Lion Scan goes out. 2 versus 3. And that's going to be information gate as they now know Nacho's going to be on white stairs. He falls down and will play a passive position to hold the line. 60 seconds. That nade should buy some space, but you need to get this cleared fast. And that's going to be a second nade. That's going to be perfectly done, but no an aggressive play for the MP5 pops up. Finding 2! Nacho's won the round just like that. He can sit on white stairs and just waste all the time, Gibby. Less than 1 minute to go, and they have to clear Malusi. That's the win condition, and Jerry's caught in a crossfire from this mirror holding dining.
No case to be had here either, so Stone to try to bait the peak, and you do bait the peak, but Malusi will only take a little bit of damage. And now you're seeing Jerry get the aggression up a little bit. If he takes on this fight with Malusi, he could have won the round because of the fact the wall was reinforced, but he wasn't able to land those shots, and Vasco will jump to a 2-0 lead. And even though Vasco were 2-0 up with it, the big point to make here is it could have been a lot more convincing, other than the fact that we've seen Tom have huge impacts twice in a row.
Yeah, Tom Hagen has been the GOAT for this team so far on Cafe, able to find massive impact after massive impact. That's 2 2Ks for him back-to-back in these rounds, and that's been the defining moment. But again, this Malusi play on white stairs, absolutely perfectly done. Falls down the staircase, plays passive, and waits. Gets a massive pick to sides. When that nade lands at her feet, you're going, right, you can either fall back and get caught by the aggressive buck, or you can stand up, take the fight, and walk towards that danger. And that's what he done. And that's going to be a massive credit for that. Picks up that one piece and able to get the second from it. Very well done. And Vasco are credited with their second round here on Cafe. They move down towards that basement. And a very similar lineup yet and again. And already a lot of repicks happening. But a very standard set of them coming out the RAM. Going to be no surprise for anyone in this.
Yeah, and remember that we had the Echo ban in the ban phase by Knights. Knowing that in the past we've seen a lot of teams successfully defend Kitchen by using an Echo in the late round. You're looking at the setup, so if you're watching at home when you're curious as to what they're doing, they want Knights to play for white. So what you'll do is you'll play inside a VIP, you'll make it so that you've got footholds so that you can see a drop into that freezer hatch, and what you want to do is give the attackers no other choice. So if you're Knights and you realize that's the case, you got to either take VIP control very quickly inside the round, and you've got the lineup to do it with the Capitao, with the Grim. But when you see a Ram whip it straight away, it kind of signals that you want to take the top floor, you want to get control of the verticality, and then force the defenders to play off site.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be the age-old, Cafe storyline. Realistically, it is tried and true. We've seen this time and time again. I mean, again, it's kind of a consequence of the map showing its age at this point. We'll know exactly how this round plays out. Player in coat check, player out holding in garage, pressure held inside a bakery. It's going to be a real lockdown type of play, forcing a top-down clear, forcing you to make that commitment towards it. So we'll jump on board with Luca on the Azami. Does have that regenerating utility, so wants to stay in the fight as long as possible. Doesn't want to get too aggressive, so has to play unusual for what we normally see from Luca.
And they're getting a little bit of information, so you can see that Capitao is there. The Grim comes in as well, so it's what we spoke about. They're looking to get control of VIP early, but Luca is getting aggressive on that restaurant double window, but Jerry, the Capitao from White by Garage, was able to get the kill. So now this is really bad news for Nachodo, because you've lost your cover, you've lost the player who was supposed to make sure that you only have to focus one way, and now the Grimbees are being sent in as well. Fire Dart, I believe, was sent as well. Looking a little further by.
Don't be
maybe
fire
I'm going
dart
deaf.
sent.
That's
I think you might be, Gibby, but
my
either
old
way,
age.
either way, they couldn't get the fire dart in there successfully. The One Eyes do hold that. First time Knights have found themselves an opening pick and not being traded away instantly as well. Lion Scan goes out, trying to catch any defenders brave enough to make a step. Waiting, patience now, and it's going to be very characteristic from Knights. They'll take their time in these moments, realizing that they need the pressed advantage. But do they know about Pano? I don't think they do. Fire darts go out, but yes, that will clear the Goyo. He'll have to make a great escape out behind Bakery counter, but now the Goyo counters begin to play their effect in this round. Burning out time, choking time. And Knights, I mentioned, especially on this site, they're going to be pressured in these last second plays. 30 seconds, Gibby. I think this is going to look like a Vasco round.
Oh, the C4 could be perfect if he throws it at the right time. And this is the thing, I feel like Knights have really dropped the ball here. Scarp will land one with the Nitro. You'll see Nachodo, yeah, there's another double. Soko and Tuku fall. It's all gone wrong. Jerry and Tom working together with 10 seconds left on the round, but Vasco all but guaranteed a 3-0 lead. And I'll tell you up at exactly where they lost that round. Capitao burned the player from inside of Small Bakery, but nobody was there to get the kill when he was running away. If you're going to fire dart that off, somebody has to be there, whether it be on the bakery double door, whether it's on wedding window, somebody has to get that kill.
It's a rough one, Gibson, to look at that sometimes. Listen, for Knights, that is an uncharacteristic fumble from them. Normally, you'd have a player stacked up from it, and everything up to that point was a great round from Knights. You get the opening pick for the very first time, not traded away from Vasco, and then they begin to move things towards an execution bakery bias from it. Maybe stack someone outside bakery window by that bus stop and you get that freebie, and then all of a sudden it could be the very first round for Knights, but Vasco complete their flawless defensive sweep, and that's all we need to see from them. Now, I'm still firm in my choice. You maybe go all the way for Knights for it, and they are, of course, my... I can't say favorite. I can't pick favorites here in this league, Gibby, but I do love the Knights. I'm going to firm my prediction still.
I wish they would just go ahead and give you the free skin, so you'd stop like being like, oh, I love the Knights so much.
The worst
like,
bit
come
is,
on.
I've already got the skin, Gibson. Of course, I've already got it. And of course, if you want to support your favorite esports organization this side of Blast R6, go to the R6 share program. Buy your favorite team skins.
But now we're looking at the setup from Vasco, and this is what we were saying makes the Azami so powerful. Piano becomes a fortress because of the setup that they're bringing to the table. Castle being brought in can make it even stronger, because if you castle barricade that double door between Cigar and Piano Lounge, run out there by Nitro, why not? But if you castle that off, you can play inside of Humidor no problem whatsoever, because there's nobody that can put any damage onto you from the windows. Now, they're not doing Humidor, but they are playing behind the shield near the cigar desk, so it's still a very similar concept to what we're talking about.
Yeah. Big thing for me, Gibson, so far in this, though, has been that objective play, and the kind of style of play that Knights want has been completely shut down by Vasco so far, and it's a combination of both Vasco making it very difficult to get into the building, as well as Vasco having to, I think, maturity of the side to slow down in that mid stage, really make it difficult for Knights to execute their game plan when it arrives, and finding themselves stalled out here again. The mana fortifications designed to hold on Cigar Lounge and Piano isn't fantastic. The Azamis all placed around this. The castle barriers give you an extra bit of security. You can play in Humidor without being cautious of those windows. All on the Luca's job to hold this, but if you want someone mechanically gifted enough to do it, it is going to be Luca.
Yeah, and we see that he's fallen back, waiting for some more of those Kiba barriers to recharge, and once that castle barricade's now been removed, it makes... You're not able to hold Humidor strong anymore. Nitro's thinking about it. Nitro is by the window, inside of mining. He's playing the Dante role. Is he going to vault out that window and pick up the kill? We'll keep an eye on that silhouette as we get deeper and deeper into the round. But minute and 20 seconds left. Still a full complement of players on both teams. Cali's still in effect for the attacking side, by the way, which is not a very conventional pick on the attack here on this map. And I feel like Knights are at a real risk of stalling out, but as I said, Jerry gets the opener, but there's Luca to trade it back on the top floor.
That's massive from Vasco to find that instantaneous trade to get themselves back to a level player count, and I've got a feeling that Knights might just be running out of steam in this round. Cali's choice is definitely a choice. I'm not too sure how I agree with it, as now you have a very clumsy, very heavy, very difficult to articulate rifle in these close quarter fights. And again, the utility it brings is very limited. You can do a lot of other things to clear that utility. Jerry finds himself a second, though, and this might be the opening that they need, 30 seconds, and this is where I mentioned Knights need to be perfect. They need to find a way to get that case down, and that's down to Atlas. Where does Habana find a gap? Can they spot one? Can they see an opening?
There has to be one. It's a 4 versus 3, so somebody's not in the right position. Cali almost getting one. You have a player on the skylight as well, but still Pano is in position. A 2-player swing. Warden will not get affected by the stun. He gets himself a double. Scarp gets the third. It's all down to the Cali in the 1 versus 2. Information gathered. He knows where these defenders are, but he's not going to get the kill. With 1 second on the clock, Scarp whips out the shotgun, and it is over.
Hops over the countertop finding 2. What a... Woo. I lost it a little bit there, Gibby. I couldn't keep my composure from that night. The round just ends like that. The moment you pop up and find that 2-piece with that Warden, job is done. Vasco is playing so well in this. And again, I expected Knights to be better in these situations. Knights, every single time, during LATAM South so far, have been the team to be tactical, slow, and very clinical in those final 30 seconds. Vasco are making it so you get to those 30 seconds, and you've not got the picks you would have wanted, you've not got the map control you would have wanted, and then Knights are forced to make very, very, very last gasp plays, and it's not worked out for them so far. You know what, Gibby? I'm getting scared. I've just come back, and I'm already having my prediction elo stolen by you. Ha! Not good enough.
100%. It's going to happen. But the thing is, as much as that was a huge play from Pano, there was so much luck involved as well. The Cali shot through the table, hit Pano, didn't get the down. We saw other bullets coming through the desk, hitting Pano, didn't get the down. Then the stun grenade's thrown, and Pano realizing that that stun grenade and him being Warden was the signal. That was the 3-2-1 go for the Knights. As soon as that's the here. See that stun? He knew this is when the push was coming. There's the drop. They line up perfectly. Scarp swung as well. It could have easily gone the other way where Scarp could have team killed Pano. But it's big plays from Vasco. It's explosive. It's what you expect to see from this roster.
Yeah, I think Vasco have delivered on everything, essentially, from this. That has just been... If you want to listen, this is maybe why Vasco enjoy going to Cafe, especially on this defense. It's a map that, as you mentioned, and I think your prediction might be unfolding a little bit better than mine. This is why I shouldn't vote with my heart. Every time I do so, it seems to go so horribly wrong.
Whip it.
Yep.
Vi Vasco. Vi Vasco.
I'm never going to hear the end of this from Gibson ever again. Like, no matter what...
Also, Milosh called you hog wild, by the way.
Well, I did. I saw that shot and I couldn't control myself. I couldn't keep myself composed when they lined up perfectly for the Warden.
Milosh, he's a dog. Come on. He's not a hog. Get it right.
I nearly barked for you there, Gibson, the broadcast to prove a point, but I wouldn't have done it. Not just yet, at least. Deimos in play. Will Tom do his best impression of Shaika when he EU up? Trying to get that control. Blitz in a play. See if the shield can finally get that control. Again, Knights just struggling with that opening control. Not able to get themselves in a good position as they move towards that mid stage. They've had some limited success with entries, but can't convert anything past that point. Lion Scan goes out to make a little bit of safety as you can rappel outside. You get some information, some control out here in AC. I just feel like Vasco might have this defense half on control.
It's funny because Knights have been so good on entry all stage long. They've been so good on attack, winning 55% of the rounds, but it ain't gonna happen this time around. Pulse getting a lot of information. You can see that Soko's trying to, go fishing for an entry pick over by Pillar on that door. Oh, it could be another 3-2-1 go. Blitz will smoke off the double door. He vaults in the window. He's going to sprint now towards Nachoto, who has been targeted by Atlas. So Jerry knows exactly where Nachoto is. This has to be a round win for the Knights. You're seeing that 1v1 duel. Luca gets the opener though, but eventually Jerry will trade it back. Luca moving out the window, jumps down, and now Atlas will be in a 1 versus 1 with him on red stairs, which Atlas is able to win. Pano DBNO as well, as the Pulse is forced to rotate back towards site, but this is a great round. Oh, timing doing a lot of favors there for the attacking side, as Nitro and Scarp find themselves in a 2 versus 4. Blitz still being a problem. Still we see Scarp rotating and trying to make as much noise as possible, but yeah, this is so bad for the defenders. Blitz is a problem. Atlas gets his one. It's a 4v1 now. It's all down to Scarp. And surely whip it, it's over. Soko will swing, but
Yep.
Atlas gets it first.
Yeah, it's over just like that for that one. The Knights get the job done, so again, jubilations in my camp for this one. Knights get themselves their opening round here on Cafe. Did it come too soon? Maybe if they get a 4-2 split. Might not all be over at this point, but it came down to a blitz, rush, a window rush, execution to get that done. Atlas does get himself another plant down, so that's going to be the 6th now, I believe, for him in this stage. So leading the charge here in LATAM South for it, but it all comes down to this scrappy fight outside of mining and dining. You know, Jerry does a great job to hold that control. The death mark was perfect instead of middle train. Luca could have been a massive nightmare, and the timing moment there leaves you questioning and asking what ifs. But the Knights played this very, very well. They understood it was a weakness for the shield play, and they made a perfect opportunity for themselves, and they seized it. Can they get themselves a second round? Can they go into the second half, their defensive split, in a 4-2 position? Now, it's still going to be a deficit, but it's not as bad as it could be, at least.
It still can get a lot worse, though, if Vasco were able to win the final round on the defensive half to take a 5-1 lead, seeing Skopos in play. Whip it, bonus points for you if you can name what the 2 robots are called, because they do have names. Chat, I'm going to ask that question to you, too.
Gibson, that is... No. No. I don't know. I'm sorry.
You don't know. That
I know they're called shells. I don't know what each individual one is called. I'm sorry.
Like, chat's gone feral. We had Milosh barking in chat, and you can't even tell us who the 2 are. You know what? I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell chat as well. It's Titus and Colossus. Don't ask me which one is which. I'm not going to be able to tell you that.
That sounds like some Warhammer names, Gibson. You just got my attention perked up.
Corbeck says they're Dave and Stinky Pete.
Dave and Stinky Pete. You know what? I like those names, actually. I think that's good. But of course, Gropos in effect for the very first time here in LATAM. So we just missed the window last week for LATAM's Playday on Wednesday for them to be in effect. So I'm very intrigued. What's Luca gonna be able to do this time around?
Well, preferably stay alive as long as possible, because when you're on that Legion, that's where you get most of the value. Now, Nitro's waiting to bait the kill. We can see that Pano realizing this was the entry point for Knights last time, where we've seen several fights. Yeah, Luca, why not? There's one. Nitro gets the other one over by mining, and it's all going wrong already. Soko, Tuku, and Atlas, 3 versus 5. Only 89, or only a little bit of damage done onto the Legion. And they don't even need to delay any more time. They can just fall back to site now and force Knights to be more aggressive. Fresh is barking now too. Get me out. What is going on?
I open up chat to see what the malarkey is, and I see a bark for Fresh. Well, you're more of a meower yourself. I know that rightly. Minute 30. Damage done in this round. I think for Vasco, they can just sit. They can ride this out. Another pick or 2, and that's it. Done. 3, and it is confirmed done. And Luca, some damage early in this. And I think this is just going to be the motions for Knights. They're just going to try and get through this best they can, see if they can find an opening for it. Don't think they're going to have much of a chance here, Gibby.
Oh, we'll see frag grenades getting used for basically what their only use is these days, clearing defensive utility. That'll get rid of the castle, which gives you another entryway towards site. But what we're seeing right now in action is a little bit of fishing on the top floor from Tuku. Now, the freezer wall is reinforced fully, so you can drop that freezer hatch, and the problem is, if you drop it, you're going to need some support from your teammates. So I think that's why we're seeing Atlas move up this way again. Now, with the Capitao, they might be able to force an execute here, because if you flame off the right position, smoke off the double window, you might just be able to get that diffuser down, and then all of a sudden, you know, all holds are off. You never know who could go ahead and win the round.
20 seconds. Knights, if you can find a way to win this round, that might be a miracle. Tuku finds 1, but upstairs on that hatch is going to be that lurking threat. In drops Luca, finding 1. Can't make it 2. Surely not, though. 10 seconds, 2 versus 1. Needs to find these picks in rapid succession. Stuck by a goo mine. I think this is all but over now. Start the count. 1, 2, 3. Maybe not. Are you kidding me, Atlas? You're meant to be the support. You're meant to plant the case. Finds a way to get that done. Massive round from Knights and a 4-2 split to wrap up the half.
How? How do you win? Nah.
What?
Nah. Right. Both of those... Who are you putting on fraud watch? Which of the defenders go on fraud watch for that?
Luca, I saw the knife. I saw the knife, Luca. You missed the knife.
Yeah, the knife was bad. What?
Then the peek from Ramsey in the kitchen. Like, you know, not the greatest one.
What was Castle doing? Like,
His best?
What's Castle, dude? Look! He's
His best?
looking to Narnia. Where are you looking?
No.
Oh, no.
Oh.
You know what?
Oh.
What a play by Knights. Incredible.
Let's go, Knights.
Yeah.
What did I say, Gibby?
I
Never
did
in
say
doubt.
I did say they could win the
doubt.
round.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt from Knights. Never in. I love LATAM. I love this league so much, Gibby.
He plays like that. That's why people don't play ranked with me.
Why? Because you're looking up to
Because I'm the
Narnia.
castle. I'm the castle.
Who was the castle? Who was castle in that last round? Need to know this.
It was Pano.
Oh, Pano.
Oh, spawn peek here from Jerry.
He
Lays the
doesn't
trap.
get it. He doesn't
Nobody's
get it.
there.
There's nothing biting so far for me on this. But a 4-2 split for Knights, Gibby. A lock in after that absolute disaster.
You're broken now, aren't you? It's going to take you 2 minutes and 35 seconds to recover from what you've just seen in this round. But Knights, you look at the setup on defense, nothing too crazy here. They're bringing the castle, they're bringing the Azami, which is what you expect. Malusi as well, just that extra bit of cover for the red drop and a little bit of information and more information for the defenders. What I like about Vasco is they're bringing, like, Dokubi's not been banned. We didn't see a lot of Dokubi from Knights, so it's good to see Dokubi in play for Vasco. That global ability is incredibly annoying. Let's be real, the DMR is fantastic for dealing with those Kiba barriers as well, and Pano will be really important for burning out positions as well. So I like the lineup, but Dokubi Lion, it's just so frustrating to play against as a defender.
It's massively annoying, and it's just going to be the fact that you're going to get caught by Lion Scout if you want to make that rotation, then you're going to be compromised by that logic bomb. Getting that control, hammer smash open the window, C4 was tossed, well timed, and there's that first logic bomb sent out. Second C4 committed. That's all those Nitros gone, and I'm not sure that was the right play. Nitro repels on in, Atlas finds that one, but they're already inside of heaven. They can make some nasty work happen, and Nitro should get this case down. I don't think Knights have any clue. They've committed all their Nitro cells to this window. Now Jodo will get one more, and this case should go down. But a massive flurry, and Knights survive that initial influx of damage as Vasco reduced to 2.
I think that was Soko that stopped the case going down. Now that forces the swing in from Scarp. They know exactly where he is, and the Chodo brings us back to a 2 versus 2. Atlas goes for the flank, but he's going to get caught out as well. It's a triple on the round, but lurking below is Soko. The C4 has been used, though, so he's not going to be able to deny the plant, so he's going to have to do it with his gun. Plays on the top floor. Scarp repositions to get a better place to get that case down. There is cover, but the question is, will we see the shot? It's post-plant situation now, so it takes 7 seconds to get the defuse. So there's so much time for Soko to work with. SMG 11 at the ready, but he's up against a DMR. He's going to get tagged once, down to 56 HP. So this difficult task has just gotten that little bit more difficult. There's one. They're not going to get it though. Scarp gets the kill, and Vasco bounced back from the mayhem of the previous round.
That's exactly what they need, and Lucas fired up in that player cam. They can't even contain him. Not enough frames to capture his energy.
He's still cursing at his teammates for the last round. That's what it is.
No,
All you can
he
hear
would never.
is ah.
What, did you just keep muting your mic?
No,
Never
the
do
bleep
that again.
button. The bleep button.
Never do that again. Never do that again. Ever. It doesn't even bleep when you do it.
This is my setup scuffed, mate. It's scuffed. Well,
Oh.
honestly,
Wait,
you gotta
close
give him
it,
the
Harry.
Chodo you gotta give him the Chodo credit there, because he won that round for the team. They went for the early execute, and usually when you see a team go for that rushed plant and the case doesn't go down, 9 times out of 10 they go on to lose that round. But on the side of Vasco, they kept their calm, they repositioned, they got themselves into another fight, and they were able to win the game from there. But this is a difficult task for Knights now, but they're 5-2 down. They're on the defense.
I love Knights. I love them. I love them. They're one of my favorite teams. My favorite orgs. Have some of the best skins in the game, guys. I think they're cooked.
God.
I think they're cooked.
You're cooked, mate.
I think they're cooked. I think this is going to be a difficult one for Knights to get back into. I think Vasco just have the energy, the explosiveness, and the ability to get themselves the picks that they need. I think Vasco do play around, let's see what our guns find us. Let's see what aggressive plays we can make, and then how do we find the objective after that point. I just think Knights aren't able to hold up to that firepower. I do think that they're going to be on a shaky foundation for the rest of this. They need to get this next round. Otherwise, if it's going to be a map point already for Vasco, I think it's over.
You know when it's over? When one of the teams gets to either 7 or 8 rounds.
That is incredible insight from you, Gibson.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Sometimes you got to hit them with the hard, cold facts.
The brass tacks, Gibson. That's what that is.
Well, looking at the way Knights have set up again, it is another one of those top floor setups where they want Vasco to play directly into it and slow down their attempt at a push. The C4 is prepped from below that we saw utilized earlier on in the previous round. Will it be able to hit Paydirt once more? Grimby's being deployed. Still the weight below from Soko to capture somebody with that C4. But at some point, he's going to have to give up this position. He's been standing there with a C4 in his hand for 1 minute and 10 seconds now.
Locked in. He can't end your C4 streak. You gotta lock in and just commit to it. You gotta firm it at that point. Lots of damage taken by Atlas. Goes to an aggressive run out via those white stairs. Bottom white stairs pretty much pays the price to it. Reduced to only 6 health. Not going to be able to take a real comfortable fight from that moment. Scarp does take some damage in return from that, and we begin to see some posturing up from these players as Nitro begins to look to get access into this. That Castle Buyer working for Vasco to help keep them safe for any aggressive plays inside the piano, but no one is there. The Bees do detect that player playing out behind that bar, and it's not going to be a very comfortable excursion. I think Jerry is going to be that player who will fall away, so control slowly fading away as Knights lose more of that upstairs control. You're going to concede that to Vasco very soon as Tuco, the last one standing upstairs.
Still a third of the round to work with for the attacking side, but it is time now to fall back as the pressure just became a little bit too much. Now, as they rotate back through mining, they got to be careful that there isn't vertical pressure on Piano side, but as we can see, it isn't there. Tom will get the opening kill. Down goes Pano, and that's a massive blow to this Vasco attack. You've lost the Grim. You've lost the ability to use any more of those sets of Bs. 30 seconds left. Going to be a very Knights-like attack. You've got not a lot of time to work with. I'm looking for potential entries, and they're just going to have to force it in through the door, but they drop into pillar. You can see that there is a player inside of mining, but I don't see where that opening kill is going to come from. Shots being fired here, but will Nitro be able to capture? Yeah, Scarp gets it, but he's going to go for the plant. 4 versus 4. This is a vital moment in the round. Is the cover going to be good? Nope. It's good enough. The case goes down. Luca will get one. Luca swings, get a second. It's a 4v2 in the post plant, and Vasco on the verge now of going to match point, but Whippet, we're seeing an attempted push. It's Tuku in a 1 versus 3, and there's one. It's a 1 versus 2.
Tuku has an opportunity to find something magic in this moment. Around 15 seconds, the leaking control goes critical on this, trying to bait aggressive plays out. Knows he's going to deal with verticality in this moment. It's going to be an act of desperation. It's going to be shut down. Vasco move themselves to map point here on Cafe, and I thought for a moment there was a chance that Knights could get that job done. They dragged that round in the deep water, but one lone player stuck in library, left completely vulnerable. You get to see this moment, Malusi. Nothing you can do this moment. Atlas had 6 health. Can't win that one. The cover from Brownstairs not there on time to stop that case going down to Luca. Who else would it be? Finding 2 critical kills to unravel this round. The Knights couldn't claw their way back from that one. Oh, Knights. As much as I love you, I think it's over. I think you're cooked in this moment.
Yeah, this is the Vasco that we saw last stage. I think when you think back to the first playday, it was just maybe jitters, maybe getting used to having a change on the roster, but since then they have been absolutely phenomenal. Their win rates, their win rate on attacks 55%. They win 71% of the rounds on defense. You think back to last stage, apart from maybe 2 games, everything was a 7-1 or a 7-2. And for Knights, this is the result that's been threatening to come all stage long. 2 overtime victories. They haven't looked as secure as maybe the leaderboard would tell you. And Vasco, they've taken full advantage.
But Gibby, let's talk about that leaderboard for a second. If this is the last round we play on Cafe, and Vasco get the job done within regulation, they get themselves 3 points. That will put them on 12 points, meaning they are 2 clear of Knights by the end of the day, no matter what. Meaning, we go to Wednesday's games, Vasco have a chance to grow that advantage if Knights can't recover from this loss. So massive result here from Vasco. Opens up the door for this stage, and I have a feeling that Knights are going to look at this result, and if the stage doesn't go, or the group stage doesn't go their way, this might be the turning point for them.
So, this could be the final round of the game. Jerry, playing aggressive now. I feel like this is what they have to resort to, but it is that setup that we see where VIP is being held and they want the attackers to drop down that white hatch. On the other side of things, Vasco are going for that full round clear. Remember, if you put your channel points on Vasco and listen to me, you're welcome. Whippet wanted you all to throw your channel points. Never take advice.
I never said put your channel points anywhere.
You said that they were 100% going to win. You said Knights were 100% going to win.
No, because you made me say that. You ego checked me into saying, am I going to 100% my pick? And it's not over till it's over. At the end of the day, not done. No one's got the 7 or 8 rounds just yet.
We'll see. We'll see.
Listen, in a minute 40, I might be eating my words, Gibby.
Yeah, there's nothing I like more than like getting you exposed as a fraud for these predictions. So I'm loving life right now.
I've never been good at predictions, Gibby. I don't go with. I'm a Liquid fan. I'll never get their predictions right.
Don't remind me. But that's the one thing we have in common. We're both
we're in that
Liquid
trench
fans.
together.
They're going well this stage though. But we'll get back into the round. A minute and 15 seconds to work with. Information game looking pretty good for the Knights with that BP looking all the way down the corridor. You've still got the Tubera with a minute left who can use a lot of time on the defense. We're seeing nades being used to get rid of all the defensive utility, but it is going to have to be a very late push from Vasco again if they want to win this round, and looks like they're rotating for a bakery push.
I actually love this from Vasco. They're making that decision ring. We've committed everything to this so far. We haven't found an easy way in. So this drone might give an indication tonight. So really, okay, something might be brewing out towards Bakery. The first Goyo canister goes, so that will burn a substantial amount of time and give an opportunity to get that control. Smoke canisters make sure to shore up this defense. But I think they're aware that the rotation to Bakery has been called. Can Knights hold the line? Just over 25 seconds, and Vasco need to get themselves into the building, and they win that one. How does Nitro get away with that? He might get caught by that smoke canister. Is going to be a nightmare here in Bakery. 2 bodies stacked up. Atlas finds one, but Scott charges into Kochek. But there's Tom Hagen for the trade, and this could be all that they need. But Nitro compounds the issue. Pano's going to get that case down. The cover is fantastic from Nitro, and it is a GG. Up top, 000 is dawning. Do they have information where that case is? Not in time to shut it down. And Jerry, alone, against 3. It's all but over at this moment. Via Vasco. They have all 3 points here against Knights, unless we see a miracle. I'm not gonna put my channel points on this one.
They had to win that one on the Bakery entry, but at this point, it's just stat padding here. You've got very few seconds to work with. The gridlock is going to do tons of damage onto Jerry now. He's got 8 seconds to get on the case, to start the defuse, to get the win, but Pano makes sure we don't have to wait that long. And it is a win for Vasco as they take top spot in LATAM South, and it's dominance once more.
Vasco came out of the gates absolutely swinging. They found themselves a flawless 3 rounds on the defense, and they've just built from that moment on. Knights never got into it at all, Gibby, and I just got to feel for them a little bit because we knew this result was coming.
It was always going to come. The same way that we knew that the one and only Corbeck would be coming on the broadcast to break it down that one with us as well. Corbeck, I was right. Whippet was wrong. Give me my brownie points, please.
I was right too, to be honest. I put a cheeky 2K points there on Vasco because I believe. I have a Vasco t-shirt, I believe. But yeah, I think, gentlemen, honestly, first of all, I didn't think it was going to be such a big difference between these 2 teams here tonight. I think you can all agree that we thought that was going to be a little bit closer, but to me at least, Gibson, this is sort of symptomatic of the stage that Knights have been having, which has just been, yes, they're composed, they're coordinated, they're the team that, you know, has a lot of experience, but it's just not coming through in the gameplay a lot of the time. They looked absolutely frazzled, especially on those defensive rounds.
It's the worst team for Knights to play against, in my opinion, because the way Knights want to play the game is not the way Vasco do. And 9 times out of 10, Vasco are the team that set the tempo in a game. They're the team that can bend the other team to their will.
Right.
And that's what happened Knights. So, again, it's 1 loss. It's their only loss of the first round of fixtures. If they repeat what they've done on the first half, they're still going to be going to playoffs. But Vasco's just not their matchup. It's not their team. Look at the previous stage. They need to adapt the way they play whenever they do take on teams like Vasco.
Not only is Vasco seemingly the stylistic counterpart of Knights, it's the fact this map just didn't work at all for Knights. I was hopeful. I think Knights have a structure that can maybe lean into a map like this, especially seeing how good they've been on Clubhouse, but Vasco shut this down from the very first moments of that round. Didn't let Knights in the building at all. Didn't let anything come for free. I think Knights found themselves running out of time and had no map control to speak for their efforts. And I think Vasco played a perfect game of Cafe and they got all 3 points for it.
You know, here's the thing, though, right? And it's all fair and good, I think, Gibson, to say that, you know, this just isn't a team for Knights to play against. But Vasco are an inevitability. Like, there is a very good chance you will be playing them in Deciders. They are truly there just waiting for you. For a team of the caliber of Knights who want to go to a major, I mean, what do you do to kind of shake this bugbear that you have waiting for you here?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think that they need to add more like tools to their belt, right? They need to find a way to change up their playstyle depending on the team they're playing, because you're talking about a team that wants to qualify for the major. Yeah. They didn't do it last stage. They didn't do it for the previous stage. Cruelty have kind of become the big team in LATAM. And I think it is just simply because Knights plan A and plan B and plan C are all too similar.
Yeah, I think Knights need to find a level of variety. I think they need to realistically go in against a team like Vasco, say, strategy's not working, the checklist isn't there, let's get on the guns, let's find entries, let's put our effort into getting those picks, because that's what they struggle with, and if they play a bit more loose, I think they can find more success, but they need to shake the skeleton, because it might haunt them all the way through this stage.
Well, Vasco delivers yet another stunner here tonight. One more after stage 1, but there's more games to come. A very important matchup for mid-table reasons coming up next is Mayhem Evolve versus T-Rex right after this break. Welcome back here, viewers, to LATAM Playday 5. Our next match of LATAM South is coming to you now, and it is Mayhem Evolved versus T-Rex. I mean, I hinted at it a little bit here before the break. This is a match that has some big implications for the mid-table, right? Because, well, let's start with Mayhem here, Gibson. They have not been having the easiest season trying to hold on to a respectable spot.
Yeah, it's been tough for them, right? They've played all the big teams. They put in a really good showing against Knights on Playday 1, and since then, we've not really seen the Mayhem we'd expect. Like, their attacking win rate is pretty much middle of the pack. Their, defensive rate is below average. They're trying to plant more than they did last season, but all in all, I feel like they need to get better at converting their entries. Like, one of the things that this team does do very well is find the opening kill. The problem is, from that point on, they stall out, they don't take advantage of the space that they've created, and they need to fix that before the second half.
And I mean, on this side of players who have been struggling quite a bit here, I mean, you have one who is doing the best of a bad bunch right here, Whippet. That'd be Kurz.
Yeah, so of course this isn't going to be the most shining example of statistic, but the story I want to tell with these stats from Kurz is the fact is Kurz is not on entry and has been forced to play this position. It's the best of a bad bunch, essentially. This team has been struggling to find success in rounds and no matter what map they're playing on, but Kurz has been the one player who's able to stand out a little bit and have those moments of success. Now, they're not stats I'm going to write home about, but they have been, as in terms of individual performance, the one shining beacon right now from Mayhem Evolved. Hopefully, they can grow onto this and the team can find some success behind what Kurz has been doing so far.
Yeah, I think for Kurz, though, he needs Infame and Redder to step up in their roles as entry and second entry so that he doesn't have to get as many kills and be involved in many engagements as he wants. Because for the role Kurz has, his stats are fine. Like, if the other two are putting in that little bit more work, if you're playing the role that Kurz does and your stats are like that, you're not doing too badly at all.
You know, at the end of the day, what's interesting about this particular matchup is the story of these two teams, at least for this first part of the stage, has been very similar because T-Rex is a team that came in with high expectations with it, and they have essentially failed to live up to those expectations, barring a close match with Knight.
Yeah, bar for that match at Knights, it's just not been the performance we would have wanted from T-Rex coming into it. Now a side that's all Brazilian, so it's an import side coming into it. They had a good run during the open qualifiers against results, against Alpha Team, for example, but they've not found their flow here in the regular season, and we're at, this is the halfway point of the group stage so far. They need to turn it around, they need to find something, but it's just not clicking. I don't think they have that cohesion of a 5-man yet. It doesn't feel like a fully formed team at this moment.
But if there's one player on this side, Gibson, that is trying to forge them into a fully formed team, it is Django, who's sort of been the standout player here for the T-Rex side.
Oh, Django's been unchained for this team so far. Those stats are phenomenal for a team whose overall win-loss is what it is. 46-32 on the KD, 7-3. He's winning 70% of the entry engagements he's involved in. He has an impact on 7 out of the 10 rounds he plays as well with that 70% cost. He has been a star in a team that is playing with the target on their back, because remember, they are the import team. Everybody in this region, if they could win one game on the stage, would probably want to beat T-Rex.
Yeah, I mean, Django, as you mentioned, is on that tip of the spear role, always able to find kills, always making that impact. Need to find a way to exploit the gaps he leaves. If he gets one kill, gets himself traded, they need to be there to trade him. He needs that extra support from his team. Not really found it just yet, but again, when you have someone who can put up the numbers like Django has, as a shining star you can lean into, you might be able to find some success against Make Him Evolve today.
Well, Django is always on the hunt, and we'll see where him and the rest of the T-Rex gang will be looking for some prey here tonight, Gibson. And, well, Skyscraper, that old stalwart from Stage 1, is gone because it's been replaced by something new.
Yeah, but we're going to see more Cafe anyway, because why not? Because we didn't get enough Cafe in the last map, so let's have a little bit more. Maybe it'll be a better map for T-Rex, but I think this is a map where, again, Mayhem Evolve probably is the more aggressive team. Might just be able to wrangle a win, but I don't know about you, but my prediction is going to be on T-Rex for this.
I think them starting the defense is going to be a massive advantage for them, and that's going to lead me to favor them just a little bit in this early stage. Make him evolve. I've struggled on the offense. Now, I love the calls that Redder makes as an IGL and how the team stick to those decisions. Always very confident behind him. 7Rex, I think in the defense on a map like this, have that potential to shut it down, get an early advantage.
You know, I hate to be making sort of declarative statements about the fates of teams so early here in the stage, right? Because we're about halfway through. Today is the halfway mark, in fact, of the stage before we get to the deciders. But Gibson, this has a feeling to me that if Mayhem Evolve cannot get a win, or at the very least an overtime point here, it's probably effectively curtains for them for the rest of the stage. Do you think I'm being a little too harsh with that assessment?
I don't think so. And if Alpha win the matchup at the end of LATAM South today, it's definitely curtains at that point, because the top 3 will have given themselves such a gap. I just don't know where these teams can get the positivity to go forward.
This is a must-win result for Make Him Evolve. And they need 3 points at the end of the day to keep themselves viable in this, and T-Rex are going to be the same position for it. We're at this halfway point, but for these teams, this is the turning point of the season. Whether they're going to have a chance to face those final few slots, get into the playoffs, or if it's going to be a kind of season of consolation as we go in towards that second half of the group.
Well, it's Mayhem Evolve's future versus T-Rex's pride, both on the line here on this cafe. We're going back there again, so once more, I turn it over to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Corbeck. And we're going back to Cafe once more with it. T-Rex, the import team, the target on their back. Everybody wants to beat them. And I feel like their biggest problem so far is their playstyle would work in so many other regions, but when you want to play the way they do, it ain't going to really cut the mustard here in LATAM.
No, I think, listen, obviously they're aside from Brazil, so it's going to be fairly local for them, and they just decided they're going to try and play here. Not worked out for them. They did make their way through the open qualifiers to be here. They have earned that slot. But it's not clicked for them so far, Gibby. And you mentioned stylistically, it work everywhere else. It's very Brazilian style of play. Hasn't worked to counter the aggressive that we see a lot of these LATAM teams bring out, especially here in the south. This matchup, though, I do think T-Rex have themselves in a great advantage. Starting on the defensive side here on Cafe, this tends to be the favored side on this map. We saw how effective it was previously in our previous matchup with Knights and Vasco. They can evolve under pressure immediately out of the gates here. They need to find a way to trust the process, trust the system, and realistically, You need to have Kurz find those opening picks. You need to be able to get in and build on what's been working for them so far, and that's the best chance they have.
Yeah, I think a very important thing for T-Rex here is to start off very strongly on defense, because when you look at their attacking win rate with it, it's at 27%, which is the second lowest in all of LATAM. All of LATAM. And you're going up against a team which probably pride themselves in the way that they attack. Like, when you think of the best moments of Mayhem Evolve, it has been in those attacking rounds. So something's got to give here today. Fan phase, we'll get into it. Dokkaebi being the first one to be removed. But is it going to be a Monty ban next?
I would expect the shield to be the next ban. That would be following tradition to what we normally see in this stage, but LATAM tends to break from that from time to time, and they will do so. So Ying will be our second attacker banned away, meaning both of the primary shield operators are in effect. And don't worry, chap, that is the most distracting room I've ever seen players playing in on the right-hand side.
It doesn't get any better the more I look at it, does it? Like,
no.
Like, you've got your coach walking around in the background. You've got this creepy Hawks picture staring at you if you're Angels while you play. The lights are going off. You live in the constant threat that one spark could set the whole place aflame. Like, it's these guys have more to worry about than what's going on their monitors.
And the bandit ban is, if you know, you know. I think maybe might be the right way to put it there, Gibby.
We will talk about that later on today. And yeah, if you've kept your eye on the R6 Esports LATAM X account, the everything app as you like to call it, with it will tell you why the bandit.
We're meant to start a game fairly sensible, and then we come on Hinge, Gibson. You can't start it yet.
We're still on Cafe. I've still got flashbacks to what I just saw.
Yeah, this is still Vasco. Now, mentally, I'm with that. Boss Matt, who's walking into it, Gibby?
Oh, it has to be Redder.
Oh, no. You can't do that, the poor Redder going into it. Upstairs, we will go to bar and lounge. That will be our very first site of choice going into this. And again, the balance that I'm looking at here enable Mayhem Evolve to exploit operators like the shields to get control. Now, you think about this, you can get control of red, you can pressure piano very easily with a Monty shield and get that initial control. Now, they're not opting to bring a Monty here. The addition of the Capitao means to me that there's going to be a lot of ideas and incentive to clear a lot of this pressure control for it, and some early damage done. Redder gets spawn peeked, and he's not too keen to re-peek that one. Takes a lot of damage from that run out. And Bazooka's going to try and do the same thing again. 7Rex really leaning into this idea of making it difficult to enter the building.
Yeah, well, even though the map's got all these floors, it is very, there's not a lot of space to work with when you're an attacking side in the spawn phase, so why not spawn peek and see if you can get any value off the back of it? Good thing, I suppose, for Mayhem is Fink is able to get some of the damage back that's been dealt onto it, but Redder will have to work with 54 from this point on. Redder will, of course, be playing on the Hibana, wait for opening up those walls. Maybe a little bit more effective when it comes to opening hatches, which won't really be a problem here on Cafe to deal with. But let's be real, Redder, he does like to play on the aggressive side. Hibana, very fast on her feet, and the gun hits pretty hard too.
Yeah, Dinez going to find the opening.
Yeah,
that's going to be on to Redder. Yeah, you cursed Redder, Gibson. You cursed him with that one. You hyped him up, and he's going to be the first one to fall. The Finka charge goes out, but not enough to save. They're falling IGL with this. And the opening pick is going to go in the favor of 7Rex. And Mayhem Evolve are very lethargic looking in this round. The early damage taken from that spawn peak shows a clear intention of an aggressive round from T-Rex. I feel like we're in danger zone already for Mayhem Evolve for the opening round here on Cafe.
It is T-Rex on their favorite side, though. They're on defense, so it's no surprise whatsoever to see them getting the opening pick here. I feel like as the round goes on, you'll see them get more of an advantage. You're not really expected to win the first round on attack on a map like Cafe. A little bit of damage dealt on to VJ, but he has the yellow ping, trying to capture the player inside of Library. But as you can see, he's got to be careful because there is someone playing on those blue stairs as well. So Drone will get back in front. Case, of course, as you brought up earlier, is cold outside the building. So that's going to have to be regathered as well.
A lot of work to do for Mayhem. Very limited time to make something happen as well. Well, DJ will find that opening pick. A great reaction shot there. Needs to find a second one. Try and go off the board. Nade might buy some space, but that shoulder peek will reveal some damage taken. Tries to get pick through the wall. Gonna read that rotation. Dirty will find one. Dinez off the board with that LMG. Mayhem Evolve very quickly. Got themselves an opportunity to get this round back. patience though from Bazooka to wait, hold this line, realize the peak will arrive, but Kurz gets the job done. And just like that, Gibby, in around 20 seconds, Make Him Evolve went from the round is done to they're so back. T-Rex in a difficult position now with 20 seconds to hold the line, but that case not recovered yet, and 2 bodies need to stay alive.
20 seconds on the clock. It has to be a cocktail push as well. There's information gathered. That's a 3 versus 2 now. All of a sudden, it swings back in favor of the defenders. Great peek from Bacchus. Swinging's about to be pulled off, but Angels is there, and it is all down to VJ. VJ pushing up. VJ shot down. Bach gets the final kill, and 7Rex, well, they opened the door. They more than opened the door for a Maycam round win, but as soon as they stepped their toe in, they slammed it a shot, and they take the opener.
Make Him Evolve though, master credit though, to get themselves in the door that was left open for them. They saw the opportunity and they seized it very well. Couldn't get the conversion of the round, but they showed they have some teeth and can win those difficult fights. Great shot here from VJ. And only if this second pick gets converted, that could be the round completely unraveled. These vital seconds wasted to get the pick here onto Bazooka. Could have given them an opportunity, but Bog Zero just played this perfectly. Pops up, finds one, is able to cause so much chaos, finds a player on Heaven, and it was job done from that second pick.
Yeah, and you feel like the Capital basically told the team exactly what was going to happen with the smoke dart as well. So you just got to shoot at the window, and you know for a fact when you have that much munition firing the way, you'll get the kill. So, T-Rex, they take the first round. As we said, it's to be expected on Cafe. Usually, the defending team will take the opening round. It's rounds 2 and 3 where problems can usually occur. Now, it is going to be that middle floor with it. Reading room and library is the site of choice. You can see the setup that's being brought by T-Rex. Their whole lineup, their whole plan is that fallback defense. You give the attackers control of piano, at least in the middle of the round, but then you force them to work their way through with those reinforcements. And there's just so much ability here for T-Rex to buy time, and they're trying to buy themselves an advantage as well with his spawn peak, and he's holding on to it as Bazooka.
This is very brave from Bazooka to hold this position. They know he's there, but he's going to get himself absolutely clapped by Red. What? I mean, listen, I appreciate the confidence, but they know you're there, dog. They know. You're not going to get away. You're not going to get an opportunity like that one at this level. So, unfortunately, compromise from that. And, that's 2 brow as well, Gibby. Gone, like that,
It's like that one. It's like, they're going to know. No, they're not. They're going to know.
They're going to know.
They knew.
They knew.
But it is the opening pick for Maycam Evolve, something that they do pretty well. It's what I said in the pre-show. They get about 51% of the opening picks on the round. The problem is usually what occurs in the few minutes after that. So they'll get on the drones, working out that there is verticality being utilized onto the site. But if they do things, oh, never mind. And Fame's going to get a kill, giving them even more of an advantage. It's a 5v3 because why not bring the shotgun? And Fame gets another one with the Deimos, and it's a 5v1. Verticality be damned. Maycam Evolve are taking this one.
Yeah, it's done. Unless there's an absolute fumble. And you know what? It is Django at the helm. So Gibson, if this happens and they lose this, is it safe to say it's over from this moment? The nade will buy a little bit of space to try and get a wild spray out towards Fireplace, and can't get the DBNO or the kill, so I think it should be over. He doesn't spot the player pro. It's over. Yeah. Okay. I was worried. Django, we highlighted him that he's a very talented player, finding some freebies there to wrap it around and causing a little bit of panic for Make Him Evolve, but get the job done, and a massive play from Inflame, just walking up white stairs, that 2-piece with the Demo shotgun. Job done just like that, and I'm very impressed with Make Him Evolve to have the ability to flick that switch and just go for it when they need to. That's a great level. Box here goes for that trade and couldn't get the job done right. A very important pick of that DMR as well. And well, they were watching for it, and I think that's just very high mechanics from Django to get that 2-piece.
And you got to give a lot of credit here too to Redder for taking the shotgun on Deimos, because it's a pick that I actually like on a map like Cafe, where you usually do try to force your way on stairs, because Deimos's pistol, let's be real, is a DMR. It's as good as having a DMR, so having the shotgun for the close range encounters, why not do it? And it really opened up the round for Maycam Evolve. So we move to the third round, the halfway point on the defense for T-Rex, and we're seeing a clash being brought. Probably one of the best operators in the game at buying time, tied up with 2 of the other best operators in the game at buying time, being the Goyo and the Smoke. And why not throw in the Echo there as well to deny even more?
Are you saying that they're going to go for a time denial play here on Cafe? Oh, that's crazy.
Maybe. You know, it's It's hard to tell at this point.
Difficult. I don't know if I can make... I don't know if they have enough deny here, Gibson. Just saying. And Kaid for good measure as well.
The fact they didn't bring a castle instead of a Kaid, like
Shocking.
they could have brought
Absolute.
the ultimate slow down lineup.
I like this though from T-Rex going into it. They really are. Already, they do see that Goyo cancer burned away. And this is going to be maybe the detriment of this side. If Make Him Evolve can spot the fact there's all this denial utility and they can do a decent job of clearing it early in that round, that can mean the entire foundation of this defense could be a little bit wobbly by the time you get towards the business end of it. So we'll see if T-Rex can hold that line. But again, it's going to be a story of do Make Him Evolve, clear the map, and are aware they have control of the map long enough or fast enough so they can, you know, execute when they have so much time to deal with.
Well, they've already got the top floor cleared. The Monty should be able to clear the middle floor pretty quickly now as well. You can see the drones were putting in the work as well. The Ram will help them with clearing out the site, but once you see those head holes and the foot holes, you know there's somebody inside VIP. So you don't need to peek it, you don't need to drone it, you know there's somebody there. So now you go fishing and you almost lose your head rather as a player dips back in towards Kochek. That was Angels going for the peek. And I feel like Angels and whoever it is that's playing inside of VIP are two of the most important defenders in the setup that we have for T-Rex.
Minute 20. T-Rex have a lot of control still. Those Yokai drones get more and more powerful every second it drains away from this. Grim B sent out to try and buy that space to look for any pressure they can find. Well, I think might be that vocal point. Angel still holds a massive position and VJ walks on in, gets one pick on the Dinez and now can put that pressure on with that Monty shield. Can stand here menacingly, but are now witness of that clash. Now you stack a player behind that clash and every time you stun that Monty, you might get yourself an opportunity to catch that shield napping with it. Under a minute left to go and T-Rex in a great position to drag out this round relying on time. That hatch remains electrified to Make Him Evolve left with a very limited way of getting into sight. Need to win their ones, especially out towards Kochek, and they've got to funnel in one by one to these preset angles.
Maycam need to just bait that clash in towards Prep to try and get the kill from the Vert. Oh my, what has just happened? It's a 3 versus 2. Clash will put down the shield momentarily, take some damage, but it's a 2v2. Clash is still alive though, so effectively when it comes to a gun game, this is now a 2 versus 1. 20 seconds left to work with though. The case not being held by any of those attackers at this point. This is a massive fight that needs to be won by T-Rex, and it's not been won. Redder with the buck will get it, but Clash will whip out the SMG and now run a 1v1. 7 seconds to go. Get the shield out, stay alive. That's all you gotta do at this point. 2-1, run away, run away, run away. Ooh. And it is a round win for T-Rex.
Very, very narrow margins there. 3 more seconds in that round and a second melee, and maybe the job could have been done, but T-Rex get the job done. Ooh, breath of relief from them, but a massive flurry of kills unravel around for Make Him Evolve. And the thing I'm looking at this is going to be simple, Gibby, and it's always down to the smallest bits of utility from time to time. That Electric Claw on back hatch means they cannot get that control. They had no one in place to clear that position from White Stairs, so that remained as a difficult option. They had no other avenue to go, so Bakery was the only way they had to work with, and 7Rex had everything in place to make this one work, and it was a nightmare for Make Him Evolve. And well, T-Rex get the job done. They get themselves a second round.
And it came down to the clash too. If it was any other operator in a 1 versus 1 with that little time left, you're thinking to yourself, it's winnable. But I feel like when you know there's a clash on that site with it, you have to try to bait the clash in towards the kitchen side, in through that double door to get the kill from above. As long as the clash stays on that side, it can give so much information to the defenders. But something to think about for Maycam going forward. 2-1 lead for 7Rex or T-Rex at the halfway point of their defensive half. They're going to go back to Reading Room, and this is the site whippet that they lost. So curious, they're not electing going back to top floor. They won. They saw something from Maycam or maybe themselves that tells them they can go back to this middle floor and take the round win.
You know what I'm going to say? Quite simply, do not spawn peek with a tuber out and stick your head in that window for around 30 seconds. That immediately will be a better result in this round from that, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. Bazooka, again, appreciate the confidence, appreciate the bravery, always a fan of it. However, the right choices have been made to fall back, play more reserved, and again, tuber out, those solo canisters carry so much utility in this round, and be able to use those to most effectiveness.
Yeah, I think spawn, as long as it's a spawn peak for like 10 seconds, it's fine. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, you're right in your own luck and you kind of get what you deserve at this point. Early stages of this round, Maycam putting lots of pressure on the windows of the map. A little peek down garage door might not be the worst thing in the world here for T-Rex if they want to get some pressure on, but we're seeing utility dump straight away. They're trying to create some space, but not really making any plays off the back of it, and Bazooka's going to hit the C4. But why have they... I can't get over how they used so much utility there and didn't actually do anything of it. Now, there is a silhouette pushing up inside a freezer, but Redder, he needs to win this fight. Oh, the ADS.
The ADS is there. He knows a player there. He's going to walk into a crossfire. He knows one player's there. There's the crossfire. Wins that one. Redder, if you win this second, the round might be yours for the taking. Has to fall back, forced out by that toxic canister. Knows the threat's lurking. Cautious that peek out by Heaven. Watch that shoulder, but knows he can get compromised down below. Dirty does pick up one, gets himself traded down. Bazooka holds the line. Such an important role, but VJ gets that job done. And every member of T-Rex now begin to feel that pressure. Django still behind this countertop. Knows pressure's arriving.
Denny's is going up the stairs with it. This is huge. If he can stay alive, Denny's is just a little too slow off the push, though. He's going to push up White with the TCSG, but Maycam evolve win the round. If Denny's moved a little bit quicker there, I'm talking 2 to 3 seconds, he would have been able to retake those stairs, be able to get those kills, but the timing worked against them, and Maycam level the size once more.
Big thing I like to see from that, though, when we get a quick glimpse of those player cameras, the body language of Maycam evolve. This is going to be a difficult game for them, and considering that we've seen both teams go back and forth in trading rounds, we're going to be here for at least all 12 rounds of regulation. Great prediction inside of LATAM South at times, that feels gibby, but I'm going to firm it. I think this is going to be good to see Maycam evolve, knowing this is going to be a very important victory if they can get it done. How crucial this game is for this season, and the fact is, they seem fairly happy. Their body language seems confident so far. That's what I like from this side. Now, I need to capitalize on this pressure. Upstairs they go. Top 4 for this defense from T-Rex. It's their second last defense here on Cafe. If we can see Maycam evolve, get themselves get themselves a third round, maybe even a 4-2 split here, they're in a great position moving in towards their defense.
Well, but they've got the buff. They're playing against T-Rex. You're playing against a team that have come from Brazil. Of course, you're going to be very confident going into this game that you can take them, because you're not just doing it for you, you're doing it for your region. So, set up here from T-Rex, using the mirror to get lots of information. This is a little wrinkle that we're starting to see more of. So in the past, the 2 mirror windows of it, one would be exactly where Bach is putting it. The other one would be over by C1, looking over towards the skylight drop. But now we're seeing teams put that second mirror inside of bathroom now instead, and it does, I think, in the long run, provided you can slow down the attack, give you a lot more information.
I'm a big fan of it because it then limits the mobility players have by this new hatch drop down. It means that you don't have a very good amount of control. You are limited to basically playing around that drop. You can't commit around it out towards that default plant, just because that mirror window is going to act as that dilemma you haven't solved yet, unless you have information that is going out there. Think a boost already happening. This might be an indication of something more aggressive arriving. Combination with the Capitao and the gridlock on the Monty. They're going to go for something fast. That Lion Scan goes out, and I have a feeling we might see Maycam evolve drop very, very shortly as we begin to get themselves ready for it. And I think maybe they might have backed themselves off of this, but this looks like a team that's ready for a repel or drop execute.
Yeah, they want that opening pick first, though, with it. They want to make it a 5 versus 4 to get real benefit out of the Mozzie. Now, Lion takes a lot of damage out of that bottom White runout, but the main thing is Lion is still alive. Now, those Capitao bolts are being sent in, but I feel like Denny's is a little too far away. Some of these defenders not in a position to help this defense. Oh boy, but the prone. Are you going to spot out one of these players with a new hatch on the bottom of the castle? I don't think so.
I don't think they got that information. The Monty's going to show his hand at this moment. The Monty plays a critical role here, but that's going to be a C4 down below. The Monty was there for cover, denied that mirror window, stopping that plant. The run out finds Redder, the C4 gets the Monty, and that's going to be the game plan for Maycam evolve. Upset, disrupted. They now need to react and pivot this round, and you see this immediately. Everyone's beginning to look to try and find leverage in this. That mirror window inside a bathroom completely maneuvers this, and that case is completely cold. That's going to be Angels finding one inside a piano, and I think this round is done. T-Rex look to be able to ride this one out to victory. One more pick, and that's going to be it done. Infame does fall. That's going to be a 2-piece for Angels, and it's a 5 versus 1. Stuck on that window repel. Dirty can't do anything about it, and a flawless round for T-Rex.
Yeah, Django got the final kill, and now this is a huge round for T-Rex, because Whippet, they are not great on attack statistically. Like 27%, the second lowest attack win rate in all of LATAM. I feel like they need a 4-2, or they need the 4-2 half. If they don't get the 4-2 half, I think Maycam will be just about dangerous enough on their defenses to get it over the line. So, the sight's been set. The defensive lineup has as well. A few changes to the last time Whippet. They're bringing the Maestro this time around. And let's be real. Maycam Evolve, when they spot that, should take a Brava. Like, to me, it's one of those instant swaps. You see a Maestro, you take Brava.
Yeah. You see a Maestro, you have that Brava immediately that you're able to do so much with that. And you get the cameras, they now work for you. They're going to be, you know, if they're in positions away from the map or away from the site, they can access your flank watch. They can control massive areas of that map, have that control. And also, you can just annoy the defense. It can be a very difficult thing to deal with. And Maestro cameras are often put in very defensible positions away from the objective or away from a player's, you know, actual playing position. So you get them, you have so much information, but yeah, no Brava.
So, round begins. Attacking lineup is set. Monty being brought once more, and why not whenever he is in play? The question is, how do they utilize it? Straight off the bat, we're seeing... See, this is a good nade, because what that's going to do is pop the Goyos, right? It pops the Goyos without actually shooting the barricade and putting yourself at risk to dying early as well. So, smart decision, small little decision, but one of the more clever ones you'll see.
I'm intrigued to see how Maycam handle this round. Yet again, massive amounts of denial being brought out. It's essentially the same play style with a few operators being swapped up. Of course, the Maestro that we mentioned, the prep phase being picked up as well, addition with that Malusi. A lot of very, I would say, annoying operators to deal with. And of course, that Echo, for every second that you get towards that final 30 seconds, that final 000 play, you're going to have those Yokai Jones to worry about over your head. It's going to be very scary indeed.
Monty pushing down White early with the drone in front, just helping the mobile drone out just a little bit. We're seeing Redder open up the same verticality holes. You know, the whole point is maybe you can get the pick onto the player that's inside of Kochek, but a potential retake from Django creeping up the stairs. A roaming smoke. No longer, but it was a roaming smoke for a little bit with it. The best place to smoke to display is exactly inside VIP, so if they open up that hatch, you can choke them out.
Smoke has a very important role to play here. Impact sent out. The boogie drones are going to be caught by those. So, limited amount of verticality opened up by those drones. So, Ram is going to go. Well, actually, one is still chewing away through those floorboards. But Ram doesn't get maximum utility out of their utility so far. Still opens up a lot of this floor. Means you're very vulnerable in a lot of these positions. But no picks yet. There's just over 60 seconds. And T-Rex in a great position here. That Malusi gadget gets cleared. And that does give an avenue of entryway. And this is going to be a problem. If you lose an opening pick here in Bakery, this defense might begin to fall away and make him evolve, putting lots and lots of pressure on now for T-Rex. They need to find themselves the opening pick, otherwise Make Him Evolve might be able to buy themselves enough space in combination with that verticality to squeeze T-Rex out of this round.
Yeah, oppression from Monte, but Cares is able to win the one through the floor. 5 versus 4, attempted retake, shut down as Angels falls, and Fame will find another, and it's all going wrong here, but what a spray from Bach through the rafters. Still, it's a 4v2. One of those 4 is a Monty, but all the attackers hampered by damage, but they didn't know. You didn't check. There was someone in wedding. This is all the pressure from Django. But what do you do? Case is going to go down. Smoke can be used to buy a little bit of time, especially with the low HP with it, but it's over. 3-3 half. Maycam Evolve surely have a huge advantage now going on to their defensive half.
Much better done from Maycam Evolve. And as you mentioned, Gibby, what was the exact number? What was the exact percentage of T-Rex's offensive win rate?
27.
Ooh. That's tough. That's tough. That's worse than your ranked wins.
It's like 2020, isn't it? Like a 27% win rate's like so 2020, like pre-COVID siege.
I'm not even sure what you're going reference-wise.
We're the 4-2 halves. Back when the 4-2 half was common. Come on.
Gibson, I've been following this game and yapping about it too long, man. I've forgot about that.
You yap about it in your sleep, to be fair.
That is true. You shared rooms with me in the majors, and you know I yap in my sleep.
Unfortunately, I'll be lying, and all you hear is, "Oh no, Doki, no, 2K, 3K."
I mean, to be fair, the last time we had to share a room at the major, Gibson, you did make me sleep on the floor for a weekend, so that was tremendous.
Do I need to tell everyone why, or do we just let people wonder why you had to sleep on the floor?
I slept on the floor in a windowless hotel room by Gibson's design.
What? It sounds worse. It sounds worse. Now that you've said it out loud, I'm moving on. Chat doesn't need to know anything more about you sleeping on the floor.
Oh, bring me back to the Manchester Major. But we mentioned that they can evolve after we get this 3-3 split. Are in a great position to get, to find victory. So you mentioned, T-Rex not the best offensive win rate so far, and on a map that isn't exactly fun to attack on, and does lead itself towards the defense. If Maycam evolve, just play their cards right. Don't make silly mistakes. They can very much get the job done here.
The job is simple. Or Maycam evolve now. Just be aggressive on the defense. Force T-Rex into making mistakes. It's what you're good at. C4 prepped, but we know that nobody's going to be at risk of getting hit by that one just yet. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with. By opening up that door, again, you just create phantom pressure to make sure that nobody can sit on rappel, and if anybody is, they've got to be cautious of the peek and the run out. But here comes a bit of a signal for go. Multiple stun grenades. There's that pressure on the door, and that's exactly what they were doing. They were holding it. Django, yeah, Amaru's right on in, gets the kill. The Redder brings us back, but Amaru holds a key position, managing to find the kill as Django. It's a 3 versus 4. And now you just creep, now you just crawl. The defenders have given up all the control of that top floor. And you gotta give credit to Django, huge play.
That's the type of pick that you can't give up if you're making evolve. You really can't make that mistake in these positions. You have a team where you can completely capitalize on what has been statistically a poor side for them, and you make mistakes like that. You let them into a round. Not a fan from that for Maycam, but they're still only one player behind. It's not over yet.
Playing on red stairs. Seeing if there's a kill to be found. Redder, of course, hugging that bomb chassis for dear life as things stand. It's VJ, Redder, and Cares. 3 alive against the 4 of T-Rex. 55 seconds to work with. Angles being held, and you can see what I see, folks. I just see the ACOG, and we're locked in. And Angels is locked in as well. Cares is going to fall. 2 versus 4. Pushing up the stairs is Django. He's going to get caught. We get another one, and Angels takes down Redder. And that's probably the best attacking round we've seen from T-Rex all season.
You know what, Gibson? I'm not going to argue with you in that one. I did miss 2 games of 7 of T-Rex, unfortunately, but yeah, I'll take you. I'll take you on that one.
You know what's really scary?
What?
Not knowing not knowing which player we're watching because everything does this. Yeah, it's Bach. Yeah.
Yeah, chat. We have it the same as you. And we're in the trenches alongside you for this one.
No,
so.
they have it worse. They have to listen to both of us. I only have to listen to you, and you only have to listen to me. So chat definitely has it worse.
Well, I have to listen to myself because I have an audio feedback, so I can hear myself. So.
Oh, so you have to listen to yourself and me.
Yeah, so I'm shared in the struggles of chat.
That's rough. That's
Yeah. But if anyone does want to have a word about the feed, talk to Gibson. He's actually directing it. Tim.
DM Whippet.
No, DM X. Gibson.
He's got codes perhaps to give away.
Don't even try that again. T-Rex.
He does. I swear. If you DM Whippet, he will give you a code.
For what? What am I giving you a code for? And don't DM me. don't DM. What are the codes for?
The code might not work, but it'll be a code.
I mean, I think I've got a I do think I've got like a Yonkoping major code somewhere in this room.
Is this Yonkoping major code in the room with us now?
I think so.
Anyways, let's get into the action. One of the players on T-Rex is using a shield. Now that it's Bazooka. Yeah. reading through it's Bazooka with the Monty. Angels will look to work with it with the Twitch. Top floor setup for Maycam Evolve as they look to defend all the way down to the ground floor, just extending to waste as much time as possible.
T-Rex need to get themselves a second round, and the Monty's going to be a massive benefit. What have you done in the chat, Gibby? I just see a wave of red. So 2 minutes left to go. Flashbang's arriving. The Nook of Bok down below might be able to find one. Creeps up the brown stairs and finds a freebie just about in fame. Caught napping for it. Massive pick for T-Rex and make him evolve. These are the type of mistakes that they cannot be making. We mentioned if they go level at the half, they're in a great position to win against T-Rex. A flurry of kills all the way from the offensive side. Make him evolve on the ropes. Oh, they're fumbling it worse than Anthony Joshua. Oh, man.
The lack of people who will get that reference is nuts. And it's all down to Dirty, who finds himself in a very horrible situation indeed. Coming down red, Monty's watching, Django gets the kill, and T-Rex take the round. Whip it. Whatever I said, that T-Rex had a 27% attacking win rate. I gotta say one wrinkle to that though.
Which is?
That's not their win rate against Maycam Evolve. They actually never lost an attacking round against Maycam Evolve.
You're not wrong.
The regular season.
So what you're saying is I've never seen I've never seen T-Rex lose an attacking round on Cafe against Maycam Evolve.
Oh, real.
That's Dirty's locked in.
Mm-hmm. He needs to lock it a bit more.
Tactical timeout's being called. It's going to be Maycam Evolve making that decision to call that timeout, and I'm a massive fan about that. Now, they need to make a change now. Now, I mentioned that we looked at the numbers going into it. Now, listen, numbers don't tell the full story. Statistics are not a prediction for the future, and clearly 7Rex are showing us in that moment how good they can be on attack for it. Maycam Evolve need to make major changes, and I think they just need to stop that entry being so fluid, and that's what T-Rex have been doing time and time again. Just getting that entry pick, and there's no trade for Maycam, and that's where they need to find it.
And it's really disappointing because we kept saying one of the things that Maycam are really good at is finding the opening pick, but it's just not happening here for them on Cafe. So we jump back in. T-Rex on the verge of going to map point here at what is not only a halfway point of the season, but what could be the starting point of what could be a remarkable comeback to make their way towards the playoffs. You know, we're reaching a little bit. We're trying to get some copium for the T-Rex fans out there because Brazilian teams do tend to have a following anywhere they go. But Maycam need to win this round. You know, every round can be like a must-win round, but this one in particular for Maycam, you've taken your time out. You gotta win this. Yeah,
but when you have a tactical timeline, it's such a valuable resource for the players and the coach to use. I mean, you've obviously spoken to a lot of coaches before the stage started, you know, even during, I think even before the Esports World Cup happened, you mentioned how important a lot of these coaches view this for just being able to reset the tempo of a team. Maycam Evolve need to look at this and not pay attention to the deficit, the 2 rounds that they're trailing by. They need to play this round for round and just get this going for their favor. They can't let T-Rex get the opening pick. They can't let the opening picks cascade the way they have been so far. They need to keep this a very, very close matchup and keep their cards close to their chest. I'm very intrigued to see if they can do that. Monty, Finka, Lion, Nook, and Deimos all in play for the offensive side, and you gotta worry, that's gonna be a very oppressive line to deal with for Maycam Evolve.
Honestly, you give any Brazilian team a Monty, like it doesn't matter what region they're playing in. Like, people forget, before Monty, oh yeah, there we go, easy, red or false, but before Monty even became the beast that he was, Brazil were using him to incredible effectiveness, and they're doing it here again, taking so much space. You've lost the Valk, you've lost the C4. Angels is throwing a little bit of BM in the chat as well, being like, yeah, thank you, I'll take that. And it really puts Maycam on the back foot so early.
It's the one thing that Maycam needed to avoid, is that opening pick. Now, it's Red or Yasuo IGL, the Valkyrie, so now they can try and direct the action from this, but against a team like 7Rex, where you're gonna find pressure arriving, just like this should be a freebie. Yeah, the recruit won't last too long. Shot down. BJ is there for the trade, but already you can find his defense just crumbling by the seams. Dirty gets a consolation prize. His Buck's gonna be slain. Rob Bazooka will be slain in that. They need to find this next one uncontested, otherwise the defense is gonna crumble yet again. They're not done yet. Maycam Evolve, not dead just yet here on round 9.
But you look at the positioning of some of these defenders, they're not on site. They're a little bit further back. They're still holding the verticality. And getting back could be the...
Oh, well.
Well, that was rude.
You had a point, Gibson. You were making a point.
They wouldn't even let me make the point. That's so rude. They're on to map
Palu
points.
charm, though.
Yeah. Look, anyone with a Palu charm gets an instant rep upgrade from me.
The POV of Redder's death there is going to be a painful one to watch and study from this one. I mean, it's a very difficult one for Make Him Evolve in this. I just feel like this is going to be a little bit of a, for T-Rex, I think, a shock and awe approach. They just kind of came out of the gates very aggressive in the offensive side. Make Him Evolve, I think, too slow out of the blocks. A fair assumption, perhaps, Gibby?
Yeah, it is. Look, T-Rex never lost a round on attack against Make Him Evolve here in Cafe. Oh, okay. Through the mist.
Yeah, listen, chat. We're right here with you guys. We're right here with you.
This is like such an opportunity for us to
you
to
can't
troll
scare
chat.
them. No, can't do that.
But
Which dimension are we in? Which dimension is this game?
We've already casted one round that the viewers couldn't see in the last playday you were here for. Let's somewhere in the pixels there's a round of siege happening. Are these pixels in the room with us now?
I think they are. Okay, I think we're gonna quickly cut to a little break. Cut to this. Our eyes are saved, Gibby. We can try and yap to find it.
Will is the game over or not? That's the question. Like, so but let's we're gonna. You don't have to listen to us yap, folks. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we might just tell you who won this game. We'll see you guys in a few. Bienvenido in LATAM, where there's 35 seconds left. Kers puts us into a 1 versus 1 in a post-plant situation. Kers, 10 HP, and a dream. We've got all the pixels. The mute jammer has been removed, but Mira might just have time. He's sticking it. Pros don't fake. No, he comes off of it. 19 seconds. He dips in the cover. He's still got time. He's got to win it, and he doesn't. T-Rex take the win.
T-Rex get the victory here, they get it locked in, and well, that is a massive result for this side. They get themselves 3 points, and they show that they are going to be contenders in that middle of the pack, the mid card so far from them. Make him evolve. That's going to mean halfway through the season, and halfway through the group stage, they remain winless. That is a rough one for this side going into it. Need to find some solutions going into games on Wednesday, but T-Rex big result from them, big 3 points.
And it could be the start of what is a massive comeback for them as they try to get themselves into the playoffs. But let's bring in the one and only, the Corbeck.
Thought you were gonna call me massive there for a second. You were this close. I can see those wheels.
I was gonna like use something clever about operators inside the game and mute jammers, and I was like, nah, that's what Corbeck's job is. He's the clever one.
The clever one. Okay, fair enough. You know what, guys? I feel like this was an encapsulation of a lot of Mayhem Evolve games. It felt very much. I hate to say it because it sounds harsher probably than it is, but it felt like their style. I mean, they were close. They had a good bite of the apple. You guys were saying they come into, their defensive half. They're in a good position, and then just against one of the worst attacking teams, just nothing, empty.
I looked at this going into it, a level half. Surely Mayhem Evolve against T-Rex have a very good chance of getting themselves at least an overtime result here, and it just didn't go. Like, head's empty a little bit with this one, because on paper this should have been a Mayhem Evolve win when they moved towards that defense. But I'm going to say massive credit and all the roses go out to T-Rex for this one, aside that on paper we might have written off a little bit when you go to an attacking side with only a 21% win rate there, and considering the Cafe does tend to go towards that defense, they played fantastically. They exploited every gap that was left open for them. They spotted those gaps, and when they were able to take advantage, Mayhem Evolve had no answer for it, and I don't think Mayhem Evolve had an answer to anything on the offense, on their defense. And so T-Rex, I think, a very, very well deserved 3 points.
Yeah, they won every single round on attack, and that was a great way to banish the demons they've had on that phase of play all the way through the first half of the stage. Is it too little too late for a miracle run? We don't know, but all they can do is win out and hope for a few little bits of help from other teams around the region.
Well, it's a bleak future there for Mayhem Evolve, but a glorious win here for T-Rex. We'll be back with our final match of the LATAM South region, Malvinas Gaming versus Alpha Team, in just a few minutes. Welcome back here to LATAM Stage 2 Play Day 5, our midway point of Stage 2 for these LATAM teams, and we're looking at our final match here in LATAM South. It's probably not going to be quite as tense as some of our other ones are, but you never know. Malvinas Gaming versus Alpha Team here. I'm Corbett, alongside me are Gibson and Whippet. Let's talk about the elephant in the room first, or should I say the Malvinas in the room here first, Whippet, which is that MVG has basically had a no good, very bad stage so far.
Honestly, I don't think I could have put it any better myself. This has been... it's not been the best season from them so far. Nothing has clicked for this side. They've been struggling to find anything at all, really. It's just... For me, right, this is a side that has a lot of potential coming into this. They've rebuilt this roster, and there's some players that can stand out, but the team play just hasn't been there yet, and that's what's been struggling for them.
Well, Gibson mentioned players that could stand out, and I think one of those is the Alpha Team transplant here, Greaves, who kind of rises above the rest of Malvinas Gaming as they've been struggling through some of these matches.
Yeah, this is a player that I feel like hasn't lived up to their potential at all. The reason we're highlighting him is A, we feel like this is a potential revenge tour game for Greaves, and maybe against his old side he can recover some magic. But all in all, statistically, this reading does not read the way that Greaves would want it to, and not the way a player of his caliber should have them reading either. The cost, we need to get that a little bit higher. The entry, I'm not going to be too mean on the entry because he doesn't play roles where he should be in that many entry engagements, but those kills, you got to get them up a little bit. If Malvinas have any chance of winning today, Greaves has to step up, lead this team alongside Forby, and make it really difficult.
I couldn't agree more with you, Gibby. On this one, I think that overpitch of that stats, I think is a perfect summary for this team. It's, it's just not being able to hit those average points. It's not being able to find that consistency, and that's why they've struggled so far. They've not had the results they would have liked at this point.
And he really should be the standout because he's coming from a team that, while we might say Malvinas Gaming is waning, certainly Alpha Team is waxing, right? This is a big season for them, a big stage for them. I mean, Gibson, they're a serious contender now, and they need to start playing like
100%. And you look at their stats through the season so far, they've been absolutely phenomenal. They've won 60% of their attacking rounds. On defense, they've actually won 71% of them. They get 7 plants down. They win 56% of their entries. Like, every single stat, every single statistic you look at tells you that they are one of the best teams in the region. And what I like about them most is they're flexible. They can win the game by brute force. They can win the game by out-strategy and playing objective. They are a difficult team to face.
They are indeed a difficult team to face, and one of the reasons that they become so difficult is one of their new acquisitions. I mean, Whippet, we were talking about him in the break. It's Slater's. He's kind of the unsung hero of this Alpha Team rise. Yeah,
he is. I look at these stat lines, and everything's very impressive here going into it. And Gibson mentioned to me that he spoke to Martin and said Slater's is him when it comes to this. Is an incredibly mechanically gifted player, and is always able to find that master result. But that look at that entry on that KD so far. Plus 11 on this has been very good on that Buck Malusi. So in that flex roll, having impact round after round after round in combination with players like Gastro and Martin, Slater's is a very, very dangerous addition to this Alpha Team.
And the fact as well that he's got those 2 diffuses says he has that clutch factor on defense as well. All in all, I feel like he has gone, like when you look at his stats and you've watched the games, he's gone under the radar, but he is performing incredibly, and that's one of the reasons we had to highlight him.
Right, no, I think he's well deserving of it because he's got the feel to him of one of these players that tends to come out of LATAM, your Dante or what have you, who's just spectacular, right? And deserves to be picked up probably by a team in another region and given a chance to shine. I think he's well on that path, but first he has to shine on a map here tonight, Gibson, and we will, I don't think, be going back to Cafe. Instead, it's another old stalwart making an appearance.
Yeah, Clubhouse, the litmus test, the map that you gotta win if you want to win events. An Alpha Team will start on defense here. And I feel like when you look at the choice that Malvinas had, Bank or Club, I know for certain I'd be taking Alpha to Club over Bank every day of the week. They didn't really have much of a choice. I think that Alpha are pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I think Alpha are going to be happy with this one. I'm very intrigued how this matchup's going to go. I mean, the one thing for me is that for Malvinas, it is Clubhouse. It's the most default map we have now that Oregon's gone, so there is that lifeline for them, but I don't want to be that guy to say it, but I think Alpha, just on all the stats for me, are going to be the team that looks like the favorites, and I think they're going to get the job done here.
I think it's hard to disagree with that assessment, right? Like, when I said Alpha Team are a contender, I meant it, right? They are playing with Vasco, they are playing with Knights, they are genuinely in contention for a potential major spot. They might be kind of on the bubble, but they're certainly there. I mean, looking at it all kind of in balance here, Gibson, what can Malvinas Gaming do to pull one over on Alpha Team here tonight? There's got to be something.
They got to play perfect. Like, it's as simple as that. For them to beat a team like Alpha, they have to be perfect, and they've got to hope that they've got Alpha on an off day. Like, I feel like at this stage of the season, the gap is just so high.
Well, we'll see if Malvinas Gaming can do it, or if Alpha Team adds another win to their column. Off to Clubhouse we go. Have fun, boys.
Thank you, Orbeck. And with it, Alpha Team looking to put themselves as the alphas of the leaderboard. A win here will put them into joint control of top spots alongside Vasco. And what a map to go to for them, because we know they can play every style of Siege the region requires, and Clubhouse is one that you'll certainly need to reach into that bag for.
Yeah, I think, listen, on the map ban going into this, I think Alpha Team are going to be licking their lips going at this, thinking this is going to be a fun day in the office for them. I think a map like this does enable teams to have a high level of team expression. It's still evolving time and time again. I think Alpha are going to have fun with this one. For Malvinas, oh man, it's a tough day in the office for them already going into it. They already knew this match was going to be hard. This is halfway point the group stage. They're having a difficult stage so far. They need to have something here, and I think they need to find a miracle here in Clubhouse. Yeah,
they'll have to be flawless for their style of play. And you look at the community vote at the minute, I think 75% of the community are back in Alpha. The other 25% are lunatics, and they just want to get the big payoff if there's an upset. But I feel like on paper, right, the game's not played on paper, and upsets do happen, particularly in best of ones. But this is definitely the most one-sided matchup that we have on the schedule for today's games in the South. So Malvinas, I will be rooting for them. You know me, I love an underdog. I believe deep down in my head and my heart that Alpha will take this one, and I feel like they're a phenomenal team to watch and they're fun. But you gotta hope the underdog can pull something off too, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, what I'm going to set as a realistic expectation for Malvinas is if they have a storm of a matchup so far, it's going to be an overtime or bust for them. I do think getting this done in regulation is a little bit of, I think, a whimsical dreaming, but if they can get this to overtime, get themselves at least 1 point against Alpha Team, who are a perennial contender at this point, that's going to be massive for them. But Alpha, everything's down to getting a victory in regulation. It gets them tied at Vasco. It gets them in that tied #1 spot on points at least. They really need to get all three here, and I think they're in a great position to do that.
It's a free hit from Malvinas. At this point, Alpha are the team that have something to lose here, because realistically, even if Malvinas win every single game for the rest of the season, all it takes is the other teams ahead of them to win 1, maybe 2 games, and there's no chance of them making playoffs at all. So it's a free hit. They can go in. Honestly, some of these teams that are in the lower half of tables play their best Siege whenever there's really nothing to worry about. And I think that might just free up Malvinas to play the sort of Siege that got them into this region in the first place.
I couldn't agree more, Gibby. I'm kind of itching for this one going into it. Gibson, I missed 2 Martine performances last week, and I cannot believe it. I am a Martine fan club member. I want to see how Alpha can do. Was the chair on the bed last week, Gibson? That's what I need to know.
No, actually, funny enough, my Martine lower the stage is every time we see him, the camera's in a different place. Like, he's literally moving it around every time we see him. For those of you
unpredictable though.
Exactly. It keeps you on your toes, gets the people going, you know? But I think if you are looking for positive players to keep an eye on for both of these teams, Forby had moments last stage. Not really impacted this stage yet, but I know that Forby can have a big impact on a game. But for me, Martine is just, you know the way normally you say you've got, yeah, him is the quick answer, but you know the way you say you have a vibes guy, then you got like a frag, you know, you got, I feel like Martine's both. He keeps the vibes of the stack high, and he also can frag out at any given moment. I've said it before, if there was like a raffle where players from LATAM were picked up by teams from other regions, alongside people like Dante.
No, Gibson, I'm not letting you start this again. Gibson, right, a little bit of context here with Gibson is like the salesperson for LATAM players, okay? He spoke to every coach, every player, every person possible at the Esports World Cup trying to sell Dante to a team inside of North America, Europe, or Brazil. And listen, I respect it, Gibby. I respect the grind.
Honestly, though, like, Dante, Pyrox, and Martine would be top of the list of players that I think that are more than capable of playing, in the the big three. I do think that they can make.
They're the big three though already, Gibson. If it's Brazil, EU, and LATAM, that's the big three, isn't it?
That's true. That's true. Suppose NA does stand for not applicable, right?
Exactly. Then you know what? SSG's pretty based.
Yeah, we like SSG. We like M80 because we got the Europeans on it. Low Swan though, like surely Martine could definitely get on Low Swan.
I think, you know what? I think he probably could. Be the GOAT. You put Martine in the last one. He'll run NA. Point who? When that happens? Martine versus Point. Put that on paper. That's a super fight you need to see. We're just waiting a little bit before we get into the action here, of course. So you unfortunately have to listen to our voices yap away. Unfortunate for you guys. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? That's why they're here. Come on, they're here because we get to warm them up for Jonah and Flynn later on. Like,
exactly. We're like the warm-up act before the main event. We're like, listen, you guys gotta have Flynn and Jonah later on. That's gonna be like perfect. That's what you want.
When comedians get guys that just, they're talented, but they're not as talented as the main act. They just keep
exactly.
That's what we are for the other two. It's like we'll get them ready for it, but Whip It Clubhouse. We've spoken about this map to death. And we don't have to speak about it anymore because we get into the bans.
We're
Azami
free.
Monty. Ban Azami Monty. Just get rid of them.
No way.
Where's the Martine? Martine is playing in the dark.
No.
He's playing from the Shadow Realm.
You know what? I back it. But I think it's going to be a very wise decision or prediction that you made, Gibson, as it will be the Monty ban going out here for the first offensive ban. Second attacker, who are you feeling for this one?
Ying. No, Ace. Okay. I respect the Ace ban.
That's, you know what? I rep it. I like it for this one. Here I'm going to imagine we're going to see the likely culprits in the defensive ban are going to be such like Azami, Valkyrie, Tubarão is actually we banned away from Malvinas. And you know what, Gibby? I think we should probably stop with our predictions at this point because they're not going our way at all. Okay, Valk. Who's it going to be?
When you're in doubt, you always say Valk, right? But it's probably going to be Azami for the rafters. It's going to be Kai. No. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Get. So there's no Ace. There's no Kaid. Malvinas are like asking, are these target bans? Like, Malvinas like, are you actually target banning us? Like, we've not won a game and you're target banning us. What's going on? Santos needs to close that door, by the way. Like, I couldn't play with an open door in the background. Is that a pull-up bar? Is that a pull-up bar as well?
It is.
Oh, Santos.
Hey, between rounds, gets a pump in. Make sure he's ready for it.
Every time he dies, he has to do pull-ups for the rest of the round. That's how Malvinas make gains. If you're not gaining elo, you got to make other types of gains, right?
I like it, Gibson. Is that what you be up to every time you're dead and right?
If that was the case, I would literally be in like the WWE by now with how long I've spent dead in this game.
Oh, so time to get into here on Clubhouse. We have Alpha starting on the defensive side, and they're going to go straight down to the basement. And, well, I used to call the basement on Oregon the gimme, and this will inherit that role from it. It's a lot harder to defend than that Oregon basement. Rest in peace, Oregon basement. Gone but not forgotten. And we'll see if we can see the Alpha or Malvinas' offensive core break this one down.
Get it back. Give me Oregon back in the pool.
I agree.
Add a 10th map. I don't care. I need my Oregon. But
wait, you just add Oregon back.
Yeah.
In it goes.
Well, we'll get ready for a whippet. Looking at the lineup, Blitz is being brought. I'm looking. There is a Warden. Martine playing a good operator to counter it, but the best operator to counter the Blitz is usually the Capcan. Maybe the Goyo can work as well. But when you see Blitz, when you see Ying, and when you see Capital, Malvinas want to take control of Kitchen. They want to get the hatch open. They want to get control of Dirt. And then they want to clear AKs to force the Blitz plant. That's exactly what Malvinas want to do. It's not revolutionary. They're not reinventing the wheel. It's a very effective play, though, if you can pull it off.
Malvinas need to play this a very simple game. They need to keep this as basic as possible and use those core building blocks of a round to have success here against Alpha Team. Hope Alpha Team overextend and make mistakes, but again, on this map, like Clubhouse, you can go through the steps, bit by bit, and have yourself in a very dangerous position once you get towards that 45-second execute window that this team's going to likely aim for.
45 to work with. You can see that Malvinas, they're putting those Goyo canisters in positions where they can buy themselves time. Now Bandit is switching round to probably go to dirt, which is where we'd expect to see that push come from. Capital, once Buck does enough work on this top floor, will get that hatch open with the canister, you know, with the can open in the back. Never mind, Capital's going to use his. Why not?
Yeah, listen,
he needs his
why
points.
Shuffle utility, right?
He needs his
Listen, why
points.
shuffle utility down when he's there? He can get the job done. Speed is going to be key in this moment here for Gibson, because they only have around 60 seconds and change, and they need to get control. So you want to get pressure on Dirt to clear this player, and Ragnar is going to play a very important position for Alpha Team in this, holding that crossfire. He can deny that hatch drop down as well, so you need to have that control to get that significant pressure once you want to make that drop execution stick, if that is going to be the intention of this team. 2 players stacked up by blue, not yet making control, and the Goyo canisters are now going to be considered to get popped up. So when they pop these, that will delay 10 seconds. I think Malvinas might be in a little bit of danger of running out of time as they're considering that drop, be it down the hatch inside of blue. And I think, Givy, it's going to be a question of when this execution arrives, can they survive with the limited time left to work with?
Yeah, well, Blitz is going to be the problem now, pushing down through dirt. There's the C4 thrown, and it's not going to hit its target. 30 seconds to go. Candela's causing chaos and confusion inside of sight. Creeves and Santos will get there once, but Slaters makes it a 3 versus 3. Is it problem for the attack just yet? I wouldn't say so. Now it might be a really good advantage for them. 3v2. Yorks gets another one. It's all down to Gaspro. The smiling assassin in the 2 versus 1 will throw the C4, and Santos with a blitz wins the round from Malvinas. Stop the count. Stop the count.
Massive round to get that opening there. Gaspro left alone, but for a moment you thought it was a chance, and they make this work. A great flash from that blitz gets that opening, and that was a 3-2-1 execution. They waited for everybody to be in the right position at the right time, and they pounced absolutely perfectly. A massive credit from Alvinus there, and maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit more life left on this team than we would have anticipated.
I love it. This is what we were talking about, right? Whenever you've got no pressure on your shoulders, it frees you up to play fun Siege, and that's what Malvinas did. And they're setting up for the same attack again, not knowing what the site is just yet. But why not? Looking at the defensive side for the top floor, Mira being brought in play, not the most common operator that we'd see. What we have, however, actually whip it. If they do this, it's genius, because there's no ace, which means it has to be a thermite. And you can put Mira somewhere near the middle of the wall whenever the thermite's being popped, and it breaks it. It could, if that's what they're doing, because of the fact that there's no ace in play, it's genius. If not, I'm reaching.
You know what, Gibby? It is pure, absolute, unbridled genius. That's what it is. That's what it is. No doubt about it. As you see the Izami setting up here on rafters, and this is going to be the interesting point I'm going to bring up here. They have the opportunity to ban away the Izami here, and this is going to be a massive amount of control given by these keeper barriers to lock out this position. They do have the conclusion of the Capital, so they should be able to clear this, but the Wamai discs will make this utility drain for the side of Malvinas. So I'm curious what approach they go for, and hopefully they employ a little bit of split theory. They want to get this balcony or this main wall opened up. The mirror window seemingly already popped. They want to get this open up and rotate out towards construction. They put a multifaceted assault onto the defensive Alpha. That will limit move mobility and make it very difficult for Alpha to have any foothold in this round.
Right. We want the over-under on how long Gaspro... I was going to say how long Gaspro holds the C4, but he threw it. He got the kill with it. Gaspro will find the opening in this round. Down goes the thermite. That means whip it. Looking at the lineup, the attackers, they can't get construction open. They're kind of forced now. If they want to push through the main breach, if they try to push through construction at all, they're going to get caught out. They're going to be funneled through that single door. So now they really need to focus on getting control of rafters, because it's their only real choice. They might put someone on that construction door just to put pressure on the site, but I don't think this is the play.
Oh, I'm with you here, Gibby. This is going to be a difficult one for them. I'm not sure they're making the right decision-making process, but let's see if the picks can go their way. Do Alpha overextend? Do Alpha give them something? And that's what they're going to be relying on here. Malvinas need Alpha Team to make a mistake in this moment and pushing to get that control. Just lurking outside radio window, waiting, being patient. That's all they have working for them right now. Patience. Begin to try and work through this problem, but again, 70 seconds in this round, and I'm going to safe to say, I think Alpha might be on the precipice of getting their very first round. Oh, that nade is so close to Ragnar. Leaves him with 15 HP. Drop down that hatch on towards stage. Might give a rotation to red stairs late in this round. There could be a backstab that Alpha might not be aware of. This is going to be difficult fights to win. They're walking in. That DMR sings off a few shots, but can't find that damage. Only around 45, Gibby. Can Malvinas find a way back in this round?
They need to find a pick, and they need to find it soon. 43 seconds. They're all lining up on that construction door. It's a funnel. It's a kill box if you try to force your way through it. And here goes the Capitao, the firebolt. Maybe that's the signal for the move. They're clearing out dirt, but you see, it's not very effective. The Mira's there. Gas Pro will swing. Yeah, not once, but swings twice. Did he get the Zofia? Yeah, Zofia's down. Couldn't quite 12. 2 versus 4. Damo's playing below. Case is cold. 15 seconds. Surely this is... Yeah, look at the position of these two attackers. Alpha have won this round.
Alpha won this round. It's going to have to be an absolute disaster class for it to fall away. The shotgun up close and personal, just going to extend himself too far, take some damage. And Santos will get one, but a consolation prize as time does drain out. 000 hits, and Alpha team find themselves that victory. And I think we're going to see a little bit of a storyline for this one, Gibson, building out throughout this matchup. I think Alpha are going to play a very reserved style of Siege, especially on their defense. I think we're going to see 2 to 3 rounds be decided by that timer. They're just going to sit, they're going to wait, they're going to be patient, knowing that Malvinas are going to be forced into making those last second plays and possibly a mistake. Alright, Martin was on my screen, I was distracted.
I can see his eye, you can see the screen through his glasses. This is huge.
He's locked in.
Yeah, but I think that what you're saying is they're just playing to do a job. Alpha team, they're just playing it, they're going to be professional, they're not going to run in crazy, they just want to get the job done. But the funny thing was, Yorks looked devastated that Malvinas lost that round. Like, he genuinely was like, no, almost, but still, still more positives there from Malvinas than what we've seen all stage long. Like, you gotta give them credit. They had a plan, they were sticking to it. I don't think rushing through the single door was the play, but
no.
You know what? If that is what you wanted to do, at least everybody committed.
I mean, that's a valid point, though. Again, if you're going to go for something that's a little bit unorthodox, at least they had everybody committed to it. Not too sure it was the right play in the slightest here. So, Gym and Bedroom will be your site of choice for the third defense here from Alpha Team. The questions got to be asked, though, about are Malvinas going to be able to deal with a very passive and time denial focused approach from Alpha Team so far. Fender going to be a massive detriment to this offensive play. Is going to try and get that control. They will be choked out and blinded by that fear. Valkyrie relays that extra information, already finding aggressive pressure down by kitchen door, looking to deny rotations early.
Little swap of people playing positions as one goes up the stairs, one goes down. You can see that in the early stages, Malvinas, you just open up the windows all around just to keep pressure on those defenders and cut off some early round rotates, which could be a problem for the side. But again, they've got a lineup that's very entry heavy. Like, when you consider the fact that you're bringing Deimos and Ash and Grim, you're bringing operators with the sole purpose of forcing engagements, forcing fights, and there's the first one. So you know that one of the defenders is on site. Not really whip at the player that you'd want to identify, the Valk on site. However, it does let you know where one of them are.
Nade sent out towards the top of red stairs just to buy that little bit of space in combination with those bees. But the Keeper Barrier patches up that hole in the defense, meaning they can extend this position for a little bit longer. Ragnar, with that shotgun, plays a very critical role to be able to swing out wide and deny people up close and personal. The cover needs to be perfect here. And they get that, though. Bastion holds that. And you'll find this Ragnar is not going to be too comfortable too much longer. A lot of utility committed towards him. But again, time sink here. Alpha Team, fairly comfortable. They haven't really got the compromise, and now, yeah, okay. I don't think Ragnar is bound for this planet too much longer. He'll get one. It's only going to be a consolation prize. He'll get himself traded off. Bastion does find one of the Yorks. It does remain an advantage for Alpha Team now as Malvinas on the back foot. They got control, but again, a lot of times cost already.
They utilize the small country's full offensive weaponry and utility trying to get control of that section of the map, and they have done it, but at what cost? 4 versus 3. Ermine now opening up that con wall, again giving you more options rather than forcing it through that singular door. But if you're Alpha Team, you're pretty happy with how the round looks at this point in time. AKA Aka will move deeper inside of construction now to get on that site door, and maybe you'll see an attempted plant on that mattress. But the problem is there is a player by the rack. The step through the Fenrir will give away the position. Gaspro will not sleep, gets the kill onto the window, and it puts them in that same position once more. Martin gets his kill inside a Logi, and Slaters is there. Alpha team take another round.
That was just a case of they weren't quick enough to clear out towards Cash and CC, and so by the time you're trying to walk in that primary door, you've got a Fenrir. So you're going to be blinded by fear, you've got no access to it, you're going to walk in, and you're going to get caught and picked up one by one. Slaters gets that final pick, Martin in the action as well. And well, I have a feeling we're going to be in for a long day in the office for Malvinas, and body language, not exactly the most optimistic from them so far.
No, but I'm going to annoy you even more. Even though Santos has got his door open, his wardrobe's always also open in the background too.
Oh no.
Look, Slater's got the family photos in the background. That's nice. We like that. We love that from Slaters.
Oh, Gibbs. And half the fun of LATAM is getting to look at these players' rooms. That's the best bit about it, you know?
I love it. Like, this conversation was on EU the last day, right? And
okay.
A lot of abuse was being thrown Deepek's way because he's got so many trophies and he used to have such a clean background. Now it's just a white wall. He doesn't show off any of his trophies at all anymore. Remember the old room that he had where it was just full to the brim of all of his trophies from Benelux? You know, he had his major medal there, and now it's just a plain boring room.
Yeah, I always like it when players have, you know, the eccentric rooms and they're able to have their self-expression. Of course, Leon Gates, remember Fnatic has a great one set up for it. But we're a little bit of a technical pause just for this moment going into it, and I really want to look and lean into the point that Alpha Team are just playing this by the book, Siege. You put it perfectly, Gibson. I think in my mind, they're here to do a job. This is for them, just going out here and getting the points, optimizing the most out of this matchup. They don't need to show too much, and all the pressure is on them realistically going into this. Malvinas have had a poor season, and any result here from them would be a absolute underdog run. But for Alpha, get out there, get into the server, get the job done, get the points, go home, and hopefully be tied top of the table by the end of the day.
And remember, they know it's almost worse to be playing in the last day, the play day, over the last game of the play day, because you have to match what everyone else has done. Like, yes, in one side of things, if there was upsets earlier on, you're like, yeah, well, now we're in a position where we can take top spot. Now you're kind of chasing. You're like, you have to win just to stay level with the teams at the top. Well, I think it's what we were speaking about a lot. Alpha team, they're doing the job. Malvinas find themselves, you know, one round down. The first round was excellent from them. It was a really well executed push down inside basement. But since then, Alpha team just held in. They used up a lot of the clock. They found the opening pick, and they really just drowned out Malvinas.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see this time and time again from this. Is going to be Alpha team are going to rely a lot on the clock to get the job done, and when Malvinas make a play, it's going to be for an extended amount of control. We saw that takeout towards Cash Room, how Ragnar was able to sit in that position for what felt like an eternity, realistically, before they're able to clear him. When they do clear him, he gets one pick, then gets traded. Listen, Alpha team are going to be professional in this matchup. I think it's just going to be in and out, try and get this done without as much chaos as possible. They do lead by one round here. We go into round number 4 and back to the basement we go for sight. Defense lineup, I'm a fan of this one. The castle to me indicates they want to have some form of extended roam presence, and the hatch being reinforced upstairs is an interesting one. Normally, that is left soft to allow that rotation, and Strip Club has been reinforced as well in the pool table. They're committing to holding bar. I'm a big fan of this, actually.
Yeah, especially when you know that last time we played here, the blitz was such a massive part of the attack from Malvinas. No Ying this time around, who also caused a lot of chaos, but I'm with you. The extended roam using the castle will cause problems for Malvinas, ones that they need to solve quickly. Here's the... did Ragnar just get tagged a little bit? Some friendly fire from Slaters? I think so.
I think he did, yeah.
It's just, you know, buffing him up, making sure he's awake.
Making sure he's nice and alert for that, and it's going to be Slaters caught by that death mark, but the keeper barriers do help keep him in this fight. A little bit of extra cover to make it hard to clear him. He has a rough idea where Deimos is, but he's fairly confident he's safe for the time being. You will notice that Shield's putting pressure on him and makes the wise decision to drop via blue. As 4B finds the opening, as Martin's off the board, that's your Valkyrie no longer applicable, so a massive blow early. You lose that Nitrocell correction. Actually, Martin did bring bulletproof camera, so not the largest of blows in terms of utility, but your Valkyrie is off the board. So good opening pick from Malvinus so far.
Yeah, but still, you've got to deal with the castle inside of Bar. Good holes as you push through. There's the feet. There's the shots, but down to 3 HP is York's opportunity missed, perhaps, for Alpha to level the sides once more. Those castle barricades will be a problem, like we were saying earlier. Now, Ash will help a Bastion with a fadeaway onto Creeves going down the stairs. Huge pick for Bastion, and we're back to a 4 versus 4. But as we were saying, Whippet, Ash should be able to deal with these castle barricades.
Should be able to, and well, able to get that first one cleared away. But again, this is going to be a massive time sink for this side, and well, got no verticality established over in Kitchen. That might not be the focal point of this take as he begin the march that blitz straight down the main staircase. He takes some easy damage taken from that shoulder, from that long angle, but Alpha team, I'm going to look at this realizing, okay, there's no verticality, the hatches aren't open, and realistically, Malvinus have 1 or 2 options here to walk down main stairs or cascade their way via blue, and well, looking at all those blue silhouettes, Gibby, they're all thinking about a push down blue, and Alpha team, they're aware of it, or at least they're cautious of it with Gaspro watching this angle, with a wounded Deimos and Kreese off the board. Advantage might be with Alpha team here as time yet again begins to wane for Malvinas.
Yeah, 2 active F-Nats as well to give information on them pushing. We'll switch it over to Moto. I feel like the Blitz should rotate around, and I think the Blitz might just do that. Yeah, there you go. Blitz is going to push down blue, so it's a full blue execute. 25 seconds to go. Blitz takes a little bit of damage, but Gasper will fall back. He does manage to find one. Slaters takes down Yorks, but Santos will get another. Traded back by Slaters, though. 3 versus 1. Ragnar will round out the round, and Alpha team take the win. And it is just choking out time. They're choking out time, making it so that Malvinas are forced in a one-directional take, and it's easy for Alpha to push it back.
Alpha team just played that perfectly, realistically, let the time work for them, and I mean, the extension here, the great position, if they were able to get one there, that would have been massive. Look at Bastion's shot here, up to that verticality, finding the head of Creeves. Easy as you like with that, and I mean, Gibby, Alpha team just playing a very simple game of Siege and just letting the map do a lot of the work for them.
Yeah, it's difficult for Malvinas because they are fighting an uphill battle. They are playing a team that statistically on paper is better than them at every aspect of the game, and it's playing out that way. Now, not to be all doom and gloom, it is Clubhouse. It is a 3-1 scoreline. It's very common at this point to have a 3-1 scoreline for the defending team. I feel like if Malvinas can just get one of the next 2 rounds, it's not that bad at all. If they get 2 of the next 2 rounds, it's brilliant for them going in their defensive half. But problem, like if you give Alpha that, 5-1 half on defense, which looks like it's very likely we're going to get to, I don't think Malvinas are going to last very long in their defense at all.
The biggest thing for Malvinas in my mind, Gibson, is they have to keep this. They have to keep no daylight in this matchup. They need to be super close to Alpha when we get towards that half. We move into our 5th round here. If Alpha team, I mean, or if they get themselves a 4-2 split here, and that will be a good position for Malvinas going into this map historically leans defense favored, so hopefully they can get there, and this is going to be a very important round for that. But I'm finding it very difficult to tell the story of a hopeful underdog run from Malvinas. This Alpha team are playing this so well. They're just letting it so, I think, ruthlessly oppressive for what Alpha team are doing, because they're not making mistakes. They're playing very simple Siege, and Malvinas are struggling to find an opening at all.
Yeah, forcing the openings has been a problem. You look at the lineup they're taking now for the top floor. You're bringing Grim, you're bringing Capitao, you're bringing IQ. Once more, it's a very simple lineup concept. They want to get control of Garage. Capitao is critical in that, as is the Grim. You feel like the IQ will be very good to capture any utility, offensive utility, like the Valcams are in there. And you look at the Zofia pick once more, but Zofia screams to me that they want to clear rafters. You want to use those, those impacts to clear the Kiba barriers.
I mean, also you can use the Grish Mots as well. You can chunk those 2 concussion grenades out. You can burn away any My Pancakes that are lurking on those rafters, and you can try and use those Capitao bolts once that's cleared up to push that player out, in combination, of course, with those impacts to clear the physical Kiba barriers away. sending those out, and I think they're aware that there's going to be...
Planting.
Oh my god, what is this? 4B just walked straight in, trying to get this case down. Ragnar's first to fall, and Alpha Team might find some pressure. They've been relying on time. They won't be their ally, but it might be their enemy. Claymore will get that trade-off. It's going to be a flurry, a massive massacre now inside of server room. Pistols outdrawn from the hands of 4B. They jumped in radio window, Gibby, to try and get this case down early, but that will be Bastion finds Kreese. It's all down to a very quick versus 2 versus 1. Bastion finds that locked out. Alpha Team get the job done. What's so funny, Gibby?
The confusion that I had when I looked up and saw the case going down after like 20 seconds, I was like, huh? What's going on here then? Technical timeout here for Malvinas. I was thinking maybe a tactical timeout, I should say, for Malvinas as they talk about what's gone wrong. You know what? They went, if Alpha Team want to waste all the time in the round, we're going to rush. Not a bad idea, but unfortunately for them, I think Alpha Team just read it very quickly.
Yeah, so, it is going to be a technical pause for these teams. We can sit down and we kind of act as a little bit of reset for them. So now, Malvinas and Alpha Team cannot speak to their coach in this moment. Now, Alpha Team, one thing about this is Gaspro used to be their coach before he stepped in midway through stage 1. So, hey, he might have that coaching mindset to help guide them through this. But they're just sitting, chilling, waiting for things to get resolved in this, and this gives them a little bit of time for mental clarity, begin to reset themselves, because this is going to be a very difficult round and a lot of pressure for this. They need to win this round. They need a 4-2 split from Albius. They need to go in with something on towards their defensive half. Otherwise, you let Alpha Team into a 5-1 position, you're looking at a very, very difficult match to claw back round for round.
If it goes 5-1, it's going to go 7-1. Like, that's the way I predict it. Malvinas need this to give themselves some momentum going into their half, but body language is a massive teller, and all the Alpha Team players are smiling, they're loose, they're having fun. And then when you look at Malvinas, the heads are just down a little bit. And, it's tough for these players too, because they're constantly on camera during games, and people can't... Martin doesn't look too impressed, does he?
No. There's the goat, there's Gaspro.
He's always,
former coach.
He's always smiling. And I've never seen Gaspro look upset.
No, nor have I, actually. Gaspro, of course, former coach of Alpha Team, stepped in for, I believe, Kreese, wasn't it, as well? Stepped in for him midway through stage 1. Team had a massive glow up from that moment. They've not looked back since. And you can just tell by the body language, a much happier, much more enthusiastic, much more excited Alpha Team. I think this is just going to be the energy that this team's bringing in, as Gaspro is clearly lecturing them on something at this capacity, but...
What's Gaspro talking about, do you think?
Well, you can read Spanish better than I can.
Yeah, but there's no subtitles, mate. I can't lip read.
Alright, so what we're going to do, Gibson, is who's got the best room so far out of all these players?
Well, Martin and Bastian are playing in darkness, so we can't even guess where they are.
Yeah, we know that Martin normally has a... Oh,
Santos needs more water. He needs to go get another glass. He's empty.
Remember, chat, stay hydrated. It's great for you.
You know what?
Bit of water.
I'm going to say, I think...
Oh.
Well, definitely Alpha Team are winning the rooms as a whole. Like, I don't even think that's close. Which players that's got the massive Targaryen banner in the background again? That's who's winning for me.
Wait, someone has one of those?
Yeah, what do you see? It'll come in a second. Give it a moment.
Of course, we're just waiting for things to get resolved.
Yeah, we're in silence waiting. We're in anticipation as...
I'm trying to, be informative as we always wait for this. Issue should be resolved very soon.
There we go, Ragnar. Do you see it behind Ragnar's head? Massive Targaryen flag.
I did not see it, no. But I'll take your word for it, Gibson. Hopefully,
would I lie?
Get into it. Yes, you would actually. On broadcast, to me, you would quite a lot. Actually, it's your thing.
I would never lie. I always tell the truth, even when I lie. Come on. That's what's having a laugh again.
I love it. But no, for Alpha Team though, I'm very, very impressed how they played this matchup for them. Of course, you're coming into this as the on paper statistical favorite for this game. You need 3 points, and you touched on it a little bit earlier going into it. They've just saw Vasco get the victory in regulation against Knights on Cafe, and they now know that to match that result, they also need to get a victory here in regulation. Obviously, they're going to have high hopes and high expectations for themselves in that regard, but there is going to be a little bit of pressure on the back of Alpha Team, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios. Like, you talk to some teams, they like to be, we're so back. 4-1. Are Malvinas back? We don't know yet. Alpha Team, though, want to get on the front foot with it. This is their last round on defense. They're locked in. They've brought the Capcan. Great counter for the Blitz. The question is, does Blitz fall? Yeah, that's the sort of Capcan trap that a Blitz would definitely fall for.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Santos is walking straight into that Capcan trap. But for Malvinas, hopefully, that's not going to be the case for them, as this is a very, very important must-win round for them. If they go into their defensive side with a 4-2 split, at least it gives them a lifeline. At least it gives them some buffer room before Alpha Team are knocking on the door of match and series point of this game. So they need to win this one. It's going to be a boring games here. Gym bedroom for this site. And that last time out didn't work out very well for them, as they struggled to get that initial clear all the way out towards Cash and CC, leaving them with only 30 seconds to make that push, and they had no control of Logi, for example. They left themselves very short-staffed in his final few moments.
I felt like they used all their utility just to clear Cash. Like,
yeah, they did. I mean, you put it perfectly. I think they used more ordnance than most small countries.
Exactly. But they got it. They did get Cash. They invested it partially wisely. Valk could be a very important part of this defense. Looking at the lineup, 3 C4s be utilized from the defensive half. They got their BP, the barbed wire, of course, a lot better than it used to be. But here is where things can get fun. Martin, obviously the sort of player that will always go for a peek. You know, he's not the type to hold back if the opportunity for a kill is going to show itself. And utilities being... Oh, is this going to be quick? We're seeing a lot of dump. Here's the drop. Blitz is going to be there. The C4 pops. And now Martin could be in a bit of trouble. Slaters gets the opening pick. But here comes the push from the Blitz. You can see Grimby's freeing up a lot of space with it. Oh, they want to win this round. And Blitz is thirsty. Blitz is hungry. But Blitz is caught out by Martin.
2 massive misplays on that Blitz flash. However, Creeds and Yorks do battle this one back. Martin and Gaspro have been slain, and control of that cubicle and bathroom now sits with Malvinas. They're in the middle of sight. They've got a stronghold in this, and can they hold the line against it? Main jacuzzi breaches open up as well, and Alpha Team seem to be fairly scattered across the map with no clear vision of this retake. They got limited nitro cells, actually no nitro cells to work with, so they can't even deny that plant going down.
Yeah, Slaters has got to go for a long rotate as well. Pushing up main will be a death sentence, with main stairs being held on the upside down rappel. Bastian can go for the retake on Logi at some point, and there's the yellow ping. So you know where those attackers are. The attackers, they have the case, but they don't have a position that they can really plant safely on just yet. They feel like they need that extra pick. They can't get it off in a 3v3. If you're Alpha Team, show some composure. Don't over-peak just yet. Well, never mind. Peak if you can, because Slaters will take down York. They're going to lock off logistics now. This is a massive problem for Malvinas with 25 seconds left.
The Kiba barrier now means they have the utility to clear to get that control, and that gives freedom of movement. The vault rotation is now going to be an access point from them to get that control back in towards site, and they'll see that plant going down. An aggressive push, and Ragnar can't get that confirmation. 4B finds 2. And that's the lifeline that they need. Warby can try and retreat all the way. That Kiba barrier acts in both ways. You can't now make that rotation, but Warby's there. Good for 3. Finds it, and Malvinas get themselves that 4-2 split. A great adaptation from them, deciding to not push the default way via Cash had done before, taking a different approach, getting the job done via Logi execution. The Blitz play leaves a little bit to be desired, but they took control behind it, and they capitalized with a very important round. Massive from Malvinas.
So you're saying there's a chance? You're
saying
yes,
Gibby, there's a chance.
4-2 split for Alpha Team on their defense, though they'll still... I think they'll be a little upset at the nature of the rounds they lost, but all in all, you got to give Malvinas credit for the fact that they did get those rounds over the line. Here's where the real test for them is. Their defensive win rate has been abysmal. I think that's the truth. That is the truth of what the stats read. I think it's... We have a quick look. 40%. They win 40% of their defensive rounds. You only win 40% of your defensive rounds against Alpha Team in this situation. You lose the game.
Yeah. But the question is, though, Gibby, are they going to be able to try and use this map for their advantage? Will they take a page out of Alpha Team's book and slow things down? That slow style of play was able to guarantee rounds for Alpha Team, and I think Again, you're going to the basement here for your first one, so it's not quite a gimme, but you got high advantage points. You should be able to get the victory here. They'll sit, they'll be patient. And again, I like this from Alvinus, though. The extension out towards Rafters, they're committing a fair amount upstairs. If Alpha Team spot this, they might see a vulnerability to go direct in towards side, but with that roam clear, they're going to have very stern resistance on that top floor.
Yeah, Buck's going all the way up to the roof, opening the hatches, creating potential avenues of entry inside the building, but I like, as you said, Malvinas playing on the roam, extending the map, making Alpha Team clear it out, section by section, piece by piece. Now, here's the thing. You can take control of this, you can get the hatch open, but you gotta be careful about the retail. Yeah, okay.
They know.
Okay, they've just dropped on, you said it. They know exactly where everybody is. Ragnar gets the opener. There's another one from Gaspro. Martin will add one to the tally. Here's the attempted retake from AKA. Pushing down blue. Flash grenades aplenty. They're both inside of blue now. All you gotta do if you're Alpha is cover this teeny tiny little section and you've won your first round on it.
All the flashbangs, all the stuns, throw them all. You can't see. You get a stun, everybody gets a stun. Martin finds himself a two-piece, looks for a third, but at this point, it is done. Alpha Team, well, read them like a book. Nothing you can do here from Alvinus. The round is done, and Slaters gets that final finish off, and it will be one more for Alpha Team. They now lead 5-2. But oh my, that was a perfect read. And listen, I love the vision from Alvinus. I love the commitment. A massive extended upstairs roam is great if Alpha Team play into it, but Alpha Team saw this, realized, wait a minute, there's 3 people upstairs, all utilities committed there. If we get 2 picks on site, it is ours. Plant is free, and that's what they've done. Case goes down, and a perfect round from Alpha Team. Now, very well earned from them, and Alvinus in deep water now.
I think it was just a case of, there's only 2 on site, I'm dropping. That was probably what the comm went. 2 on site, I'm dropping. Like the castle setup, everything was there for Alpha Team to push quickly. If you want to play the way that Malvinas were playing, there has to be somebody putting pressure on Kitchen, right? That whole strategy, that whole plan will fall apart if nobody has got some sort of eyes on Kitchen, whether it be from logistics above, whether it be from bar. You got to put pressure on it. If you're playing an extended roam with 2 on site with nobody watching Kitchen, good teams are going to do that to you.
Oh, Malvinas. Again, I really feel for this team in this moment, just because I love the vision of that round. I really did. And I thought, I was like, you know what, are we going to see a chess piece of a round, where it's going to be, you know, an intricate exchange of utility and map clear and map control upstairs? Unfortunately not. So, a balance and play, gimme.
Yeah, so now we go to gym bedroom. Double mirror, by the way. See where the mirror is, the second mirror is.
Yeah, wait, it's on Jacuzzi Wall, is it not?
Yeah, it's unorthodox.
Perplexing.
Yeah. You know what? They're hoping that the Alpha Team will see it and go, this is new, confusing.
I'm not, you know what, Gibby, I'm not gonna lie, I think Alpha Team might have seen a few mirror windows on Jacuzzi in their time. Anyway.
Yeah, they didn't see the run out of Cage Freezer, though. Nope.
Bastion is going to be the first to follow. Santos gets that done, and that's the type of start to a round that Malvinas desperately need to get themselves an opening pick. And now the Valkyrie has presented themselves as a dilemma here in Kitchen. You don't know whether you are for a guarantee, so you now need to clear them, and you've already lost 1 player to it. So Alpha Team have a lot of work to do to get that map control, and well, I don't think anyone's going to even try and get that retake, but they'll now know there is a Nitro Cell lurking down below. They should have that in the back of their mind when they go for that execution later on that round.
It's genius, really. Hold Kitchen when you don't need to, and don't hold it when you do. But it worked. They got the kill. And honestly, what an operator to remove. The Doka be gone, no more logic bombs, no global utility on the side of Alpha Team to impact the rest of the round. So here we see AKA in a tricky spot. Aka getting utility. Yes. All these players have seen for the last few minutes is just white screens with all the stuns. Slaters, he was ready for the peak from AKA. Now they can focus even further towards site. 4 versus 4, minute and 20 to go, and now you'll see the flip. Gaspro's going to rotate over towards the Jacuzzi Wall side to just compound the site even more.
Trying to make that peak with the shotgun, but Slaters gets that credit. Again, the Valkyrie down below has a massive impact in this round. 3 applicable Nitro cells for Malvinas to use for potential plant denial. They've got no smoke, no Fenrir, so they are essentially just doing this without support. They have to rely on their guns to hold key control, like that construction doorway. And we see those silhouettes beginning to queue up, and what a pick though. Ragnar gets that one for free, and this is only going to compound issue after issue now as players begin to drop. Another wave of flashbangs arrive. It's like a rave out in towards Jim as he gets so much control. They send you to the deep, and now that case should go down. Gaspro hops on it for a second. The information's there. He pulls off quick enough to get 4B off the cards. That's C4 down below, Gibby. Will that detonate? Cover seems to be good. C4 goes off. No confirmation for that, but Gaspro is left in DBNO.
1v2, full information on the 2 attackers that are standing, so it's really winnable. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Oh, did they get the... They actually got the down player that they confirmed, so it's still the 1 versus 2. Red pings galore, 7 seconds. Martin was ready. Alpha team go to map point.
A scrappy exchange in the final few moments of that round. However, Alpha team quick enough on that draw. The Nitro cell down below could have had a massive impact as Gaspro left in DBNO, meaning that case didn't get finished while it was on the safety of the mattress. So we had the fall off that one, but Santos played a very perfect entry role for that one. But Alpha, again, efficient, clear of cash, and from that moment, there was nothing to stop them walking in these windows, putting direct pressure on Malvinas, and from there they crumbled. Cover has been good time and time again on that post-spawn, on that plant attempt, so very well done from them. And Malvinas, well, the deep water only got deeper now as they have 1 life left against Alpha team.
Yeah, it needs to be perfect. Perfect. We're going to the basement. We're seeing Scopos in play for only the 2nd time tonight. Really good on the roam. Like, that's most of the time that I've seen Scopos being used by any team in the global circuit since she was taken out of quarantine. You keep one on site, you keep the other one on the roam. You play the roam version, the roam one first to put pressure on points of entry. You make sure that you don't die. That's the main thing. You put pressure on the attackers, then you fall back to site.
If you don't have... That's huge.
Great advice, but even more importantly, if you can actually keep the roaming Scopos alive, having that extra camera on site is also great as well.
I mean, it's an even more scary Maestro camera you can put in. I mean, I believe I saw a clip from North America. If you put it inside the shower cubicle on bathroom on this map, you can't clear it unless you put a claymore or nade it. Well, I'm very intrigued to see how teams adapt with that. Of course, one of the most unique concepts from operator that we've had out of him. Early stages so far posted up in blue. Drone does detect Aka, who'll have to fall all the way back towards the site. Basement will be the site of choice here. They have options to hold this defense, and a lot of them will revolve around just sitting tight and holding the line. The last time you went for an extended roam, didn't work out their way. Hatch has already been opened up, and the assumption I'll make is that's going to be out towards construction. Or not construction, that will be blue hatch opened up. The cameras all remaining, looking for that information. Hoping to spot where this Alpha team attack might begin from.
Yeah, they've got information on one. Yeah, this is the robot you're speaking about. Like,
yep.
Yeah. Can do nothing about...
Oh, no. No.
Did Santos really just change? Martin has no words.
Get me out. That's just unfortunate. And listen, that's going to be the duality of that. Just a poor timing towards that swap, realizing there might be pressure upstairs. They want to try and combat that best as possible. And unfortunately, they lose the Scopo. So both those shells no longer available for this team to work within this. A minute 20. The team have a lot of time to begin to work through this until we hit that skeleton key. Begin to open up those floorboards, limit mobility on the site to this. Habanas will now clear this mirror window. The cover is good from Aka though. Delays a little bit more time at Malvinas on the back foot here. They need to get this next trade in their favor.
4 versus 5. As you said, they've got... Okay, you got there eventually. We'll get it together. Mirror window setup being utilized once more inside of blue, using those Omai discs to capture any bits of utility that could be thrown your way, which is clever considering the usage of the stuns so far. Now, Alpha team, they might try to force a plant behind the bar. This is where the C4 in the pocket of that mirror could be... Oh, there's another Scopos, by the way. Shoot it. Come on, shoot it. Shoot it. Oh, it's facing the other way. Anyway, case is going to go down. Gaspro gets his one. Bastion gets another one. 2 versus 5. Make that a 2v1. Job is a good one. It's flawless to finish off. And Whip It, let's be real. Is that a candidate for the worst Scopos play of the year, and we're only in the first week of Scopus usage.
Scopus was introduced on Thursday, and I think you're on the money there. I do think that was possibly the up there on some of the poorest timing that we could have seen for Scopus in play. But for our team to get the victory, that's all 3 points, and that means they've locked in tied top place for this. But Gibby, we have the GOAT to bring back for this one. We finished with LATAM South. Corback, welcome back. Oh, I love seeing you back at the desk.
Love seeing you too, and I will say though, I might chastise you a little bit. I feel like it's unfair to be like the worst Scopa. We don't have enough sample size, right? Like, yes, okay, in the very limited sample size that we have, I will agree. Well, all right. I guess he gets to be a record holder for a short amount of time, though perhaps not the record they want, and certainly not the record that Malvinas Gaming wanted. I mean, it's not surprising result, Gibson. I think that basically went how most of us thought it was going to go. Alpha team, they look good. What we would expect them to look like.
Yeah, 2 great rounds for Malvinas, though, to get, not wipe, I guess. But I think they did put some good stuff out there. Alpha, they got the job done. Like, it was a professional game played by them. They played for the win. They didn't do anything flashy. They got the job done. On to the next.
Yeah, I mean, it pains me to agree with Gibson in this regard, but for Alpha team, the job was get it done in 12 rounds. They got that done in 12 rounds. All 3 points. Out of the Vasco for points at the top of the table so far. So, I mean, a great day for our team, and hopefully they can get a better result later on this week as we go to the second kind of side of our double round robin.
Yeah, well, speaking of the second side of the double round robin, this will be the last LATAM South match, so let's go ahead and look at our schedule so far here today. And I mean, outside of the first match, everything pretty much what it should be, but Gibson, that first match, Vasco laying down the law on Knights.
Yeah, I thought Vasco would win. I didn't think that they would win that cleanly. Knights definitely have to go back to the drawing board, but all in all, brilliant performance by Vasco. T-Rex getting a great result for themselves too, and then Alpha finishing the day off with another dominant win. And this is more akin to the score lines that we've been seeing through the previous stages inside of LATAM.
Well, that's a good sort of setup here for us to talk about the standings, what things look like in LATAM right now. And I will note just a discrepancy here. Knights did actually get awarded a full win for their defeat of T-Rex because T-Rex exploited a bandit glitch in 2 rounds. So they now have 11 points here. Vasco and Alpha Team both have 12. I mean, Whippet, looking at the standings, it's Vasco back on top. Stage 1 flashback.
Yeah, it is. I mean, especially with the fact that yet again, the big result comes up against Knights to get that victory. And Vasco, I think, are finding their form with this new look roster. They have been brilliant. But Alpha Team, again, a team that we knew we had high expectations for, but they are in a position, if they get in the second round of games, a victory over Vasco and Knights, they're going to be the top dog for it, and I think they can get that job done. T-Rex, though, big 3 points for them in today's games, means that if Knights slip and they have a couple of results not go their way, T-Rex can pounce and get that number 3 position from them. So Knights, they're in a dangerous position. I think they might be not as strong as we perhaps anticipated at the start of this stage.
I think I gotta agree with you on that, Whippet, but I still think they're professional enough. Wednesday is a good opportunity for them to right the ship once more. And obviously, with the 2 teams at the top of the table, Alpha, last time they played against Vasco, they got the win. If they do that again, they're surely cruising for that top spot.
Well, they surely are, but that will do it for our LATAM South games. And of course, for Gibson and Whippet, thank you for joining me, guys. Our first match of LATAM North coming up here, and it's one you don't want to miss. Team Cruelty versus 6 Karma in just a few minutes.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Hello, viewers, and welcome back here to LATAM North, and two new casters joining us here for this last portion of the day, these three best of ones. It is Flint and Jonah. Happy to have you guys here with us as we jump into what could be our most exciting match of LATAM North and possibly the entire day. That is 6 Karma versus Team Cruelty. And I mean, starting on the 6 Karma side here, Flynn, pretty much undefeated. They had that one overtime win. They've been cooking with gas, and they kind of just need to find something to go the extra mile to get that qual spot.
Yeah, I think for 6 Karma, this has been a very good start to the stage, a much better start than in stage number 1. Obviously revamping the roster and making some changes that were difficult to undergo, but I think we're seeing the fruits of that labor and the work being done in the offseason paying off pretty well. For 6 Karma, this is a team that, like you say, has been firing on all cylinders. It was a bit of a hiccup to start the stage against Revan, but down 6-3, they had their backs against the wall and they pulled it back, and they haven't really looked back since.
This is a critical match for them because they have to pull one over on their opponent, Team Cruelty, if they want to see a shot at the major. I mean, Jonah, what is there to say about Team Cruelty other than they're under a lot of pressure to pull what they did in stage 1 again here in stage 2?
Well, it's pretty cut and dry. This is the best team in the North, and they've proved that to this point. But today is the big test. Today is the matchup we've all been waiting for, because it is the chance where we finally get to see 6 Karma and Cruelty play one another. So, in theory, that mantle of best team in the North could change hands today if 6 Karma can put up the performance we know they can. Cruelty, they just gotta keep doing what they've been doing day in, day out, week in, week out, and that is deliver across the board against all opponents of all levels. This is a team that's looked incredibly consistent, and they have what it takes to win this match against 6K today.
Well, let's find out what map these two Titans will be squaring off of in just a second. But before we get there, Flynn, I do want to ask, Team Cruelty, do they have any weaknesses, or at least in the context of LATAM? We know they struggle in majors, but do they have any weaknesses regionally that a team like 6K could exploit?
I don't think that they've demonstrated a consistent weakness. I think there's been a couple games where so far this stage you would like them to start a little bit hotter. It's kind of a slow burn for them to get engaged in the game, but once they do, there's kind of no stopping them. They're an unrelenting force as soon as they're underway. So I think for Cruelty, maybe some faster starts, but honestly, it's been a pretty sublime stage so far.
Well, will they get a map where they can pull off a faster start here, Jonah? I mean, Lair, unfortunately, the most interesting option, already gone. Looks like we're going to Labs.
Yeah, Labs is good because this is something we did not see a lot from any team in Stage 1. Thankfully, we're seeing it a little more here in Stage 2, and I like this for both of these teams. It gives them a great chance to go toe-to-toe on a map that is starting to come into play a bit more in this region. If there's any place where 6 Karma are going to maybe upend expectations a little bit, maybe they've got something cooking on Labs that we just haven't seen before.
Yeah, I think for Labs, this is a good opportunity for both of these teams to kind of stretch their legs a bit and kind of peer into the unknown. Like you said, Jonah, neither of these teams and really no one in LATAM playing Labs all that much in stage number 1, so a good opportunity to kind of test the waters on this map and see how they both fare.
Well, looking forward to hearing it from the two of you. Enjoy your first match of LATAM North today.
All right, thank you, Korvac. A nice little snappy pre-show as we dive into Labs here. Flynn, good to be back with you, my friend. We've got 3 games ahead of us, but the first one, I mean, really is the match we've been waiting for. What it feels like all stage long, ever since we kind of saw the way the North has been shaking up with Cruelty and 6K on top. Only a single point separates these two teams right now. It is Team Cruelty with 12, 6K with 11. this is truly anyone's game, but it is also truly the matchup and the clash of the Titans. No one is even close to touching these two teams in the North. We thought that maybe Reven, maybe Cinta Negra could have a chance, but they aren't even at half of the points needed to tie either one of these teams. Their nearest opponent, Reven, 5 points to their name. 6K and Cruelty really establishing themselves as the two dominant forces here, but still, it's hard to know which one is going to come out on top today.
It is really difficult to know who kind of has the upper hand. I think if you're just going off of play in this stage, it's basically neck and neck. If you want to give someone a slight advantage, you got to give it to Cruelty, just because they did win against 6 Karma in the playoffs in stage number 1. They did win in stage number 1 against them during the regular season. Like, Cruelty has the head-to-head on the year as a whole, but obviously both teams going through significant roster changes since they last two faced each other. So I think right now for both of these teams, they're looking incredibly even. Like you say, hasn't really been another challenger emerging in LATAM North at the moment. Reven kind of falling behind a little bit, CNE as well. But I think right now for 6 Karma and for Cruelty, this really is the game, at least through the first round robin, to decide who has the front lead for that number 1 seed.
Going into labs, we see our operator bands now all wrapped up. The Tuberal, the Azami, your 2 defensive bands, the Blitz, and the Maverick, your 2 attacking bands. We've seen a lot of shield play, especially on this map, so not too much of a surprise to see the Blitz band. The question remains, will we see the Monty come into play? In today's meta, it really feels like shields are not necessarily everything, but they are certainly a staple. It was a staple of this map when we saw it just a few days ago in last week's matchup, where Cruelty played Cinta Negra on this map. That's the only documented instance of labs being played by either Cruelty or 6K. So at least if you're looking at immediate map results, map history, you'd also argue that Cruelty probably have just a little edge here as well. They won that one 7-3, fairly dominantly on the attacking side, winning all 6 rounds to start the map, eventually giving up 3, but securing it in no time. We are going to enter a brief rehost here, so you can stick with us for a few minutes as we get through this brief tech pause, but it does give us a moment to continue to unpack this one and talk a little bit more about these 2 behemoth rosters that we have in front of us, Flynn.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, this is, again, the opportunity to put your best foot forward and come away through the first round robin with the edge in the points and in the standings, and with that clear, decisive advantage towards the number 1 seed. Obviously, being the 1 seed coming out of LATAM North will give you the advantage in the playoff bracket, so I think for both of these teams, this game is a big one. Obviously, we'll have to redo it again on playday number 10 as well. So the rematch is coming down the road, and neither of these teams want to be starting off on the back foot in the head-to-head.
Looking at the standings here, not only of these teams, but of the players, we will, of course, have to take a look and mention 6K having 3 players in the top 10. They're the only team, not even Cruelty, have 3 players statistically in the top 10. So we'll likely see that come into play in just a few minutes. We'll step aside. We do have a drone bug we're looking to tidy up, and when we get back into this, we will finally get these questions answered. Stick around. We'll be right back. looks like we are good to go. Diving into round one, hitting that reset button, and hopefully, barring any technical issues with the drones, we will be good to continue. As we said before, this is 6 Karma and Cruelty, the two heavy hitters in the North, a battle to determine who is truly the best team the North has to offer. Jonah here alongside Flynn, as Gibson and Whippet have tucked themselves into bed for the night. But Flynn, there is a world here, I guess, where these teams could end up tied at the end of this match. If this one does go to overtime, 6 Karma take the win, get 2 points. Cruelty walk away with 1. 2 points for 6K, 1 point for Cruelty. They'll be tied at 13. Do you think it's gonna happen? Probable? Possible? Impossible?
I mean, with such limited knowledge for both of these teams on this map, you've got to probably estimate that it could be close, but at the same time, you got to give Cruelty the edge in terms of being able to take the lead, considering they're going to be on the defensive side to start. Puts them in the driver's seat to kind of control the pace and control the tempo of the game, so I really think for 6 Karma, it's going to be an uphill battle to get it to overtime, but it certainly isn't out of the realm of possibility. The Izami ban will be crucial for the attacking side to have some opportunities to get into the building without having to chew through too much utility. And honestly, for 6 Karma, their attacks have looked much more malleable and much less strong-headed and static, I guess is the easiest way to put it, this stage compared to last.
Between these two teams statistically, Cruelty have the stronger EPS rated player. That's Ivan, just over Rayduck, number 2 overall in the league. But 6K, their entry game has been particularly strong. They have Rayduck and Kurtz +7 and +6 respectively, looking to rely on that here as they get things started on the attack. If they can get in the building and get these early kills, they could put this Cruelty defense on the back foot right away. But so far through the first round, it seems the Cruelty are pretty comfortable right now working their way around this top floor. Got some bandit work there from Dante. You got some nice repositioning of that utility, and you still have all 5 men alive on this defense, so no problem contesting the entry of 6 Karma just yet.
Yeah, no, we got the IT breach now sounding like it's getting opened up as Dante's going to bail out and launch a nitro cell on the retreat as well. And the Montaigne starts working his way up the garage rafters, and that will prompt Matumbo to start reinforcing off the triple wall in towards command to make sure that there's no easy entry for that Montaigne. Try and funnel all the attackers in through a single corridor, in through one single door. Here comes the EMPs coming out in response, but they are missing the Kaid Claw, the top of the triple wall, which means this wall is going to stay intact. It's not going to be breached anytime soon. Pyrock getting very close and comfortable with the reinforcement in command, looking dead ahead towards the IT breach. And everyone right now for 6 Karma, they have facilitated themselves an opening into IT, but that's about it. We're going to be walking through a lot of tight, condensed spaces here momentarily. Here comes Rayduck to lead the charge to the top of Aqua Stairs.
Well, the top-rated player on this team looking to get things started strong. With the shield in front of his face, his job not to get the kills here, but to give the team the information and to take some space for the rest of this attack coming close behind. It'll work for Falls with that information. He takes care of Pyrox. Look at this attack circling around the site now. Cruelty pinned down, forced to back off into a corner. It's just Matumbo and Dante, the only two that could try to stop this. Rayduck getting this diffuser down, and Matumbo gets his head taken clean off. A strong start for 6 Karma.
Very strong start for 6K, and a round that did not look like it was going to go in their favor. Lots of difficulty opening up the IT breach. Eventually, the job gets done, but like I said, you're just funneling in through 2 doorways. The IT door into server, and this double door at the top of the blue stairs to push into command, and yet it works out. Just overwhelming force. Good entry, I believe, from Skimzy on the Hibana, or Falls on the Hibana. And then also Kurtz from inside of IT picking up 2 crucial kills on the push. For Cruelty there on the defense, you know, the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they go very well. The last 30 seconds, kind of getting picked apart there by the attacking side of 6 Karma. So good start there for 6K. Cruelty immediately going to ditch command and server as the initial bomb site and head now towards storage and cargo. Usually get to see the basement as the secondary bomb site, but we have seen different teams opt for different rotations. Usually they all agree that kitchen is your last resort in terms of an objective to play.
I mean, it's such a similar pattern we see with so many maps, Flynn, where it's like, if there's a site that you can just vault through a window and immediately get the diffuser down, or open up a hatch and then find yourself in the middle of the site, generally, it's going to be a least favored site. Of course, there are exceptions to that rule. I mean, you look at gym and bedroom on Clubhouse, for example. There's a window, several windows to hop in there, whereas CCTV and cache, maybe not so much. Generally, you're still going to see that gym site favored nowadays, although you could argue that we are starting to see a little bit of that shift in the meta right now. Of course, there are exceptions to the rule, but when a team can rush and just pop on in and immediately make your life so difficult as a defensive team, typically you are going to stray away from that site. Now, that's not to say that you can't rush other objectives. That's not to say that you can't immediately hop in and go for some sort of plant. You see 6 Karma putting themselves in a very strong position early, at least giving them the opportunity to do something like that. Exothermic charge down on the wall right away in Warehouse. They get that wall open, and they give themselves a chance to spring into action if the time comes. But right now, they're going to enter up above. You've got Rayduct once again leading the charge, but this time, not so successfully. It is 2 toxic smokes and a C4 to greet him on the push.
You know, the Candela is exploding topside as Swag's going to try and follow up his Monty that has met his maker. But Ivan collects on the far side onto Falls. Nice shot from Swag onto Ivan. Skimsy down below at the bottom of the blue stairs was integral to pinch out blue, make it an opening for the attack to use, but everyone else has fallen. The Candela comes out once again from Swag, momentarily jumping into the rafters, and then vacating the position. Now for Dante, having to retreat back inside of Cargo, is everyone right now on 6 Karma taking a 1v1, and Skimsy's taking the worst of that engagement. Pulls out the SMG-12, he's just going to try and push his face straight in towards Cargo. Swag is the man with the diffuser. They're cycling back around to reset and kind of give themselves an opportunity with the intel from the hacked cameras. But still top control held here by the defensive side of Cruelty with 2 members topside. Dante hasn't vacated his position from inside of Cargo and Storage as of yet. Good shots towards the rafters. Pyrox takes some damage, but for right now, 6 Karma is just trying to find an opening. Skimsy and Swag, last 2 attackers trying to find any way into the bomb site, force these Cruelty defenders to move.
Great indication of really just how potent a Monty can be on the execute. What happens when you lose him early? Well, you stall out, you lose the ability to get that clean push into the site. You're left picking up the pieces for the rest of the round. Ever since Rayduct went down, it just has not been the same for 6K, and it seems that Cruelty will be able to stop them in their tracks before they get any further. Swag, the last player alive for 6K, he'll get cleaned up by Dante, and 6 Karma will not be able to go back-to-back. It's Cruelty who tie us up 1-1 here on Labs.
Yeah, that Montaigne entry at the top of the blue stairs got rejected in a hurry. 2 Toxic Babes and a C4 launched out at the position. Make sure that, Rayduct didn't have much success with that, and also 6 Karma. As you said, Jonah, losing the Montaigne really lost a lot of the power to their push. Skimsy was able to get in down below, and they used blue stairs, or aqua stairs, as a focal point to rotate around. It's not the greatest of power positions to try and operate your offense from, and there were stragglers on the opposite side who were meant to pinch in tandem with Rayduct to try and collapse upon the defenders holding upstairs, but once you lose the Montaigne, they're just kind of on an island, and they lost their 1v1s as well. You know that Cruelty, they will swing to take an advantage. Even from a disadvantaged position, they've won a myriad of gunfights to put themselves back in favor in the middle of rounds. So we see a successful Cargo Storage defense coming out from Cruelty. Now for their 3rd bomb site, they'll head downstairs to the basement, try and get the lead back that they surrendered in round number 1.
6K. Small adjustment here on the attack after the unsuccessful Monty play. You see Rayduct switching over to the Ace. No shields from the rest of this attacking lineup. So at the very least, one of the things they're doing to change things up. The approach, of course, the actual strategy they want to work their way into the round with will still soon to be decided. One thing is for sure is that Cruelty are still going to be playing this roam game. They're still going to be playing this extension no matter where this objective is. So far, we've seen this in all 3 rounds. Right now, the bomb site all the way in the basement, and you still see roamers up above. At least right now, it is Dante on that 2nd floor. The 1st floor, you see Pyrox, you see Fatal, you see other players in position. Only one of them, and that is Mutombo, maintaining a position on the actual site right now. 6 Karma, they likely know this. But also, given their entry stats, given what this team excels at, you gotta think that clearing this roam is step number one.
You can see the operators they brought to facilitate that. We've got Kurtz outside with the skeleton key at the top of the blue stairs. The flashbang comes in and will momentarily blind Dante. He'll have to peel back, but in tandem with the logic bomb and the jackal tracks coming out, roam clear was certainly front of mind for 6 Karma heading into this round. But they have not vacated Dante from his power position. Ivan will come swinging around the corner. No, he won't. Seeing the feet through the drone hole with the assist from the red pings from the 90 camera, but no swing as of yet. Cruelty holding their positions. At the very least, they are holding very valuable real estate on the map, making it difficulty for 6 Karma to rotate around and get set up into a position to affect the bomb site. Seems like Falls is taking some damage now from up above. Potentially Nitro Cell or a Cap Can trap topside. Doing some good work to slow down 6K, and deceptively, there's little more than a minute left in the round, and 6 Karma haven't made it beyond the top floor.
But deceptively, you're right. It looks like nothing has happened in this round, and yet we are nearing that final third. In fact, we are well within that final 55 seconds here. We need to see 6 Karma start to step things up. They have not even made that transition to setting up this execute. Finally, they're able to secure the first kill, but is that going to be enough? That was Dante, the roamer who was furthest from the site, and there are still so many of these roamers to worry about. You've got Ivan repositioning in kitchen. You've got Fatal, who isn't far from the site, but he's still using that staircase, using that utility to slow this attacking team down. 6 Karma are desperate for time now. So much work to do, and there's only 25 seconds.
You hear the area denial coming out from the Toxic Babes upstairs at the top of the cargo stairs, and here comes Fatal for a swing on the smoke as well. Last gas babe goes out, and he hasn't detonated as of yet. He'll hit the deck with the shotty and get the second onto Kurtz, finally triggering that last Toxic Babe as well, doing even more damage at the top of the cargo stairs. Right up with the drop into sight, Matumbo in the immediate trade, and Pyrox at the cross as the timer will expire with members still standing on either side, but it is Cruelty who walk away with the victory on the defense downstairs, with 6 Karma playing their harshest enemy, the clock.
Well, that right there is the most textbook extension, the most textbook roam on a map like this you are ever going to see. Cruelty doing such a nice job at wasting time, providing the perfect amount of support to the entire map to make sure that as 6 Karma were making that entry, they never felt secure, that they had to drone out every single corner, push every single angle, maybe without all the information in the world, but when it came down to it, Cruelty never gave up their lives. In fact, Dante, first player to lose his life in the round and first player to lose his life on Cruelty, did not go down until there was less than a minute remaining. At that point, he had done his job. He had stalled out so much time off the clock. Anything he would to do at that point would just be a bonus. And then you saw the smoke on the stairs being a nuisance as 6K were trying to make that transition, knowing full well that so much time had already transpired that the only thing left to do was just to throw out a couple of smokes and wait in the wings for 6K to walk right into you. Textbook across the board for Cruelty, and 6 Karma just did not have the clear in them to make it happen.
No, I think for 6 Karma, this is something that has been touched on in different regions, has been touched on from different perspectives, but one of the biggest lessons we're learning with this new season, with Twin Shells being active, is that tempo is key, and playing slow in this meta is not advantageous. There are so many teams right now getting caught off guard by playing slow and having it be very detrimental to their ability to attack. I think right now this is a moment for 6 Karma to understand that their first attack round, while it was successful, the same recipe is being used in these following 2 attack rounds that are not conducive to success. Slow tempo and not a whole lot of efficiency with your utility topside either on a clear. It's starting to turn back into some of these rounds that we've seen in stage number 1 for 6 Karma, where they seemingly stagnate. They hit a wall and they cannot progress beyond that.
Well, another drone bug, unfortunately, so 6K going to want to make sure they remedy that before, as we talked about, getting some more all-important drone work done as we work our way into round number 4. We're going to step aside for a few minutes, and we'll be back when 6K and Cruelty return. Well, we cross our fingers, hope, and pray to the Lord Almighty Siege Gods that is our second and final rehost in this game, at the very least. That seems like it's reasonable, Flynn. Hopefully.
You would hope.
You would hope. 2-1 though, right now. Cruelty, as they took back-to-back defensive rounds. That last one especially impressive. If you're just tuning in or you missed it, it was simply Cruelty wielding the clock against 6 Karma more than it feels like any team has been able to do before. 6 Karma stalled out, had no chance at making a proper execute there. They had their first kill with about 30 seconds left and could only find a few more by the time the round expired. So you look here to round 4 to see if 6 Karma can get things started off a little quicker. One area that they're going to be at least happy they won't have to deal with is the fact that this site is on the top floor. You don't have to worry about clearing out the entire map if you want to execute on this one.
Well, the good news for Cruelty here is, looks like we might successfully trick the IT breach. No. One panel will get opened up from a Selma at range. The whole purpose of using that ejected mirror window on the IT wall is to try and facilitate the trick. If they're bringing an ace, then yeah, you'll try and impact them off. They bring a thermite and you hear that charge. The nitro cell is 4. The good news for 6 Karma is that they were able to open up part of the right side of the IT wall. Bad news is they still have a clash to deal with on the defensive side. They've opted not to bring the Montaigne this time around to attack top floor. And we're starting to stare down the barrel of a very similar situation to the one we saw previously for 6 Karma, which was, we got IT, we got nothing else, we got to push through a couple doorways and pray our shots hit the mark. And they did the last time around, to give 6 Karma all the credit they are due. This time around might be a little different with Mutombo on the clash, being able to slow everyone down in those choke points.
And look how well this is working so far. You're seeing 6 Karma just try to figure out exactly how they want to approach this one. They know Mutombo's there. That's no secret at this point, but they have to commit the utility and manpower to deal with it. As 6 Karma finally begin to step up, it's Swag who takes the first fight and loses it to Dante. Ivan, he'll take the next fight and win it. And one by one, 6 Karma are crumbling to pieces here. Again, it is Cruelty with a rock-solid defense that 6 Karma cannot seem to penetrate. It's just falls. 1 versus 4, 40 seconds, but it simply will not matter. He's nowhere near the site. He's nowhere near close enough to pulling out this round as Cruelty. After losing the first round, it seems like they wanted nothing to do with that since then. This defense has been clean ever since. It's 3-1. It looks like Falls is just going to sit back and wait for the time to expire.
Tombo and Fall's gonna have a staring contest from underneath the stairs, and yeah, okay. Mutombo might walk down the stairs. Maybe Falls is gonna get a couple freebies here from outside to end the round, but there you go. He got one onto Pyrox. We're entertaining a battle outside, but the objective is inside the building, and for 6 Karma, man, very similar to the first attacking round, minus the wrap to the top of blue stairs and minus the Montaigne to kind of be the focal point for everyone on Cruelty to react to be a distraction so that your shots could hit their marks. For 6 Karma, I mean, this is back-to-back rounds now where we've seen a lot of stalling, a lot of sitting outside the building, staring in, wondering what to do. I think for Cruelty here, you gotta feel pretty good about how you've been able to defend as of late. First round, bit of an omission, but like we talked about on the desk, Cruelty have had their moments where they haven't necessarily started the games as hot as they could. Yet, as soon as they get rolling, it is very difficult to slow them down. One thing that will slow them down, though, is a tactical timeout coming out from the hands of 6 Karma. That'll be their tack for the game. Used 4 rounds and 2 tech pauses in. Try and reorganize, try and refocus, and most importantly, re-energize the attack. So we did see shades of an attack that had some tempo and had some energy to it, at least in round number 1 and 2. I think for 3 and 4 so far, you've seen a 6 Karma that has been lethargic on the attacking side, and Cruelty are more than happy to sit back and wait with waiting arms as 6 Karma will slowly walk to their death.
Rounds 3 and 4, it's felt like 6 Karma have been stunned into submission. They've been reluctant to make decisions even. When faced with a problem, which we've seen them run into, whether it be a lot of roamers, big extension, or a clash, like in round 4, somebody has to make a decision at some point with how you want to deal with it. That's generally left up to your IGL. Maybe that comes down to one person's responsibilities. Maybe you're splitting the calling duty amongst two people. Either way, at some point, a decision has to be made and steps need to be taken to addressing it as soon as possible. Typically, on most maps, any mini game you get into, a mini game being, oh, a clash in this position, a deployable shield over here, a roamer in this corner. All these mini games are rehearsed, are well practiced, and are almost just muscle memory at this point for these teams. 6 Karma, we're seeing some signs that maybe that may not be the case, speaking to maybe a little bit of deficiency in comfort on this map. It's not quite muscle memory yet, clearing out a clash in that position. It's not quite as easy said and done if you want to clear out a roamer on that top floor. Instead, it is 6 Karma facing a lot of difficulty here and being reluctant to take steps to deal with it, hoping that the tack timeout can address that. You've taken 60 seconds to talk things over and maybe figure out what it is you need to fix going forward. They've got 2 more attacking chances. Maybe we'll see them redeem themselves here in round 5.
Well, here we go again. Storage and cargo defense coming out for 6 Cruelty. Or, sorry, 4 Cruelty. 6 Karma on the attacking
6
side.
Cruelty, I like that, though.
They'll have to contend with a roaming smoke yet again coming out from Fatal. This has been an oddity for the Cruelty defense, but it hasn't really bit them so far. Worked out quite nicely for Cruelty on the defensive side, having a smoke walk around an area deny a good chunk of the map or a popular rotation point for the attack that wants to use. And yet, there's toxic gas filling the room, and there's no way to utilize that on the attacking side. And again, we are approaching the midway point in the round here for 6 Karma. We finally hear some Candelas going off top side, but Skimzy's making his entry in through the basement. Ivan's holding on the cargo stairs for Cruelty, which means that for more than half the round now, 6 Karma have been outside the building trying to find a way in.
Well, the Candelas will blind at least one Cruelty defender, but we're not seeing any action from 6K just yet. The smokes will go in, just looking to see if the push will follow. Rayduct will move in. Dante will take him down, no problem. You've got a bit of a flank coming in here from Skimzy, but will he get the blind side? Yes. Ivan not looking the right way. Good maneuvering there from Skimzy, avoids the camera and gets the kill, but is that enough? You still haven't seen 6 Karma take this space, and they've used all this utility. The Candelas are in, the smokes are in, and now bodies start to fall. Thankfully, Kurtz picks up another. A 3v3 as it remains even. Falls will turn the advantage in 6 Karma's favor before Pyrox works it right back to square again. Falls being choked out now by the Dread Mines, but he'll back off. Here comes the rotation from Pyrox outside, his position exposed, but he gets the kill regardless. Skimzy should know where he is, but he has to recover the diffuser and go back towards the site and look at this control that Pyrox has up above. Does he have the information? Clearly not. Skimzy is able to get the diffuser down as Pyrox cannot find where the diffuser was planted. So he's now in an awkward spot. A post plant for him, and a retake necessary for the Mute all alone. He works back in his way towards the B site, but you have to clear out both sites now. He's operating on 0 intel. That is very clear just by his movement. You see a Z-ping or 2, but that is not going to be enough. Skimzy has pulled this one off miraculously. For 6 Karma, as Pyrox just had nothing to work with in the end. He'll stick this last chance. Skimzy's got to rotate, but as he steps up, Pyrox gets off the defuse, and that's all she wrote. 6 Karma get on the board again.
Yeesh. For 6 Karma. Hey, it's a round win. Much like round number 1, it's a win. It's on the board. It was just ugly. And if it weren't for Skimzy again on that push for the bottom of the cargo stairs from the basement, getting a 3K with an SMG-12, recovering the diffuser that Kurtz lost in the middle of the bomb site, getting the plant down and winning the 1v1, with top control held against him. I mean, Skimzy, he's done a lot of heavy lifting in this round for a 6 Karma team that did not even look like they were on the same page on the attacking focus. There is a big disconnect right now for 6 Karma. We got Candela's top side to try and be a distraction for the top hold, but we are not in a position to sight hit. Kurtz is alone outside of storage window, and Skimsy's alone at the bottom of the cargo stairs. We're on opposite ends of the country here, trying to pinch in as 1v1s. It's ugly. It's very ugly, and you can see why that round got so perilous down to the 1v1 for 6 Karma, because it really was just about 5 1v1s across the map. And Cruelty are a team that pride themselves on their gun skill, and honestly, I think with a little bit of intel, that round probably does not go Skimsy's way. I think right now for Cruelty, you're still feeling good about your ability to respond to the direct hit, be able to react to the situation you were put in. I think if guarding the diffuser was a little bit more of a priority in that round, Cruelty probably walk away with it. So for 6 Karma, it's on the board. They don't ask how, they ask how many, and for right now, you're trying to walk into the side swap at a 3-3 tie.
And 6 Karma, yeah, they got 2 rounds, but man, it is messy at the moment. Cruelty still feel like they're in control. 6 Karma, the one thing they're trying to fix here, this entry game. I complimented on this skill coming into the map. Statistically, they're better than Cruelty in that category, but on this map, that has not been the case. Can 6K remedy that here? Rayduck with a chance, but instead it is Matumbo who takes down Skimzy on the other side. A quick trade, though, as 6 Karma try to get a little more explosive, and it keeps things even for just a moment. Man, 6 Karma, they are moving in. Still a full 2 minutes left, and they've already lost 3 bodies. It's just Falls and Rayduck that remain.
Yeah, ramping up the tempo was round number 6 for 6 Karma, and barring a comeback here for Rayduck and Falls, it's going to be a 4-2 half in favor of Cruelty as they, again, sprinted into the waiting arms of Cruelty defenders on the bomb site. Rayduck, though, from up above with some top control will grab Dante as Falls will push his way into the bomb site. They do have to recover the diffuser once again. One defender playing at the base of the cargo stairs about to be droned out as a nitro cell got detonated. Inside of Animus now, Falls has the opportunity to start pushing forward slowly to recover the diffuser, but the retreat from Pyrox successful without being cut off from Rayduck up above means that it's going to be a 2v2 straight up on the bomb site. Recovering the diffuser and getting a plant down with one person covering against 2 guns on 2 separate angles is going to be quite the challenge. Matumbo being stunned off of his position. Flashbangs come out, but here comes Pyrox on the swing. There goes Falls, looking for more as he sees the gun barrel, not turning around, dropping Rayduck to 4 HP, and it's the goo mine that finally claims the life of the last remaining attacker for 6 Karma. But at the end of the day, it's a 4-2 lead for Cruelty.
Well, Cruelty get out of the half with the victory, the margin of victory that they were looking to maintain going in to this second half. Currently up by 2 as they put together yet another clean defensive round. That time, 6 Karma really did try to just surprise Cruelty with the speed. It clearly didn't work. Yeah, they found some kills, 2 in fact back-to-back, but it was Cruelty who answered and came back with a vengeance. Pyrox in the end, working this little flank you see here to make it so difficult for 6K to pull off anything else. So we see Cruelty get out to the hot start we expected. It's been messy, to say the least, for 6 Karma so far. We're going to have to see quite a turnaround for them on the defense if they want to have any chance at taking this matchup. 2 rounds is nice, but just the way this has been going has not instilled us with a lot of confidence that they can pull this back and go toe-to-toe with the Cruelty team, who we've said before, they're the best team here in the North. So taking them down will be quite a challenge for a team that we know has it in them right now on this map. So far, it doesn't seem like it.
Like we said coming into this, the opportunity does exist for this game to go to overtime, for 6 Karma to come away with the overtime victory, and both of these teams would then be tied in points in the standings after their first 5 games, their first trip through the round robin before doing it all over again. I think for 6 Karma, like I said, it was ugly, don't get me wrong, it probably wasn't the way they drew it up, but they got 2 rounds on the attacking side. If you can mirror what Cruelty's done to you with a 4-2 defensive half, we're going to overtime and guaranteeing points, which is again just going to further divide between these 2 teams, Cruelty and 6 Karma, and the rest of LATAM North that seemingly have not been able to put up much of a challenge for that 2 seed. It's these 2 teams and then a chasm to Revan in 3rd. But I think right now for both of these teams, they can match each other's performance as they're going to catch off Kurtz downstairs, hiding down below, presumably on the vigil to use the boss G and also to evade the drones, but doesn't evade the eyesight of Cruelty there, doesn't evade the frag grenade, and that's a good catch there for Cruelty to start things off in their attack.
Well, that's an IQ diff moment right there. That's Ivan using the IQ scanner to pinpoint the active Vigil gadget and take him down as a result. Now Ivan takes matters into his own hands again. Off to a hot start with that kill. Now looking to push up the Aqua Stairs and get Cruelty a quick round here if they can keep up this pressure. Things will slow down a bit as we work our way into the mid-round, but once again, 6 Karma on the back foot and needing to recover. They've got Ivan low, but aside from that, you got to worry about 5 attackers who've seemed almost unbothered by the extension, by the roamers that 6 Karma had in play. You've already lost Skimzy, your Mira as well. There goes one of your anchors. Cruelty getting this information. They're setting themselves up for a very neat push here if they can get this going in just a few moments.
Well, I think that's the big difference from what we saw through nearly all 6 rounds on the attacking side for 6 Karma, and just through 1 round of the attack from Cruelty. Is just, again, speed and efficiency. Being able to get in the building. We're trying to use the skeleton key from down below. The thermite charge comes out onto the most inopportune panel of the triple wall and trying to swing the breach's swag. But Matumbo will shut that down in his tracks, leaving Falls and Reddick alone in a 2v5. 2 attackers, though, significantly hurt in previous engagements. Falls will try to use that to his advantage on the swing. Perfectly covered from the flashes, but the crossfire way too effective, and the trade-out's there. Matumbo, he cleans up the last 3 remaining defenders, and it's Cruelty winning their first attack.
Cruelty, again, a hot start. They get the entry, and they do not let up the gas. This is something that I've honestly complimented 6 Karma on before. When they're attacking well, it looks a lot like that. A team who can get that opening kill and then use that pressure. Use the fact that the defense is now on the back foot. You've sent them reeling. You use that to swiftly take map control, to quickly push in and get some more kills, and eventually to transition that into a push. Cruelty, smart in the mid-round there, taking their time and regrouping, but when they found the opening, when they decided it was time to go, they pushed in. One by one, they finished that one out. Really not needing to sweat too much at all. 6 Karma, 2 entry kills so far on this map. For a team that's been relying on that for a lot of their success, this is not a sustainable pattern to win this map. You see someone like Matumbo and Dante, both of them on the Cruelty side, each have 2 of those openers. They've been successful at getting in the building first, and you'll love to see that from someone like Matumbo, who has been a rock-solid support for this team and continues to be for the Cruelty side. So for him to be putting up these early entry kills really tells you that something is not working out well for 6 Karma right now. So all eyes on Matumbo, all eyes on Dante, the Ying, to see if they can continue to get those entries and continue to give Cruelty so much momentum in the early round.
Well, for Cruelty as well, starting these attacks off in the first 30 seconds to a minute, just with some energy and some momentum on your side, is so huge. In stark contrast to what we saw out of 6 Karma, which was a lot of standing around, a lot of looking at windows and doorways, thinking about having a plan to get in. There'll be a breaching charge shot off the garage wall, so Pyrock's a little perturbed by that, but he has a couple more in the back pocket to utilize. Try and fashion himself a soft breach into garage and disrupt the rotations at the base of the rafters for 6 Karma defenders. Right now as well for Cruelty, you're feeling pretty good about your ability to brute force into an area. Once you've identified that there's a defender on their own, feel good about the ability just to walk with that intel and play as a team to acquire that opening pick. Again, 6 Karma not really displaying that same kind of initiative. Here we go. It's Rafters is the opener. Dante vaults in through the Rafters window. He claims the life of Kurtz, but will be downed on the exit. Mira still stands, and you'd probably want to revive Dante here if possible. Just got to be wary at the top of the blue stairs double door, as it is an opportunity for a defender to swing and get 2.
Well, Dante does have some of that utility in pocket still that Cruelty will love to have for the rest of this round. They're going to go for it here, it looks like. And it will remain unpunished. Dante back on his feet, now officially a 5v4 with Cruelty, holding this advantage going into the final minute here. Looking for the response for 6 Karma. Can they find it this time? Can they get themselves back into a winning position? If not, they're going to be staring match point in the face. They didn't get the opening kill again. Can they bounce back and just lock this site down? Great use of the Twitch drone there. A nice rotation and flicks out the glass. That now gives Cruelty yet another opening to work with and continues to peel apart the layers of this 6 Karma defense. Wall opened up. C4 too late. Dante shuts him down. Rayduck again. He responds, but is it enough? No. Matumbo, he takes care of Falls. Skimzy and Rayduck. 2v4. You've got Matumbo nice and low, but here comes Cruelty pushing the breach. No info for Rayduck to work with off this window, and now he's lost his teammate for good. He's got to fight the 1v2, and Ivan will surprise him from the other side. It is now match point for Cruelty as they continue to pummel 6K here on Nighthaven Labs.
Well, we came into this matchup. I don't know what that means, but I do recognize the name Nears, who is a member who is no longer a part of 6 Karma. Maybe getting a little bit of trash talk in the all chat, but man, for 6 Karma again, just getting pieced apart step by Cruelty, who display no real fear as compared to what we saw from 6 Karma on their attacks, which was hesitance, which was an inability to be decisive in the beginning portions of a round and leave it to the last second to scramble. Cruelty looks controlled and measured and well thought out on a lot of these attacks. And like you say, this is the Cruelty we like to see on the attacking side. When they're playing like this, it's a different beast to contend with. We came into this matchup thinking, okay, this is the battle of the 2 teams that look to be the top of LATAM North. We might be looking at one team very definitively at the top, another team in a tier of his own in second place, and then the rest. Because right now, Cruelty, whether it's on the defense, whether it's on the attack, whether it's going to be the third rehost, they do look like they are in control of the game.
Ooh, tough timing here as you're really... I mean, for Cruelty, you know you have all the momentum in the world. This potentially giving 6K a chance to work their way back in. But for 6K, I mean, this is not easy either. You aren't generally allowed to speak during these tech pauses, at least on LAN. That's pretty strictly enforced. I imagine teams are all in a team speak together. That is probably enforced as well. You don't use this time to talk things over and work with your strat. You're just kind of sitting there waiting for the next round to begin. That pressure builds, that jitteriness that might have been building over the map continues to fester, and you're going to have a lot of difficulty working your way back against a 4-round deficit right now unless things change anytime soon. It's been shaky from the start. We addressed that right off the bat. The 5th round, the one that 6 Karma were able to secure, their second one, it was hardly a confident round win. This has been Cruelty dominated the entire time, and if it were not for now the 3rd tech pause on this map, I think we would have been done a long time ago with Cruelty taking this one 7-1 very, very swiftly. But we're going to have to wait a little longer to see if they can close it out in regulation. Again, 6K still have a chance. We'll step aside for a few minutes and hopefully see the conclusion of this map when we return. 6-2, and our first match point for Cruelty as we return to our first matchup here in the North on Night Haven Labs. 6 Karma have not looked good on Labs, to say the least, Flynn. I think that much has been clear since the first half. Here on the defensive half, we expected a little more from them. We expected to see a bit of a quicker return to form. At least so far, we've seen 2 rounds go by. Not a change in sight. A 4-round deficit to work through. That needs 4 clean defensive rounds in a row. I think they've got it in them to get 1 or 2 here, but do they have what it takes to go the whole way? That's what I'm unsure about.
Yeah, we'll see as this round specifically progresses on how well 6 Karma can use other bomb sites as rotation points and as safe havens on the defensive side, because it seems so far that their command and server defense needs some work in terms of being able to repel the Cruelty attack. I also think for 6 Karma, they've been in a similar situation. We've mentioned it a few times. They were down 6-3 on Bank against Revan in play to number 1 this stage, and they were able to bring that back to an 8-7. So it's not like they haven't demonstrated resilience in the past and some flexibility on the attacking side and on other maps, but like you say, Jonah, the demonstration so far from 6 Karma on Night Haven Labs specifically has not been all that impressive in comparison to what we've seen out of Cruelty, which has been pretty clinical thus far. And it's going to require 6 Karma running this back 4 in a row just to get the opportunity of overtime, and they're going to need a successful defensive bomb site to do that from. Choose the basement, and with a hefty roam attached, Swag will get the opener onto Ivan.
Finally, the entry woes remedied for 6K, but that one quickly traded by Dante as he takes care of Swag immediately after. So the advantage immediately neutralized here as we get back to that 4v4. The first kill at that minute mark into the round. A good place to start for 6K, but now as the defensive team, they have to worry about falling back to the site. And if you look at the time and you look at the control of this map that Cruelty have, talk about a massive difference between what we saw from 6K and what we see from Cruelty now. It did not take them 2.5 minutes to get to this point. Instead, it took them about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Now they can start setting up for the execute and give themselves a much better chance when it comes to the eventual push. The one thing I do like from 6 Karma, though, is that they're not forcing this. Other than Falls playing on the staircase, you've got everyone else positioned on the site waiting to deny this push. They're not going to force this, go for these kills. They're going to wait for Cruelty to come to them and then let it kind of unfold in that execute phase. We'll see. Cruelty still looking for something as they try to get a bit more vertical destruction going, but soon enough, you're going to have to see this team step up and look to make a push happen. 6 Karma repositioning, looking to stop it.
That opener from Swag seems to be the difference makers. You lose the Ram, which means you've lost a lot of your soft destruction capability. Seen a Bailiff be brought out from up above, from the Grim of Matumbo, but Pyrox for the floorboards, he still gets the job done vertically with an MK14 at the end of the day. Pushing down the Exo stairs will be Matumbo carrying the diffuser. Fatal was also positioned outside of the Animus breach. He was able to fashion for himself a can opener. Now the Candelas bring out into the middle of the bomb site, and Pyrox will catch the flank upstairs from Skimsy, leaving Kurtz and Falls alone, trapped on either side of the bomb site with nowhere to go. Good reaction there from Falls, and the 180 for the second, downing Fatal down outside of the wall. Dante taking damage, trying to push him, but Kurtz on the rejection. Dante now the last man standing up against Falls. The smoke has the health advantage, and he has the difference maker in his back pocket. 6 Karma, they won't go down without a fight.
They stay alive thanks to one man. That guy right there. It's Falls who makes it happen in the trenches in the basement. He whips around and he gets 2 kills, doing everything he could to keep 6 Karma in this fight. You look at how Cruelty took that. You saw one person swinging from the doorway, the other one from the breach, almost immediately after one another. As an attacking team, there's not much better you can do there. You were swinging to play the trade almost instantaneously. You just got outgunned. You just got outskilled by Falls, who sometimes you just give a player a chance to step up and look at what they can deliver. Little bit of a spark back into this 6 Karma team. As we said, a long way to go, but that could be the start that they needed. Falls, well done. Give 6 Karma their very first defensive win. Now sets them up to see what other kind of success they can find.
Well, for the time being, they're going to avoid going topside, at least in terms of the objective being placed in server and command. We're going to head back downstairs towards storage and control. I think right now, for the IT breach, this is going to be the biggest focal point for the 6 Karma defense, trying to maintain your top control. You've got a lot of ability to apply vertical pressure downstairs and towards the bomb site. And for right now, for the 6 Karma defense, if you're going to have any chance at withstanding the amount of force that Cruelty are bringing on these attacks, and the amount of explosion that they're bringing, there's an opportunity here for the top control to be the difference maker once again, just like eliminating the Boogie drone in the previous round was the difference maker in slowing down Cruelty's attack.
Well, Cruelty staying patient here on their entry this time around. They saw how Swag was able to get that opener last time for 6K. This time, Cruelty looking to start this one off strong for their team. Quick breach here on the warehouse wall will get things started for them. If you recall, before that last tech pause, before we saw the side swap, when Cruelty defended this site, 6 Karma were very good at getting that warehouse wall open right away. First thing they did in the round, they sprinted right towards the wall, they dealt with the hard breach denial, and they opened it up in seconds. Cruelty, they were a little slower comparatively, but it seems like they have done the job. So Rayduct, as the drones start to pour in by his feet, he knows where the pressure is coming from, and he knows that if Cruelty do see an opening, they could indeed look to step up. You imagine someone like Ivan is going to do that next. He's on the Ash. He's going to make his move up above, actually, and he'll take care of Rayduct, but look at Falls. He is feeling real good. He gets 2 more for 6K, and now we're back even after Pyrox gets 1 on the glass.
And put Falls in any precarious situation with a secondary SMG and watch the opponents fall one by one at his hands. The diffuser now surrendered into the bomb site that Falls is relaying to the rest of the team. The Warden, the perfect operator to withstand the barrage that Cruelty wanted to bring into storage with the flashes, with the smokes, being droned out from inside and being taken aim from the window. The good news is he has some support here from Swag outside. He can open up the doorway for Swag, as he'll be tracked by the Deimos as well. Poor Falls, man. He's fighting a battle, and Dante wins out, finally turning the corner, and he wins another one with the revolver. Unbelievable from Dante on the entry through the storage window that the rest of the team wanted to facilitate previously. It leaves Kurtz alone to try and replicate the heroics of his teammate. Downs 1 against the second! Can we see it in back-to-back rounds? Dante bleeding out, Pyrox on the glass, and a 1v1 up against Kurtz. They will peek around the door frame. Secondaries in hand for both. The bearing swings out and the bailiff. Kurtz! 6 Karma have done it again!
Hero plays in back-to-back rounds. You just cannot make this up. 6 Karma, they know how important this game is. They know how badly they want that top seed. It was Falls before. It is Kurtz now. It was Falls with the 1v2, the 3K, and the clutch. Here it is Kurtz with the 1v3, the 3K, and the clutch. You just cannot make this up. He catches the side of Dante, just barely sees his feet, denies the plant, takes care of the coverage, and then this 1v1 with Pyrox could have gone either way. That's as 50-50 of a gunfight as you're ever going to see. But it is one that Kurtz is more than happy to secure. Kurtz finds his 7th kill overall on the map. You see someone like Falls with 12 now, combining the stats before the tech pauses and now after. Great performances from these two, but 6 Karma, relying on back-to-back hero plays, it's not going to be enough. You're not going to do that 4 times in a row. Okay, maybe. Maybe you could do that 4 times in a row, but it is unlikely. We're going to have to see them clean it up as a team because Cruelty remain on match point, and they have been so close to closing this map out now two rounds in a row.
I think the big fear here, if you're a 6 Karma fan, about this run back being completed is that this is now the bomb site we have to go to. Kitchen has been identified by most teams who play this map competitively that it's probably not as strong as Server and Command. Even though 6 Karma ran this for the first 2 defenses, they kind of got picked apart on it both times, not really standing much of a chance. 6 Karma now having to run it back for a 3rd time in this map, try and at least push us to around number 12. Can they put it all the way to round 13? That's what we're waiting to see. Ivan, though, bringing out the Montaigne. This is a tough one, though. For Cruelty on the attacking side, their pace has been good. Their openers have been good. It's just been individual heroics, like you said, Jonah. The defensive side from Falls and Kurtz, really one-man islands winning out the positions for 6 Karma. But just like we said about their attacks, it's not how, it's how many. And right now it's 4 on the board, trying to weather the storm of the breach being opened up over towards Connector, over towards IT. And the Repel is now heading out towards the top of the Aqua Stairs for Cruelty, trying to amass their attack onto the bomb site and pinch down these defenders. Doesn't look like anyone right now for 6 Karma on the defense is straying too far away from the bomb site other than Skimzy.
Well, Cruelty, they just seem tired of dealing with this 6 Karma defense, and they're going to put the Monty at the helm of this attack to facilitate this. It's going to be so important to play together, to stay unified, giving yourself all the information and protection the Monty can provide. 6 Karma, they've done a nice job at the very least, establishing some better pressure in these past few rounds. Not necessarily getting the opening kill every time, but at the very least, getting the trade in response. You see Falls, the weapon that he has become in this map, maybe looking to be the one to do it. Same thing goes for Rayduck. Same thing goes for now Pyrox on the Cruelty side of things, as he tucks his way around the other side and repositions, creeping his way up towards the site. This has been a waiting game for Cruelty. They've been here on the precipice for quite a while now. Finally putting Ivan in the front. They're looking ready to go.
Connector focus is different. We haven't really seen this throughout the entirety of the match. Connector has been abandoned by attacking teams on either side of this game. Rayduck will put Pyrox to sleep as the opener. Swinging for 2. The AK-12 rings out in response, but it's Dante to collect the push on in. Downs off 1 on the pillar, but carrying the diffuser, he has to be careful about his life. Fatal and Ivan both collect on pistols, and suddenly it's down to the 2v2. The Nitro Cell at the top of the IT door. Fatal, though, collects on his Skimzy. It's just Swag left standing. He's already utilized his Nitro, so he can't stop the plant from range. Ivan will get in his face, playing Ring Around Rosie with the Montaigne up against the command door. Vaulting back and forth in between IT and the garage rafters. He will press right up against the pillar, trying to take the direct engagement with Fatal as Ivan provides the distraction. And as he does that, Fatal will turn from behind the pillar. He gets the plant, he gets the final kill in Cruelty. They close it out in regulation.
You got to imagine when a Monty's in your face like that in a 1v2, there is so little you can do to bring it back. 7-4, the final score is Cruelty. May have taken them just a couple rounds longer than they may have thought. Frankly, than we may have thought. But they closed it out 7-4 either way. 3 tech pauses later, they were able to close this one out in 6 Karma. Despite a bit of a comeback, they could not pull that one out. Corbeck, I mean, what do you see from the sidelines here? I mean, this felt, to me at least, the story of 6 Karma just not quite living up to expectations on this map.
Yeah, when I saw them doing their 2 clutches there, all I could think of was just death throws, right? Like, when you're in a situation as a professional team where you're relying on a player to clutch up with a shotgun pistol, like, come on. You should have never been in that spot to begin with. I mean, I understand the caliber of your opponent, but you've never been in that spot to begin with. I mean, looking at how kind of things are for 6K here, Flynn, I mean, how does this bode, you think, for the back half of this round robin for the double round?
Listen, yeah, were their attacks slow? Definitely. It's a 9-map pool. I honestly, I feel decent about 6 Karma in terms of being able to spread their legs a little bit in the map pool later on in the round robin. This is a good learning experience. Like we said, we had no tape on this map for basically either of these teams. Cruelty playing it for the first time last week. It was an opportunity to kind of test the waters and see if it's game day ready. And it turns out, for 6 Karma, and unless Kurtz and Falls can do that every single round, no, the map is not game day ready. You still have so much time. And honestly, bringing that back again, we've seen the resilience from 6 Karma, where in Stage 1, if this roster got down into a pretty hefty deficit, we weren't seeing the fight back. It was closed out at a 7-2 or a 7-3 if they were going to lose. And I think for 6 Karma, lessons learned. Maybe this isn't game day ready, but at least you can keep it in the back pocket and know that your defensive structure, at the very least, while it isn't immaculate, it can weather some storms.
That's the thing with the double round robin of this format and the way the North has been going. I said this game was important for determining who was the best in the North. That was true, but it's not really significant for the rest of the playoff picture in the North, at least in the top 2 spots. Six Karma and Cruelty are so far ahead of their opponents right now, just based on the performances we've seen this stage. All this will do is really lock Cruelty in for now in that top spot and make us think that they're not going to lose that spot for the remainder of the stage. For 6K, feels like second place is where they belong right now based on the opponents they've taken down and based on where they lie. Revan, they had a close game against 6 Karma, so that's the only argument you can really make here for 6K. They just need to not go to labs again in a game with stakes like this. They need just to put that map to the side, work on that behind the scenes, and yeah, maybe come back to that in the playoffs when it is tidied up and started anew.
Well, certainly a fell omen for 6K should they have to face Team Cruelty in the playoffs, but we've got more LATAM North action on the way here. Don't go anywhere. Revan tries to expunge some of their guilt from last week in a match against Lycus Empire right after this. Welcome back, viewers, here to play day 5 of LATAM Stage 2. Our next match on the docket here is Revan versus Lycus Empire. And well, for those of you who are watching last Wednesday, Revan suffered a pretty bad defeat against True Synergy Gaming. Jonah, there was a lot of kind of mea culpa from Quick on Twitch or Twitter. There was a lot of agonizing on various forums I saw. But is this an earth-shattering moment for Revan, or is there a world where they can kind of come back and maybe even compete for the major spot that, let's be honest, they probably expected to win when they first started coming into LATAM?
Well, I said it last week, Revan did get themselves a good old fistful of Alan Durf. They got Durfed against TSG, and that unfortunately, is a tough blow to take, especially because they were winning that game. They looked like they were not only going to perform well this stage, they looked like that game was theirs to take. Not only do they fumble the bag there, but now they set themselves up for a world of hurt here because they are far from the top two teams in the North here, as we talked about in that last match. They have a lot of work to do. I think, yes, this is a team that is still capable of being scrappy and down and dirty and maybe pulling off some sort of upset and taking the major spot. I think they're a long way from that form, though. Thankfully, it's a double round robin. You got a lot of time to get back in that form. I just think it's going to take some time.
I mean, theoretically, their matchup tonight should be one where they can get back into form because they're going up against Lycus Empire, who have really only dealt a death blow to one team, Flynn, and that just happened to be True Synergy Gaming. Does this squad have a little bit of Revan slaying in them as well?
I mean, if you're like, but feel motivated by TSG is able to, Lycus Empire, you obliterated TSG 7-1, and then TSG took them all the way the distance, Revan, to an 8-6 victory. I mean, if you're Lycus Empire, you're motivated by that. You feel like there's an opportunity here. And yeah, there was a lot said on the internet of social media from Revan's side about needing to play better. At the end of the day, words are words, and the results are what matter. For right now, Lycus Empire, they have a very good result against TSG, Revan's most recent opponent. But the most recent game for Lycus Empire was the inverse of that, a 7-1 loss. So up and down performance so far for Lycus, but yeah, if I'm Lycus, if I'm feeling like the underdog coming into this matchup, I'm seeing what TSG did, I'm feeling pretty motivated by it.
And I'll put it to you as well, Jonah. Here's a Lycus Empire side. They're Orglis from last stage. They've been playing a lot like Orglis from last stage. But, you know, as Flynn mentioned, the transitive property here, you did beat True Synergy Gaming. True Synergy Gaming did beat Revan. Do you think they have a reasonable chance here tonight?
I think they do have a reasonable chance. I think we got to throw the transitive property out the window, though, just because of how inconsistent both Revan, TSG, and Lycus have been. The three most inconsistent teams we have here. Even someone like Cinta Negra is consistently inconsistent, and we haven't even seen that level of consistency from these three teams, if you get what I'm saying. We've seen a bit of a mess here in the bottom half of the North, and for TSG to come out and win against Revan, that's big because Lycus did beat TSG 7-1 the day before, but Lycus, after that fantastic performance, they come back the next day and they get absolutely stomped. So that's not something we're seeing day to day, week to week. Will we see it when they load into the lobby today? For Lycus' sake, I really do hope so. I just think it is still a long shot.
I would tend to agree with you. I don't think this is one that Lycus Empire could confidently say in the bag, they have in the bag, but I will agree with you, Flynn, in the idea that, yeah, there's probably some confidence going into this. Do you think, looking at it from the Revan perspective, this is just a game that they're going to treat as business as usual, Flynn, or do you think this has maybe a bit more meaning for them just based on what happened last Wednesday?
I don't know that necessarily last game for Revan is the instigator. I think they've known that they haven't been playing very well throughout the entirety of this beginning portion of the stage. Like I said, you know, there's a lot of talk on the internet, on social media after the game, but what matters is the result in the server, and the result in the server so far for Revan has been below expectations. So now the focus is just capitalizing on as many points as possible near the end. Like Jonah said, in the standings, now we're starting to get into a situation. Thankfully, 6 Karma losing in regulation means that they didn't get any further away from you. At the end of the day, it's still a chasm between you and the top two teams, and there's no difference in the playoff bracket in terms of advantage for 3rd versus 4th place. You play each other. Congratulations. If you're a 3 seed or a 4 seed, you end up with the same result. It's those top 2 seeds that are very quickly getting away from Revan in terms of mathematical possibility that matter for advancing further in the bracket.
Yeah, and I'm sure Revan are keenly aware of that, and they're keenly aware, of course, that if they want points, they're going to have to find a map here. And Jonah, some of the kind of stalwarts so far of this stage are off the board.
Yeah, not dealing with Bank here. We've seen a lot of that. Won't see Skyscraper. We will end up going back to Chalet. So it is a stalwart of this stage. We've seen quite a bit of Chalet thus far. Other than Bank, that is our most played map. So Lycus they'll get to defend as they return to this territory. Revan choosing to go to Chalet instead of Clubhouse, and that right there is the correct decision. We say this all the time when you go to a map like Clubhouse. We said this about Oregon before it was removed from the pool. You do not want to take a team that you think you are better than to a map that is quote unquote an equalizer, one map that everybody should be almost equally skilled on regardless of their background, regardless of how good these teams have been playing. Clubhouse often has a tendency to do that. Chalet, on the other hand, it really punishes teams who move in the building slowly. It really rewards teams who are coordinated, who are very strong with the entry kills and their ability to just outskill your opponents. I think Revan, they have the upper hand on both of those categories, and they should have the upper hand on this map.
Yeah, I think for Revan coming into this one, like you said, the option between Clubhouse and Chalet should be a no-brainer for Revan. Go to Chalet. Especially starting on the attacking side. You're going to have a lot of flexibility, a lot of open air to operate in, and I think right now for Revan, that's what they need. You need to stop being so confined into maps like Cafe and maps like Clubhouse where you're stuck to a rigidity that Revan does not operate well in. They operate the best when they are free-flowing, and they can change tempo on you in a snap of a dime. And I think right now for Revan as well, starting on Chalet, this could be a map that starts to become one of their favorites in the pool, and starts to become more of a game day specialty for them just because of how aggressive you can be on this map and the tempo that you can apply against your opponents. Revan has done a very good job at getting site direct on a lot of their attacks so far this stage. Going for the full clear hasn't been their favorite, but if they can go site direct, they have been a very, very strong team getting into the objective and making opponents play retake into their own bomb site.
I mean, I think you both make very good points as to why Chalet was a decent pick here at the end of the day, but doesn't muddy the water a bit, Jonah, if I tell you that the map that Lycus Empire got their 7-1 victory against True Synergy Gaming on was Chalet, and Revan has not actually played Chalet so far this stage.
Sure, it adds that extra element. I did make sure to double check that though before, we went to those map vetoes, and I still stand by my initial take on this. I still think that this is going to favor Revan even with that result. We know that Revan are also coming into this week with a kind of a new fire, a new passion, a new fury. We saw that on Twitter. We expect that from these players after, in their own words, an embarrassing finish to week 2. So what do you do if you're embarrassed, backs against the wall, and you need to regroup? You put in a little more work in the VOD review. You put in a little more work in the prep, and you really pay attention to what map you're about to take your opponent to. I like this for Revan because I am fairly confident they have had a chance to not only look at that map, but study what we saw from Lycus. There are only a few teams here in the North. It's not like you have to worry about all 10 teams in this region. It is just that these teams you have to worry about, and if you can get them down and study these 6, you are good to go. You have, all right, I know what we're dealing with on this team. You've got a double round robin. That prep will help you in the next game. Here, this is their first time playing Lycus. You gotta think that Revan are prepared.
Well, we'll see if Revan's book learning will serve them well here. Revan versus Lycus Empire coming up to you on Chalet right after this.
Well, we promised you the action here on Chalet soon, and well, we weren't kidding. Apparently, the first round already transpired. You see some replays here. It came down to a 1v1 in the end, a flurry of kills on the top floor, unfixed against a draw, and it was the 20 HP Demos who finished it out with a kill. So Revan will open things up with a round win on Chalet. We apologize. We were having some issues receiving the feed from our Mexican broadcast partners, but here we are, ready to go in round number 2 on Chalet. As we dive back into this one, as a reminder, we're looking at Revan and Lycus Empire. Revan, a team that we expected to be in contention for the top of this group and have certainly fallen from that mark in the last week. They lost to TSG in overtime. They got derfed, and now they find themselves up against Lycus trying to redeem themselves here, Flynn. Lycus Empire, of course, they've got 1 win under their belt, looking to find another today, upset or not.
Well, going off of the replays, that's all I've got. I think for Lycus Empire, bring that down to a 1v1 against a gunfight-heavy team like Revan. That's a good sign, honestly. I think for Revan, though, playing the Demos, we saw it from draw in round number 1. We see it again in round number 2. Downstairs below, though, we're going to have a gunfight immediately from Abaddon, the entry on the Dokkaebi. One logic bomb in pocket currently, as it is now regenerative with the new update, and we've got the Demos track coming from draw through the floorboards into the basement onto Aphex, who's the Solus down below, being hunted by the Dokkaebi, by the Demos, and I was gonna say, the Demos play, especially for Revan, seems like an operator that just fits perfectly with their playstyle and how they want to force their opponents into unpreferential situations early in rounds, put their back against the wall, and get an early opening pick. Give themselves some momentum and some energy, transition onto the bomb site. Aphex, though, while he has been tracked, he is doing a great job, actually, as he drops Lambe at wasting a lot of utility, a lot of time, and claiming the life of the first Revan attacker.
Well, that is exactly what Aphex did in the opening of that first round that we didn't see, but he did get the opening kill at a very similar point in the round. The big difference here is that this Lycus defense has been able to turn that kill into a heck of a lot more. They found 2 more kills on the back of it, and now you see someone like Quick Marteau just jumping in with no idea what's lying on the other side. A flawless round from Lycus in response to the opening round from Revan, and just like that, we are all tied up.
Oh boy, it's going to be one of those games for Revan. All right. That's a tough clear on Aphex down below. That's a really tough attempt to leave him alone and then head towards the bomb site. And that's probably a round that if you're on the side of Revan, you want to forget. Getting flawless on by Lycus Empire. Not the best look for Revan, who are in desperate need of a bounce back. We talked about the standings, we talked about their performance last week. Just as a team in general, they're looking for a convincing W. And having surrendered a couple leads that have then turned into overtime losses, you really would want this game to be the one where Revan kind of stopped the bleeding a little bit and put in a defiant and controlling performance. And getting flawless upon does not leave the impression that we're going to get something like that out of Revan today. There's plenty of time left for them to turn things around, especially being on the attacking side on Chalet to begin things, but for Lycus Empire, hey, look at the coordination on the roam, though. Aphex kind of looked like he was on an island on the Solus downstairs, but he did have support from up above, from inside of bathroom looking down to West Main, from the bottom of the solar stairs, and even some support peeking out of jungle upstairs. I mean, there was a pretty good network there for Lycus Empire to support Aphex in the roam, and even if he was a casualty, to at least trade him out when Revan turned their attention to the top side.
Well, Revan looking to bounce back here as they work their way into the top floor a little bit more carefully this time. The opening has been a problem for them in the last 2 rounds. It has been Aphex delivering that opening kill. Revan trying to make their entry safely this time. No, that will not be the case. Lambe, his second opening death, this time at the hands of Faxi. Faxi combines for 2, but Abonai will eventually trade him out. Another tough start, though, for Revan. But look at all these downs they've been able to secure. I just noticed this, but Aphex, Ronnie, and Owen were all down at one moment. Instead, now it is just Aphex and Owen. Ronnie, the only player left standing after Revan come in with a very swift response that happened so quickly we weren't able to catch every single one of those downs at once, but it was, well, 3 separate engagements that Revan took, and it seemed like they must have won because all of a sudden Lycus find themselves on their backs, and despite the hot start from Faxi, it's Ronnie in a 1v3.
And there goes the drone to identify Ronnie's positioning. I'm not sure that Marto knows that he downed Aphex through the window, but as Aphex bleeds out, it will leave what's left of Ronnie on 20 HP. Left standing in the bomb site, being detected by the Grimbees, which wasn't the undoing of Faxi upstairs like it should have been. But at the end of the day, Revan able to make up for some early round mistakes, letting an SMG-11 go buck wild on them, while visibly detected by Grimbees. Still, a bloodbath upstairs leads to a dominant performance in terms of turning their attention back towards the objective itself, and Revan getting back on track after the round seemed like it was spiraling away from them very early on there. Great individual play from Faxi up above inside of Master, with angles towards the big window and Solarium, and I'm sure for Revan, that's another pain point they're going to have to overcome in terms of their entries starting out this map against Lycus. But for Lycus Empire, unable to hold the top floor for the rest of the round, and the flood from Revan just a little too powerful.
Well, here's an important question. This one may be more philosophical, Flynn, that I'm gonna pose to you now. After Revan's loss to TSG, and for those of you who didn't watch it, it started off 2 rounds in with quick typing in all chat, "You guys are so bad." They proceeded to lose that game, TSG taking the win. Do you think there is any chance that Quick still has all chat permissions on? You still think he has the ability to type in chat, or do you think he's just turned that off, the only way to resist?
Okay, so, like, yes, that did happen. Round 2, they're up 2-0. It was a flawless round in round number 1 for Revan. And then round number 2 wasn't all that much closer. And then in round number 3, when he typed that, he almost 1v3'd while partially blinded by a flashbang. And to his credit, and the rest of Revan's credit, they didn't, as far as I can remember, they didn't type again after that. It started to get messy, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they typed again after that. So to give Revan some credit, I think they reined it in a little bit, but we've seen this in Stage 1 this year, and you've seen it in Stage 2 last year. It doesn't really matter who's on this roster. This is a roster that does like to play some of those mind games, and they do like to type, and it does fuel them up every once in a while. So to answer the question in the most roundabout way possible, no, I think Quick still got all chat on. I think he's going to wait for the most opportune time to use it.
Incredible. We got there. I like it.
We got there.
We got there. Hey, good. Well, there's your answer. I like it. He's got it on, wielding it as like a secret weapon, waiting to use it at the opportune moment. But the opportune moment here for Revan in round 4, this time it is Lambe who steps up nice and early, and he is the one to get the opening kill. Finally, Revan get into the building in one piece. Now, can they transition this into a bit of success? They have a full 90 seconds to work with here, so they don't have to rush it. But you gotta think, with Owen's position here at the door, there has got to be a clear up top to happen soon. They could just back off and hold this passively, focus on opening up the dining wall, and at least for now, it looks like that is going to be their objective instead. I like that switch here from Revan. It's going to take them some time, but if they can get this wall open and creep their way through the top floor at the same time, you're going to see Owen in a world of hurt in just a moment. It's Draw, the player looking to do that. Does he know that the Legion is behind him? The camera identified the spray. What the? Draw. He's right there. Owen, look to your left, my dude. He gets naded. What in the world? Revan, it's a 5v2 after an absolute chaotic engagement up top. Marto, he'll go down thanks to Faxi, but he's getting lit up unfixed. 1v5 for him. He is in a crossfire. Oh, and he is just destroyed. Flawless round for Revan after quite an interaction up in Solarium.
That was certainly one. The trophy window exchange, also another one for the books of events of all time. I think right now for Revan, though, the initial strategy was good. The opening pick and the aggression to get in through jungle towards piano, very strong. And like you said, they had the ability to play it passive with, I'm pretty sure it was Quick outside the bathroom window with that DMR, making every wall towards Solarium and Bathroom and Master look like Swiss cheese. And make sure that any rotation, with the assist from the gridlock tracks as well, any rotation's just an absolute nightmare for any of the defenders. So Owen, he stayed and fought, and you would have liked anyone who was actively watching that solar cam to relay the intel to Owen to look at the gridlock walking at him, but at the end of the day, he was trapped. There was nowhere for Owen to go, so he decided to stand and fight and try and take as many with him as he could. But that was the only real answer that he had left, because Revan's setup in the beginning of that round was so strong, and it was so succinct at being able to lock defenders in place and make sure they didn't have another answer other than to play their life and try to take someone with them, because they knew they were going to die. So attack pause coming out from Lycus Empire now to regroup and refocus, and again, this is what I love about Abinai. He's got the focus and he's got the vibes. He's bringing the smiles. He's bringing the laughs and the face cam in the middle of attack pause as well. And we even saw this in the middle of like a 6-6 scoreline against TSG last week for Revan. Abinai's still smiling. Abinai's still bringing the vibes. He's not bringing the team down. Everyone's looking okay. And for Revan, the shaky round number 2. But every other round has looked pretty solid so far.
The only thing I need in my life right now, Flynn, is a round replay, like the ability to go in game, use the full replay feature to watch that interaction back again. Because Owen in the corner, I mean, he's got about 60 reasons why he should check the door to his left. I'll just give you 2. 1, I think somebody was on that cam. I could have sworn we saw a light on that camera before it was shot out. So first of all, comm should have gone out that, okay, someone's at the door. Great. Let me look that way. That was reason 1. Reason 2, the camera got shot out. You gotta know that someone is right at the door. The shot did not come from far away. It came from right at the doorway. Now, I get it. He's got 2 priorities. He's got to worry about somebody pushing in from bathroom at the same time somebody pushing in from bedroom. But the bedroom guy was inside Solarium. Draw also seemed to have no idea he was there, because why would he possibly be there and you not already be dead? Like, he has no reason to look left because he wasn't already dead. I mean, that checks out to me. Either way. Revan survive it. Lycus do not. And Revan slowly getting themselves back into shape here. You see that again from Lambe. He was 0 for 2 on the entry to start. He is now 2-0 in the last 2 rounds. So quite a turnaround for him. Quite a turnaround for Revan as a result, as they continue to build on this momentum. And you can just see by the way he's taking their gunfights. We saw the smiling on the face cams. This is a team that is looking to get going. What a move there from Abinai as he takes care of Faxi, no problem. Lycus now need to bounce back.
Well, Lycus will attempt that with Owen dropping Marto, the Ash taken out of play, Abinai down on HP, and Draw as well down to about 32. So, some chip damage being done here from the Lycus defenders trying to hold against the Solarium-sided take. But the upside-down repel from the big window is going to be smothering and going to be difficult to contend with. DMR will ring out from Aphex as well, doing more chip damage, this time onto Lambe inside of Solarium. So everyone for Revan, barring Quick, taking part in an engagement. But it's Lambe who will begin to get the diffuser down. Amidst the toxic gas, he has to back away on 13 health now. And Abinai will drop Owen. Aphex as well will hit the floor. It's Ronnie, the last man standing, and the coverage from that big window was oppressive, and it was controlling, and it garners Revan yet another round.
Do I have this right that this is 5 rounds in a row where we have seen either Master and Office or Kitchen and Dining? We still haven't seen Garage. We still haven't seen Bar and Games. That is
pretty sure
an unusual pattern to emerge at this point, because yes, you're going to 2 different objectives and you're losing them, so you want to, try them out, switch back and forth. But they're the same side of the map, and the fundamental defensive components are very similar. A Kitchen and Dining execute still involves a lot of control over the top floor. Kitchen and Dining defense, you got to maintain control over that top floor. A Master and Office execute, the bottom floor is not quite as relevant, but it still matters. You still got to worry about C4s. You still got to worry about soft destruction. Now, this is the first time that we are seeing Lycus branch out from that. We're seeing them head down towards the basement site now on round 6. So the first time they are fundamentally changing up the look that they are giving to Revan. after it seems that Revan has so quickly and easily figured out how to attack that Lycus setup over on that Master and Office side, barring that second round. I don't know, it just feels like a little too late here for Lycus to recover what had been lost. And now maybe they can pull something off here. Either way, Revan are already off to a great start so far in this region. Chalet has been going exactly 50-50 attacker-defender sided, so Revan have already done their job. If they can get a 5th round here on the attack, that will set themselves up so well for that second half.
Well, losing the first exothermic certainly wasn't part of the plan, and now the Zoto canisters come out in response onto the snowmobile garage. Good play here, utilizing all the utility at their disposal from the side of Lycus Empire, meaning that the last remaining exothermic is still on the snowmobile garage while being frozen. It was initiated, so as soon as the freeze wears off, it should be able to get back into play, although I think Abinai used all of his EMP, so as long as that Zoto canister is not freezing the Kaid Claw, that might be a successful trick coming out. A Nitro Cell, definitely evaded though by draw upstairs, tries to contend with the base of the main stairs. I haven't heard an exothermic go off as of yet, but we were pretty far away from the action, so we'll have to figure out if that was successful, and it was indeed. So the wall gets opened up, Kaid Claw not doing enough to repel the second exothermic, meaning that now with Snowmobile Breach open and a lot of top control established for Revan's attack, they're in a very good position to suppress any defender back towards the bomb site, especially with the Deimos from draw. Make sure that life is as uncomfortable as possible for these Lycus defenders. Try and secure the 5-1 half.
This is the first round we're really seeing Revan look to try to go for the plant, playing very objective focused right now. Draw the major exception. He was isolated alone on those blue stairs, trying to provide the cutoff in through the site, but unable to maintain that position and stay alive. That's exactly how Ronnie wanted to begin this round, and now that control will make it a lot more difficult for Revan to get this going, but unfixed, cut down from the corner. Ronnie, he goes down too as he swings far too early, far too aggressively. That leaves Faxi and Owen up to them to stop this diffuser from going down, and Abinai will secure the plant, even though Owen got 1 kill on the coverage. Faxi now 8 HP to his name. He needs to find something, but his last remaining teammate hits the floor, and so does he. It is Revan with 5 rounds on the attack. Finally, it looks like we're seeing this return to form.
Well, I mean, this is what they talked about on social media after their game against TSG, was they need to play better. And I said at the beginning of this on the desk that what matters is the result on the server. If you take round 2 out of the equation, or even if you leave it in, honestly, it's still a very good look for Revan right now on the attacking side on Chalet. And like I said, this is a map that just kind of plays into their wheelhouse. The ability to play free and open and rotate as much as possible. There's just so much flexibility on this map that it really does lend itself to the play style of a team like Revan that wants to play loose and wants to play fast and wants to get in your face as much as possible. Owen did hit a very nice shot onto Marto outside of the snowmobile garage to maybe make that retake possible, but he would have had to hit a few more in succession as he retreated towards that case. And again, Revan had the setup well done on the attacks. We'll see what their defenses look like, but they only need 2 to get this across the finish line. It's a first half lead for Revan. We've seen it before, but this one feels a little more convincing in being able to secure 3 points on.
On the desk, we called attention to Lycus's performance against TSG on this map. Now, Lycus, they started out on the attacking half, but they thrived on the attacking half, taking all 6 of those attacks, a flawless start, dropping 1 round, and then immediately coming back to win the next defense. So you know that these Lycus attacks have got to be strong. Any team in this league, they may be at the bottom of the standings, but any team in this league is more than capable at defending this map. They're in the professional LATAM scene for a reason, and so if any team is able to win that dominantly, you have to think that Lycus do have something going for them here. They're going to try to make it happen in round 7, their very first attack with a Monty. It's Aphex taking up that mantle, and it is Faxi who will get things started. The Thermite, no less, who will find the opening kill onto Quick.
It's your Thermite taking the first and second gunfights. Ronnie, though, with the trade from inside of jungle. But here we go again. More SMG-12 play from inside of jungle towards the piano door. But it's draw that falls, leaving Marto and Lambe alone in a 2v4 as the castle and the mute try to work their way out of it. They do acquire one pick, leaving Lambe topside. Seems to be an omission here for Lycus Empire on the attack. There's still defenders holding the supreme man advantage upstairs with the coverage down towards the bomb site without the office wall opened up either, as you did lose that thermite. You did hear Selma's going off, but I'm pretty sure that was the dining wall getting opened up instead of office. But Ronnie walks his way into the middle of the bomb site, leaving Lambe alone now in the 1v3. Unfixed on low HP, no diffuser control for any attacker at the moment. They're just going to push for the kills. This could give Lambe a bunch of 1v1s, but Ronnie does not mind the engagement, and he will secure it for himself and for Lycus to stop the run that Revan was on. Still a 5-2 deficit to try and overcome.
But they stopped the bleeding. That was 4 rounds in a row from Revan, and now Lycus take one back. Now let's talk about that, because I did compliment the attacks that we've seen from Lycus before. They won that round, but make no mistake, we're not about to throw a lot of compliments their way. I mean, that one was a bit of a mess. And I think they're lucky to come out of that with a win. I think they're lucky to come out of that with as many bodies up as they were, frankly. Monty being part of your attack, dying very early on, not a good sign. Thermite being a core component of that attack, taking the first engagement, winning it, but taking the second and dying. All of a sudden, you have 3 men left, and you've lost your 2 most important support players in that round. Your Thermite and your Monty. The attack is built around those 2 operators. You need to get that dining wall open. You're going to work your way in off the back of Aphex on the Monty and make something happen. None of that worked. The entire attack fell out the window. Now, the great thing you can say about the attack is that despite that, they were able to regroup. It was a statistically improbable round for Lycus to secure at that point, and they did. Speaking to their adaptability, speaking to their ability to just get some kills in a tough spot. But if that round is an indicator of how the rest of this half is going to go, that is not going to be sustainable for Lycus. We're going to have to see them tidy things up if they want to win.
Lycus on the attack, well, they're going to focus a lot of their pressure and their attention once again towards this office balcony, towards library, and Revan seem more than ready to deal with it this time around. So much pressure and so much utility being brought for the library hold. Draw's going to bail out a library, though, immediately. There are the mirror windows on the exterior, a mezzanine wall in towards library, holding the double window jump in. Lambe as well, playing from inside of jungle. I think these were Terror drones. That's 2 now taken away from the availability of Aphex. And Draw, actually, with no pressure from down below outside the game's window, will position himself to launch a Nitro Cell up through the hatch. And instead, he'll use it on the single window. It does not seem like it has been successful. Now, drones coming out into middle of jungle, and lots of swings coming out from Lambe. In the midst of hellfire, from the flames, from the flashes, from the nades, but Aphex will collect a double topside, and so much utility and manpower that was placed upstairs for Revan, it falls by the wayside of the hands of Lycus.
All right, Lycus, this one looking a lot cleaner than the last one, and even then, they were able to secure the win in round 7. You gotta think this one well underway to falling into their arms as well. Abonai is going to be the next key factor for Revan to see if they can stop this. He's in this position on the stairs, but he is not going to maintain it for much longer, giving up the shield and rotating back to the site. So maybe the last really key power position that Revan were maintaining, well, they maintain it no longer. It's going to come down to their ability to hold these angles, hold off this push as they work their way down towards the site. Marteau, though, unfortunately for him, unfortunately for Draw, they both get cut down on the rotation. Flawless. Look at this for Lycus. Talk about an improvement from the last one. They don't lose a single man on their way to a round win.
Back-to-back rounds for Lycus. 2 of the 3 rounds that they've won have been flawless victories. And I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because the first half looked really good for Revan. You can kind of see it on Quick's face. There might be some flashbacks happening to a couple games so far this stage where we've had a not insignificant lead exiting the first half and watched it disappear here. This would be the largest lead for Revan to surrender, should they do so. It seemed like quite the uphill battle for Lycus to overcome, but as Revan take a tack timeout, we now stand at a much closer game 2 rounds into the second half, with Lycus looking well prepared on the attacking side. Like you said, Jonah, the opportunity does exist for Lycus to be able to demonstrate their flexibility, their aggression, and their adaptability on a map like Chalet. The sword does cut both ways, and now for Revan, at the conclusion of this tack timeout, they will need to find a defensive position that works for them to at least secure 1 point in this matchup.
Well, you may not have been willing to say it, Flynn, but I am. I'm just want to note the score, just so we're all on the same page as we go into these next couple of rounds. It was 5-1 at the half for Revan. A big old lead that is starting to narrow. Now, right now, that is all we're saying. We're not going to get any more complicated than that. Just remember recent history. Revan looking to avoid that and looking to clean things up on their third defensive round here. Lycus, they are 2 for 2 on the entry as they've worked their way in, cleaning up some of the issues they had on that first half on the defensive side, really leaning in to the flexibility that this map provides an attacking team. You saw them so clean in that last round. Great drone work, great information that allowed them to come through and take that round with such ease. Really looked like Revan couldn't put up much of a fight there, despite maintaining all those default power positions that you might expect. So it's very clear that Lycus have something figured out on Chalet, especially on the attack, that Revan cannot quite get their fingers on yet. Very early on here in round number 9, though, so after the tack pause, we'll see what Revan have in store. Right now, it looks like Quick, maybe by the drone hole? Is that how he took all that damage?
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that is how he took most of the damage, yeah. I think right now for Lycus, though, the entries for Aphex, and now we're going to see Ronnie being more of the instigator topside, but Aphex has been, again, very impressive in this series. We noted him back on day number 1, one of the newcomers to Lycus, and really having a standout performance in day number 1 for Lycus. And if he could continue those kinds of performances, then Lycus had a bright future ahead of them. We saw it in the TSG game. We've seen it throughout this first round robin now. That Aphex has been a difference maker and has applied a lot of pressure on Lycus' opponents. I think this is a very good start to the round. Like you said, lots of damage done to Quick, catching the flank up the west main stairs, sprinting into action. Aphex again, the opener on to draw. That AR-33 is working miracles for the Flores. And now Revan trying to get a little adventurous towards the west main stairs. You have Abinai on the shield on the Clash, and Quick on 5 HP up against 5 full health attackers. Now the bomb site is starting to get picked apart from up above. There's nowhere to go for the defenders as the walls start opening up around you. Wambe has to get aggressive. There's nowhere to go, and Lycus in full control.
I mean, look how much pressure Lycus are establishing right now. You have a Clash on the defense, and so far, it's done nothing because all the pressure is coming directly from above. Revan have not been able to slow down this attack whatsoever. They need to stop this execute, or this one is going to be over for this defense right away. Very important fight here on the blue stairs that Ronnie is able to win. Quick, he responds importantly, but he is still so low HP, and the advantage still maintained by Lycus. Could it be 3 Lycus rounds in a row? Good flash. They take the space now. They look to push in the site, taking Wine Cellar from the back. The swing from Unfixed is good. The swing from Ronnie is better, and it is just Quick, the first player to get cut down to so low HP, the last man standing, and Lycus will bury him as well. It is 3 in a row for Lycus. Only 1 round away from tying this up.
Count them back to back to back rounds for Lycus Empire. Look at a smile on Aphex as well. Okay. Okay, it was 5-1 at the side swap after the first half. And all of a sudden, these attacks have looked, honestly, like a mirror image of what we saw out of Revan this time for Lycus. Very impressive map control, very impressive entry, not really any hesitance, getting a lot of map control, doing a lot of damage, and always ready for the flank. Quick got away with that one flank, but it was kind of too late at that point, walking up Fireplace Stairs on 5 HP. The rest of his team members on the objective fell, and it was a 5 HP Warden flanking against the world. He didn't accomplish much other than an impactless pick on Blue Stairs. Revan now, like I said, trying to find somewhere that works. They're going to turn their attention now to Kitchen and Dining, trying to lock down this bomb site, the first defensive objective that they tried. And for Lycus, I mean, much of what we saw in the very first attacking round for Lycus will work here. The only difference is we're not bringing the Montaigne this time around, because I think, honestly, Lycus have identified they don't need it to be the instigator, to be the entry, to clear map control. They can kind of do it gun up. They've been in very strong positions in that situation against Revan so far. They're not afraid to take gunfights against Revan. They're winning a handful.
Could they tie this one up? My god, that would be insane. Revan just cannot seem to close out games. It was their problem against 6 Karma. Day 1. Problem disappeared, resurfaced against TSG. Here again against Lycus. 1 play day later, the problems remain. Aphex. Can you believe this guy was on the Monty the first round? Never put him on a shield again. He has gotten the entry kill the next 3 rounds in a row. He cannot be stopped. And Lycus, a 5v4 within a minute of the round, make it a 5v3. Aphex with a double. Revan have no idea what is hitting them right now. They cannot seem to stop this team on the attack.
Aphex yet again with the entries, and now Lambe tries to go for the swing towards the Blue Stairs. He'll drop Aphex to 24 HP. Marteau on the swing out as well, narrowly misses the headshot or any damage through the library wall. So, more vertical destruction still at the availability for the attacking side, as Aphex on that sledge still wield his hammer and take aim. Aphex make it 3 on the round now as Lambe re-engages towards Blue Stairs. And now Aphex, he's ripping through these Revan attackers, or defenders, as Abinai will now fall. It leaves Marteau alone topside. Could it be another flawless round? No! Abinai from the grave with the EDD will collect, but Marteau will fall in the end. Count them 4 in a row for Lycus Empire. We got ourselves a game. We're at the very least going 12.
This is unreal. Unreal that this has happened again. 5-1 at the swap. You go into what should be the favorable side of Chalet, the defense. If not, it doesn't matter. It's a 3-3 map and you're up 5-1. This is a map that you should win. Lycus Empire, clearly these attacks are strong. Don't get me wrong here, but Revan, it's just looking rough. Allowing Aphex to walk in, get a kill, and then completely blindside another one of your defenders who is completely alone, by the way. No support, no information to aid that position. No wonder Lycus are having these rounds so easily. Nearly flawless again. It's insane. Aphex has been great, and we've been gassing him up nicely, 10-7. But you look at someone like Ronnie, and again, we'll remind you, there was, I believe, an early rehost in this game. We do see Ronnie also putting up some impressive numbers right here. I mean, 10-6. I mean, look at this guy. Sleeper GOAT right now in this matchup. Aphex has been maybe putting in the work in more flashy ways, but Ronnie has been consistent. He's been playing the Nomad almost every single time on the attack. It was the Kaid, the Mira on the defense. That flex support role. And he has been thriving. He's 2-0 on the entry as well. Don't need to change it. As we look to see if Revan can respond. It's got to happen soon. Because Lycus have all of the momentum in the world. It was 4 rounds in a row for Revan. It's been 4 rounds in a row for Lycus since.
For Revan, we've seen this defensive hold before. Mirror window facing into Library in a bar game's defense. Yet it was Aphex who got the quick double upstairs, making life very miserable for Revan attackers. Asphyxiating Bolt comes out into Library, 2 of them in fact, to hold off any rotations into the small box. The mirror window gets disabled from Unfix's ass charge. So Now not a whole lot of utility left to work with here for Lambe. He has support from Quick on these blue stairs as we flick back and forth between their POVs. Marto was looking to get excessively excited outside of West Main windows, but will refrain from doing so for the time being, as everyone for Lycus has taken a beat, trying to assess the situation at hand and understand what the best entry point is. Still worrying about the top control is being held from these Revan defenders. They won't back away from the position, but it seems like Aphex and Faxi now will jump into the fray. Lambe will fall, and it's the opener once again acquired for Lycus Empire.
Oh my goodness. If the pattern holds true, then Lycus are taking this one. It's been the entry and it's been the conversion every single time since they swapped the attacking half. Another kill. Make it a 5v3 for Lycus. Is this map just over at this point? We need to see Abonai, Marteau, and Quick do something to stop this. Good response there from Quick. He is able to get the head of Faxi on the, albeit clumsy, rotation. It's not over yet. You're seeing these 3 Revan defenders buckle down and get ready. They do have some information to work with as well. You see the pings coming out. They know there's someone above on the hatch. They know there's somebody working their way into the hallway just outside of games. There will be a brief rotation here, but again, Aphex rotating wildly. Quick catches him out. Good air jab, but no kill immediately found by Ronnie. Instead, he backs off and has to join the rest of a team. 3v3, another swing from Revan. Now they're the ones getting confident. Good kill there from Marteau. Looked like Ronnie was the one winning that one. Instead, it's Marteau who somehow stays alive to get 2 kills. Looked like he was shot directly in the face, but he perseveres and brings Revan back from the edge of defeat in round 11. It's now unfixed, no time left, and he's got to drop down into Marteau's waiting and open arms. It's Abonai who claims the kill, and it is Revan who finally stopped the bleeding, and they will have a chance to close this one out first on match point.
Oh boy, having to pull back the 3v5 from inside the bomb site for Revan. A remarkable comeback, but shades of what we've seen from Revan coming out from Lycus's attack there, just getting very individual and getting left alone to fight against the world and getting picked apart one by one. Unfortunate miss from upstairs from Unfixed on the second Ash charge towards the storage mirror as well. That could have been a difference maker.
How are those not headshot there? Do you see that? I could have, like, when I saw that swing, I was certain it was over. But somehow Marteau stayed alive there and then got another kill. I'm sorry to cut you off, but like, what the heck? What the heck?
Hey man, this game works in mysterious ways. And for Revan, they're hoping that those mysterious ways lead them to a victory now in consecutive rounds. To walk away with the full points availability. We talked about the standings. The good news is here, at the conclusion of Playday number 5, should you come away with the regulation win, you'll be, I believe, 3 points back of 6 Karma. After they lost in regulation to Cruelty today, they should be at 11. At the conclusion of this map, Revan would be at 8, should they get the full 3. So you've undone a little bit of the damage in terms of being able to catch up to 6 Karma. You still have to play 6 Karma again on, Wednesday. So you're hoping the turnaround is fast here if you're a Revan fan. But it all comes down to this. Can Revan stop the run that Lycus have been on the attacking side? They've got intel Lycus do on a defender inside of Trophy. Lambe caught off guard. Count another round into the win column for Lycus in terms of acquiring the opening pick. That will surely help buoy the spirits of Lycus in terms of sending this to overtime.
Unreal. 100%, by the way, on the entry on the attacking half. If that's telling you anything about why this team was so potent against TSG, well, here you have it. That's why they were able to go 6-0 on the attack. Here, they can't go 6-0, but they are about to go 5-1 unless Revan can stop them. They finally stopped the bleeding. The momentum, at least in terms of getting these rounds back to back to back, has stopped. But clearly the momentum, the confidence is still there for Lycus. Aphex, another round where we're seeing a 5v3 now. Revan were able to take the win last time. Couple of messy, ill-advised rotations from Lycus. But look at this, a 5v2! Aphex with a double kill, and this has overtime written all over it. Major clutch now needed from Marteau and Abonai. Lycus have a full 90 seconds between them and what looks to be OT. They just have to not fumble this massively, and they should be fine.
swing, though, as Unfixed will gift Marteau at least one back. Damage done to Owen as well. More SMG shots ring out, but unable to find the mark. It leaves Abinai alone, but Faxi, he sends us to overtime. After a 5-1 half from Revan, Lycus match it themselves. We're tied 6-6. And for Revan, you've lost another point at minimum. This first round robin has not treated them well. It was a 5-1 lead. And we've said that for 3 of their games now, a lead after the first half. And we go to overtime for the 3rd time for Revan. The best they can walk away with is 2 points now, which means that gap to 6 Karma would be a little bit wider than previously thought.
This is just going to make it so much more difficult for Revan to have any chance at the top 2. Like, we already know it's difficult. They have 5 points compared to, at least coming into the day, 6 Karma's 11, Cruelty's 12. Of course, with that match already taking place, that will shake things up. But you have to think that Revan need to get these points. You walk away with 1 or 2, you are going to be crawling towards the top of the standings. If you want to have any shot at taking this fight to 6K or Cruelty, it's got to happen as soon as possible. You need 3 points. That's a big jump. Instead, not only do they have the chance to not get the full 3, they may not even get 2 points here. As Lycus are carrying all the momentum, they are the ones attacking on overtime, and this map has been incredibly attacker-sided, so if this pattern holds, if Lycus can just deny one Revan attack, this one could be theirs.
Or they could just get both attacks. Like you said, it's 10-2 in favor of the attack against the defense so far on this map. This series has been a wild ride. I think right now for Revan, being on the defense is not where you want to be. The good news is you're back on the bomb site that you won, which was Bar Games. Again, you had to do it via 3v5 this time. Finally, since round number 6, I think, the first opening pick acquired for the defensive side of Revan. That's Unfixed down, the Ash removed from play. Only sad news on the side of Revan is that there's no mirror to worry about. Abinai, though, will drop Faxi on some aggression down inside of games. He's down to 16 HP, but you'll take the trade to have the 2-man advantage that you had to play out of a disadvantage on previously.
Big for Revan. Huge now as Draw's able to get the kill onto Ronnie. Look at this. Defense success in this matchup. Are you kidding? That doesn't happen. That's not supposed to happen. Marteau, he jumps out. He gets another. A little more aggression here from this Revan defense, and it pays off. Owen, last man standing. 2 defenders, low HP, but Owen's position is well known. Marteau, he'll come back inside, up the stairs, and he'll close it out with a kill. Revan, they finally break this pattern when they needed it the most, and they have another chance to close this one out in overtime.
Revan have had the lead for the majority of this game, and they have the lead once again, like you said, Jonah. Up 7-6 now. And they won on the defensive side, the side that has been getting absolutely throttled so far in this match. I mean, there is a bit of a pattern. We'll see if it holds that when maps are this one-sided towards either attack or defense, that usually flips in overtime. So we might see the defense be powerful once again and have this be an 8-7 in favor of Revan after Lycus win this round. Lycus are also going to bring back the bar gaming that we saw out of Revan. And like you said, they never actually played this bomb site. If my memory holds correctly, we did a lot of office and master, we did a lot of kitchen dining, we did 1 basement. But I don't think Lycus ever actually played this bomb site in the first half, so I might be venturing into unknown territory if I can do simple arithmetic for Lycus Empire with their back against the wall.
No, I think you're right. I think this is the first time we're seeing this, at least from Lycus. We did see this from Revan, but it's an interesting call going to uncharted territory. I mean, of course, Revan had tremendous success on all the other sites. So that is, in and of itself, enough of a reason to change it up. But you also haven't gotten a look at this Revan attack yet. Lycus doesn't have the ability to make any adjustments here. They're going to have to buckle down and see what Revan are about to bring. Ronnie, you don't think he's about to do this, right? He puts himself, and somehow he wins the fight? There's no way. He puts himself in the open, was not ADS'd. Draw should have won that fight 100%. Instead, Ronnie comes out on top, and what are we seeing right now in overtime? Somehow the defense is all of a sudden thriving in this matchup of the most attacker-sided Chalet we have seen this stage. Here goes Quick. He takes care of Unfixed and neutralizes the advantage, but look how messy it's getting. Only a minute in, you're already seeing Revan looking to push into this site now. Abonai, he'll get his, not before Aphex claimed a kill of his own. It is still a 3v3.
The storage breach gets opened up from main stairs. Aphex down below wasn't able to stop it, and he's going to walk into the waiting arms of Abonai downstairs, who had wandered his way into Fireplace and gotten the pick onto Owen inside of the bomb site, but immediately falls back downstairs away from the storage breach to apply more pressure and catch the rotation. We now have Faxi and Ronnie against the world, and make it just Faxi against the world in the 1v3. Caught on the drone, the swing comes out, he does some damage to Marteau. The location well known, Lambe gets downed by a Capcan trap off screen, but even in the 2v1, Lycus aren't able to complete the comeback. Revan, they survive, and they win yet again in overtime in a match in which they had a significant lead after the first half.
Their first overtime win, in fact. The other two times they went to OT did not go their way. Shaky from Revan, but they come out on top with the win. From the start to the finish, there were a lot of disastrous moments for both teams. We saw that one. No better example than in that final round with that engagement right outside the game's window. Korbeck, I'm going to bring you back in here because I don't even know what you make of this. We could not make sense of what we just saw. One thing we do know, Revan cannot close out a game in regulation. At least it seems like right now that's the problem. And two, Lycus, they are a heck of a team, putting up a good fight every time, but it just came so close. They just could not finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating thing for Lycus Empire, but, like, I guess what I was thinking as I was watching this go down, honestly, Jonah, is realistically speaking, stage one, we were treating Revan like a big bad. This was the team that everybody wanted to beat. They were tough. We thought that they were going to be gunning for a major. We get to stage two and they're, you know, bare knuckle boxing in a basement or an 8-6 win over Lycus Empire that was Orgulous. It's not glorious. They're certainly not a big bad, but I mean, I gotta ask, what you, Jonah, why is the gas taper off for them? Why does it always taper off after the first half? That's the big takeaway for me, because it looked exactly like what happened with True Synergy. They just lose all oomph on the side swap.
It's easy to point to like overconfidence, and that's something that we said, I think, in those previous matchups against 6K and against TSG, right? This is a team that likes to trash talk, that likes to get a little crazy. So you expect with such a lead, do you kind of like throw out that methodical, disciplined siege? Here it was very clear that that was not the case. This was a team that went onto the defensive half trying to play the same style of very rigid, very disciplined siege, especially in a couple of those rounds. It just seemed like there was a couple of miscommunications, got a little bit more disjointed, right? We saw a couple of examples of the attack from Lycus picking off defenders one by one by one. Aphex just rolling through the map, isolated gunfights, and just getting 3 kills in a row. That kind of thing doesn't happen when things are nicely buttoned up, neat and tidy on the defense. So clearly some gaps emerged there. Hard to tell if that was any different than the first half, because those problems didn't emerge until we saw them go on defense for the first time.
Yeah, I think for Revan, you've kind of hit it on the head there, Jonah, with the individuality. Just defenders, especially on that map, being left alone, and Aphex saying, okay, I'm going to gobble these up. These are free openers. You're giving us an opening into the round to give us some momentum. A lot of people just far away, area codes away from another teammate to be able to have an impact. And you may see the rest of the swings later on when they're down 2 men as, oh, that's over-aggression. You put yourself in that spot because you have to. You know, you're 3v5. If you fall back to site and just try to play it straight up, other than the one round they did on Bar Gaming, which was stacked against them, and a correct Ash charge probably makes that even more difficult, you know, those are improbable odds. So you have to take those swings and take those gambles. I think for Evan, man, those rounds, if they start better in any single one, if they don't have someone caught on an island, then they're very different stories. But I do want to commend Lycus and their ability to capitalize on the opening that Revan was giving.
Well, a heart-stopping win for Revan, a heartbreaking loss there for Lycus Empire, but we are not quite done in LATAM North just yet. Right after this break, Centenega versus True Synergy Gaming. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, viewers, here to LATAM Playday 5, one last match up here in LATAM North, and it is Sintenegra Esports versus True Synergy Gaming. Now, on paper, this might kind of look like two, lower table teams matching off against each other here, but Jonah, for Sintenegra, this actually matters. They need to hold on to that 4th spot if they want to have any chance of getting into deciders, which means they basically have to win tonight.
Right, this is no longer just a matchup to determine bottom of the table positioning. This is, oh no, your playoff spot, your chances of potentially making the playoffs all the way at the end of this double round robin in 5 play days time is up for grabs here. These two rosters have been up and down, messy. They've had their moments, but it just has not been consistent. This is a good middle of the table matchup for them to absolutely have a chance at testing their stuff. TSG coming off a fantastic win. This is their chance to prove that that was not just a fluke.
Right. I mean, as we look at the roster here, Flynn, right? Jonah's alluded to it. This should be a shoring up day for Sintenegra. I mean, do they, have what it takes to basically put True Synergy back where they belong?
I don't know about where they belong. I think for CNE,
statistically speaking.
TSG, Lycus, the way that all these teams have been performing so far, there really isn't much between them. And you look at the results that especially TSG and Lycus today have been able to pick up against Revan, all of a sudden, this is a slugfest for the number 4. If Revan's gonna, stop choking the lead and get their overtime wins, then that's gonna be enough to secure the 3. So it's a battle through these 3 last teams for the 4, and everyone seems capable of beating everyone on every given day, which certainly wasn't the case in stage number 1.
No, it definitely feels like a little bit of a different LATAM North here this stage. I mean, just look at True Synergy Gaming, right? The opponents of Sintenegra here tonight, they got their huge win against Revan last Wednesday, Jonah, but how do they prevent that from sort of being the high water mark of their stage 2?
Well, it's something that is hard to quantify because, frankly, the team looked messy in the first half of that Revan game. You don't have to make a miracle comeback and defy the odds if you didn't start out in a pretty crappy position, right? So it wasn't all that great in that game last week. Now, they came out with the win because they flipped the switch. They turned a completely new leaf in that second half, and somehow they have to harness that energy from a week ago, or just about, again today. And there wasn't one clear element to it either. It wasn't like there was one player absolutely stepping up and doing all the work. It was a combination, right, led by Caden, Cuervo, Alan Derp, these guys that you know are going to be getting the kills. Sure, they had a good hand in contributing to that victory, but it was a team effort that kind of materialized out of nowhere. Against Sintenegra, you don't think that this is a team that, yes, it's not Revan, but you're not going to be able to afford those mistakes in the early game against any opponent again, even a weaker opponent. It just is not repeatable. They have to come out of the gate swinging. There's just no way around that.
I mean, speaking of weaker opponents, right, the worst kind of loss that TSG has actually suffered was against a near peer opponent, right? It was one of these teams that is down there. As Lycus Empire was a 7-1. Do you think the specter of that haunts them a little bit here, Flynn, as they go up against Sintenegra, a team that is more akin to them on level?
Not necessarily. I think if you're a team like TSG, and we saw it with NXT in stage number 1, a qual team that can have a good performance can kind of rally around that. and carry that momentum forward. You lose 7-1, you kind of just put it out of your mind and move on to the next. And their next happens to be an 8-6 win against a projected playoff team. That's the game I'm more focused on. I'm not really too concerned about the 7-1 loss at that point. You're coming in with the odds stacked against you. And for TSG, yeah, it's been a rocky start, but they're closing out the first round robin in good form. If they can continue that here against CNE, then we've really got a three-way slugfest for the 4 seed, and it's going to come down to the wire all the way to Playday 10.
Indeed it will. Well, it'll come down to map choice potentially here tonight as we look at our vetoes, Jonah, and well, we will not be seeing Chalet or Cafe again, so I think we can all be thankful for that.
Well, yeah, no Cafe. A bit of a bummer, I think, for TSG. Of course, that's the location they performed their miraculous Revan defeat on. They will end up going to Lair, though. Now, this is awesome. We'll get a chance to see this map here in the north for the first time and see two teams absolutely duking it out in uncharted territory. Flynn, this is definitely going to be my first time casting this map. I imagine yours as well. We're going to go into this kind of with almost no expectations at all. And I think for these teams, it's going to be very much the same. One thing, though, that is certain, I think this is going to be decided in the first 3-4 rounds. We're going to know who understands this map better. I don't think this is going to be back and forth, drawn out to the final few seconds just based on this map pick.
No, and I think even in the first week and a half, 2 weeks of competitive play in this stage, we've seen a big shift in ideology on Lair in other regions, and a big shift in which bomb sites seem to be the favored and which seem to be dropping out of favor and not necessarily as competitive. I'm really curious how LATAM wants to play Lair, because we saw it in the early Nighthaven Labs games, the early Consulate games. This region had a very different take on the maps compared to most. I think right now this is a good opener between these two teams on this map.
Well, it is the first Lair of LATAM. I could not think of any better casters to take it, so I'll give it over to you.
All right, thank you, Corbeck. I mean, I suppose there's no other casters here unless I'm hiding somebody
no other choice
behind my desk. Yeah, no other choice. So it is us. We're going into this.
Holy shields.
But we are going into Lair. Now, this one's wild. So in Brazil, we've seen 2 Lair plays so far. It was an 8-7 absolutely ruthless map, and then the other one was 7-1. In EU, I think we've seen this map 3 or 4 times. NA, correct me if I'm wrong here, Flynn, but I don't think we've seen it. I think NA's been one of the more reluctant regions to pick this one up as far as the big 3 are concerned. So here in LATAM, the first time we're seeing this, I mean, what do you make of this? I mean, this map, is it something where we're going to see the attacking team just kind of try to change it up early to get ahead of what is probably going to be a defensive-sided map, given that it is a new map in the pool, and that's how typically things go?
Well, I think we've seen different adaptations. Like you said, majority play in Europe. I think there's been one South Korea play. There was one NA play. It was Sonic's OXG. But outside of that, everyone has their own take on what bomb site they want to be the secondary. This top 4 bomb site, forgive me, I'm pretty sure it's Mask in our 6th room, has been the primary for seemingly every team. But we've had some teams that have favored bunks as a secondary, some teams that have favored the basement as a secondary. There's different ideologies to defending both of those as well. So for CNE starting on the defense here, on Lair, the first LATAM Lair that we've gotten, I am interested to see what their site rotation is going to be. Obviously, Mask upstairs in R6 is going to be your primary, but where they rotate to next is actually what's most intriguing to me, as well as the operator bans. We don't like shields in this lobby, evidently. No Monty, no Clash, no Blitz. Gladius will start things off onto Kronk the Nomad. Taken off the board will allow Gladius continuous flanks up and down stairwells, but Flacco will get traded. Caden and Cuervo both walking in. Suddenly it's a one-man advantage for TSG.
Good start for TSG here, trying to keep this advantage up as they work their way directly into this second floor, not wasting time wading through the maze that is those first 2 floors on Lair, going straight up top and opening up this wall as soon as they can. Now, of course, that's going to mean you're going to see a repositioning here from Cinta Negra. They know that they're not going to have to worry about shields thanks to those operator bans. No gimmicks for either the attack or defensive team. No brick wall in front of your face. Same thing goes for the Azami. No Kiba barricades to slow things down. But you will have to worry about this defensive team and their explosive power. There's Gladius right on cue. He'll take care of Caden. Eventually traded out, but Sittoff, look at this, stepping up, re-aggressing, and trying to do some more damage right back. Neither team taking the edge. It's Physics now exposing himself. Little did he know that angle was available, but it's 2 for Sittoff. You're going to see these little quirks throughout the entire map. People just not aware of the angles their opponents can secure. But here's the information. You don't have to know the map to know exactly where this final attacker is located if you're Sittoff, because there are live pings tracking him all around this site. The swing from Sittoff is good, and he'll take care of Cuervo. The opening round, a back-and-forth flurry from the start, but it is the defense of Cinta Negra that perseveres.
We've seen this with defense being the more successful side on the map for the majority of the plays globally. And I think right there for Sittoff as well, a good example of what happens when attackers just get too separated from one another. Just like we saw on the map previous, where an attacker's on an island, it opens up an opportunity for some aggression to play heroics. And that's what Sittoff did. That initial swing towards the exterior breach, the second swing inside of the bomb site to trade out Physics after he got dropped by surrendering the control room mirror. And Sittoff, again, in the 1v1, plays the time, plays the case control outside of the exterior breach, and wins it once again. So for CNE, now, like I said, my most interesting rotation, and the interesting point here is what the secondary bomb site will be. Okay. Interesting that we're getting bunks. It's gone back and forth between bunks and basement. Armory seems to be universally hated, but we've seen it a couple times. I'm going to see what the rotation looks like on both sides before making too much of a judgment, but I think right now for CNE, having your first defense come down to the 1v1 and allowing a lot of quick entries is a little worrisome. In TSG, they should be playing off that early attacking momentum, being able to gain lots of access into the building for free.
Well, if that first round was any indication, this is going to be a bit of a mess, but not necessarily a bad way. Right? I mean, that can be good. It can be down and dirty. It can be scrappy, right? It's going to feel a lot like ranked, because it seems like both of these two teams are feeling this map out or feeling each other out. At least these first few rounds, you can kind of expect that, to see a bit more of just, all right, let's walk in here to see what we're dealing with and then play the trade right after. So if you're able to do that, and I think Cinta Negra, a perfect example of the team who was simply able to play the trades better. They were able to maintain that man count and eventually retake the lead after Sittoff did such a good job relocating, just being a nuisance overall. I think it's just a good example of what's going to make the difference on this map right now. I'm not saying that's long-term here on Lair. You're going to see a lot of strategies develop. You're going to see that right bomb site rotation kind of fall into the mix. But it's this back and forth again, starting within a minute in this round, that is going to dictate this. Once again, though, it is CNE who come out on top in this early flurry. Roy's trying to alleviate the pressure being applied now by CNE. We'll step up and at least take care of Gladius, but not before 3 of his teammates fell, and it's TSG fighting in a 2v3 for the next 90 seconds.
Well, for CNE, lots of top control resulted in the 4v2 advantage, and that's the way you want to play this bomb site, vertically, using the top control. Make sure that the attackers cannot rush straight into the bomb site. So it was a full frontal force for TSG topside to try and clear out server, R6, and mask. And instead, they bail out as soon as they have that significant man advantage. Able to play the bomb site with the Valkyrie cameras that still stand past Gladius's demise. And there's still utility for the defense to be using here. No more nitro cells, but still a BP on the defensive side, and Physics will take aim up through the hatch. He will collect one, a drop down through that same hatch. Sittoff will collect onto Roy's, and suddenly it's CNE with back-to-back defensive rounds.
Trying to draw comparisons right to Lair and some other maps is kind of, there's a lot of Canal feel to it, especially on that site. Just the entire ceiling, soft destructible, right? Something that reminds me of thinking of Canal of, let's see, down below in like Canoe, right, where you're dealing with the pressure coming above from just that main admin office, the entire floor Once you make your way into printer, that entire floor is soft-destructible. Here you see the very same thing. Up directly above that bunk site, you're dealing with the R6 room and the server room. And you see it there. There was a pretty cohesive defensive setup up there for CNE, which they tried to maintain for the first half of the round. That's where they found their first few kills. With that extension, they had popped the hatch. They had opened up some soft destruction of their own. They were prepared to use that position to deny any sort of direct take from below. Of course, we didn't see that. And so naturally, we saw a very smart adjustment from Cinta Negra. They adjusted themselves. They moved back down towards the basement, giving up that second floor. And in doing so, yes, gave some control to TSG, but knew where that pressure was coming from. And we saw this from one player as well, looking straight up through the holes that CNE had made themselves and getting a kill right into R6 room from bunks down below. So again, little quirks that we're going to see worked out over the entire course of this map, little things that both teams are trying to figure out, but so far it is CNE 2 defensive rounds in with 2 defensive wins.
Well, 2 rounds in, we should probably also address the roster's different for TSG. We are vacant. We are sans Alan Durf. Elisalde subbing in for Alan Durf. Did not even clock that in round number 1.
I'm so focused on Lair. Alan Durf is gone, dude. That's devastating.
No Alan Durf. So CNE will not face the full Durfing effect that Revan did last Wednesday. CNE will also lose their mirror window. And the other thing I did want to notice is we are going to armor as the 3rd defense for TSG. And we saw this in the last couple plays of Lair, where the basement started to get very difficult to control. So much soft breach down in towards the bomb site. Attempting to roam just leaves your anchors very stranded and exposed to multiple avenues into the bomb site for a rush. Sit-up, though, will get claimed by Caden to start things off, so TSG, again, having some quick entries into the building, being able to establish some dominance on the attacking opening kill game, and ready to spring into action as Physics and Gladius are droned inside of Armory, looking to burst their way outside of the wooden barricade into the hallway. This is a tough one here for CNE to work out of because they've lost this mirror control. They've lost a lot of the site control, to be honest, just trying to find a safe place to stand.
Well, again, just like that last site, this is going to come down to those early kills here, and for CNE, they get 1, looking for another. Here's Flacco. He backs off, thinks twice. First floor. The focus right now for CNE, not trying to maintain any extension up above. You do see Flacco up there as he rotates around and tries to get a bit of vertical destruction going. It'll be Physics instead, though, who gets the next one. Good trade, though, from Roy's, keeping this one even. That's one thing that's been very clear about this map. It's going to be frag heavy, trade heavy, and it's just going to come down to these final few gunfights. Again, it is Flacco who is all over the place. Up top, down below, here he comes again, back into Armory, and with a vengeance for more. There's another kill, but Kronk is here trying to close it out for TSG. This first round, only 1 kill away if he can locate Physics, but he may not know his location, working his way right into him. Dangerous as Physics is the one with the shotgun. Kronk will back off. Focus on getting this diffuser down. Physics, no smokes left, but 8 seconds. Kronk has to stick this at some point. What? Through the pillar. He sprays him. Oh, the replay. Oh my God. Somehow he sprays him around the pillar, just barely. What was that?
I think that pillar is just not wide enough to cover you. And I think the lean was also ill-advised. Physics really just having to play time there to try and secure the round win, knowing that the plant had to be initiated or the fight had to be initiated. We couldn't do both on the side of TSG. Recovery there for TSG, attacking onto the tertiary bomb site, picking up the win on Armory. It comes down to the wire in a 1v1, but at the very least, they're still on the board. And for Physics there, it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. But the good news for CNE is, even off the backs of that loss, they can now rotate back topside to Mask and R6, try and complete at least a 4-2 half, seemingly avoiding the basement. It has become a little more difficult to defend in recent days.
You heard it here first. Pillars don't exist on Labs, or Lair. Damn it. Pillars don't exist on Lair. That was wild. And thanks to a nice thin pillar, Seems that, well, Smoke maybe put on some weight recently, and, well, fortunately for him, that gets him killed. TSG more than happy to secure that one, though, as time was dwindling. That round slipping away. Looked just about lost until what appeared to be, truthfully, a lucky kill there in the very end. But it's Slayer. As I said, you're gonna see things exactly like that happen. That's literally lack of map knowledge. Not knowing that that is not a safe pillar to hide behind. Not knowing that the pillar was invisible. Those are things that you're gonna have to get down eventually. But we move to round 4, all jokes aside. TSG, now with that win under their belt, can maybe play this one a little more confidently. You expect this one to go 4-2 because this is a new map. It's going to be defensive sided. That is just a matter of fact. So if TSG can come out with another round here, I think that's going to be very good for their overall defensive hopes when they switch over to the other side.
I mean, what's that, 3 or 4 rounds now that we've had the opening pick go the way of TSG? The attacking side's not the easiest proposition on this map either. The Buck entering down below, Caden using that skeleton key to dissuade any bandit tricks coming out from Coffin, because he thought about it for a second. The Selmas, they will detonate from the exterior. Attempted impact trick there from Flacco. Not sure if he got that one off, no. The wall does still get opened up all the same, so now magnets will be dumped into there. But that breach was opened up the last time around for TSG, and that's just where the diffuser laid for the last 30 seconds of the round. Sidif was able to swing onto the ace, trying to walk through that breach. Traversing it, seemingly perilous, as now we've got a Nitro Cell flying out the breach, seemingly shot as Coffin tries to get aggressive, and everyone for CNE right now taking the swings and taking the opportunities where they can find them. Pings coming out outside now onto an attacker positioned outside of the window. That'll force Physics to rotate back inside a server to try and hold up a little bit longer.
Oh, a spray here from Coffin. He's feeling it now. 2, 3 attackers grouping up around him. The wall behind him now being opened up. This won't stop the first Selma detonation, but he should get the second. Really doing all the work right now. Flacco is nearby to support him, but he is staying as patient, as quiet as possible. We did see a drone work its way into the site, though. Flacco may have been spotted, but he may not know it. Yep, there he goes. As he popped up, tried to relocate. Cuervo was all over it. Oh, and look, the Osa shield now coming into play. No Monty, no Blitz, but you still have something. Caden, good swing for him. Takes care of Coffin. Sitoff doing what he can to bring this one back for CNE, and he can, but Royce is still around. 1v1. Post plant. Roy's on the coverage, just trying to survive. It's Physics working his way back in. You see the pings. He has so much information to work with, but this diffuser on the wrong side of the pillar. Roy's perfectly placed, and another round for TSG. It's 2-2.
It was a lot better this time around for TSG, being able to group up on ops and the exterior breach side, try and pinch into the bomb site together. And like you said, in the absence of a Montaigne, in the absence of a Blitz, it's not the fuse shield that gets whipped out of the back pocket, it's the Osa instead. Jesse J. Chick's worst nightmare. And Royce, he wins the 1v2 in the post plan after getting the bomb down, and wins it for his team. So TSG, they lose the first couple rounds. It was pretty decisively in CNE's favor, and all of a sudden, TSG starting to storm back and make this a match. And that is going to force CNE off of the top floor defense. Instead, we go back to bunks, where again, CNE was victorious, with a lot of top control being the focal point in the beginning of the round. We're most likely to see that return once again. We've got Sidif on the castle, returning topside. We got Gladius and Flacco upstairs. Lots of reconstruction can be done up here to aid the support of the anchors and the bomb site itself. I imagine this will be a full frontal attack from TSG offside once again to try and clear out the top control.
Do you know why our good friend Jesse J. Chick hates the Osa so much?
Despises Osa.
But
Thinks it's the worst operator in the game.
Is there a good reason for that, or is that just Jesse being, you know, Jesse?
He lives in XL, and the percentages say Osa bad, so he hates it.
The numbers.
I mock him for it every single day.
Noted. Classic Jesse. It's all about the numbers, baby. But what we saw there, and you know, here's what the numbers don't account for, is 3 shield bans in the op ban phase, right? Like, obviously, the numbers will say, don't play Osa, play Monty, play Blitz. But do the numbers say, don't play Osa when your Monty and your Blitz are banned? Because, I mean, we saw it work out perfectly there. A moment when it looked like TSG would not be... Dude. Trying to make a point here, Physics. I'm trying to educate the people, and you're just trying to die. Anyway, Osa, crazy, right? It looked like TSG were not going to be able to work their way into that site without that information, right? You saw them momentarily frozen, but then guess what? The Osa pops in, gives you the information of where Flacco is. They take him out. They continue to push in, and they just dismantle the hold from that point forward. Sure, maybe they could have done it without an Osa, but the timing was right where we were spectating the player staring the Osa in the face, and you could see how uncomfortable that was for that defender in that moment. So it'll be uncomfortable for the defense again here as Physics gave up his life right away in this round. So for the rest of it, it's going to be CNE in this 4v5 on the back foot here, as we do see again a bit of this extension up above. We see the R6 room, the main point of egress for this clear. And right now, this back and forth, well, it will continue. And these two defenders up above, the only two that remain alive, they can do nothing now to support their team. They are castled into this room, and the rest of their team is dead.
Well, not sure what's being said in all chat, but I do know that Flacco and Sidduff backs against the wall right now, being flashed out, trying to utilize the vertical control. For the most part, TSG have left alone, but now Flacco down to 8 HP. This is Castle Barricade gets vacated, whipping out the shotgun, but cannot pull the trigger in time. Hayden will shut Flacco down, leaving Sidduff alone inside a server, trying to work his way back to a position to utilize the top control, but he's got two attackers to contend with if he's going to be successful at doing so. His prone angle's being held from the exterior window. Vaulton down to 26 and call it 0 HP at the end. Roy's able to stack on another one as the top clear gets left to the end, but it still works all the same for TSG. And count them 3 attacking rounds in a row on Lair.
Well, since we are live and do have the ability to interact with chat, I will respond to the questions that we're continuing to get about Osa and why is she considered bad. Again, just a reminder here, this was Jesse J. Chick, analyst, now caster on the NAL, and caster for Brazil, as we saw did this weekend. He believes that Osa is bad because that's what the numbers tell him. When he does the analysis of how teams have done, have teams in the competitive scene, again, this is not necessarily ranked, have fared over the past, well, as long as Osa has been introduced, it just seems to not work out as well for teams who are bringing the Osa, according to the numbers and Mr. Jesse J. Chick. So in that round, though, it was not about the Osa. It was just about TSG making all the right decisions from the start. The biggest one, taking advantage of the man advantage that they had secured so early thanks to Physics giving his life away. Why? There was an extension on the top floor. One of those site anchor defenders gave up their life right away. So that meant it was a completely split defense. 2 up, 2 down. TSG, they smartly realized if they all commit to one of those 2 positions, they're going to be able to overwhelm either one. They chose to flood the site, even though those 2 defenders up above had control of the R6 room. They could not deny the execute. They could not deny the clear because, again, just overpowering those defenders on the site. Stretched a little bit too thin for CNE. Maybe it would have been regardless, but especially with Physics losing his life right away. So the final defensive opportunity for CNE to secure a round here, it will come on round number 6. They are down by 1, not the position they were hoping to be in at this point on this map.
No, you would think the way that the map is trended globally that we would be seeing defense being the favorable side, but TSG has had some very good responses in terms of counter-stratting what CNE have brought. They seem pretty well versed in being able to attack multiple ways on this map so far, which is impressive to see early on, and especially playing with a sub. You know, Alan Durf is not here. We are playing with Elisalde in on breach and support roles for TSG at the moment, yet they're still coming away with some very successful and very convincing attacking rounds. It's very impressive given that fact as well for TSG. They're controlling the map as well. There's one more point on the Osa thing. Jesse does have a YouTube channel. He has about a 45-minute essay about the Osa thing. I disagree with almost all of it, but you can go watch it. First gunfight will take place outside of Ops now, as Flacco will engage with Roy's, but it's Gladius from inside of the bomb site who will drop Cuervo, and another one will fall at the hands of the MP5. Elisalde meets his maker, and now a 5v3 advantage established for CNE, looking to tie things up heading into the side swap.
I mean, this is what they need. We talked about this map just because it is a new map. You're going to see it skew slightly defensive-sided. At least that is what you would expect in normal conditions. Here, we've seen a little bit of both. We've seen some standard rounds. We've seen some absolutely chaotic rounds. This one definitely falling into the latter. One by one, TSG have worked their way into the building, trying to get away with something. No chance, Kronk. He whips out the pistol and he gets his second kill on the round. My goodness. It's not the DMR that does it, but the pistol in his hands. He's stuck in the corner, and Situf knows that. So he'll swing and finish it off with the UMP. Another chaotic round, but this time it is the defense of Cinta Negra who come out on top. So we are tied up at 3 as we go into the swap. Fair to say that Lair is not disappointing here, Flint.
No more 417 DMR heroics on the Arsenal bomb site from Kronk this time around. Instead, he's just kind of trapped between two defenders with nowhere to go. Hey, for CNE, very good start to the first half. Got a little uncomfortable there in the middle portion, but then we're bringing it back to reality. We level things up at a 3-3. And for TSG on the defensive side, they seem not to agree with the philosophy that CNE were bringing, which was avoid the basement at all costs. Basement was the secondary bomb site for a lot of teams early on, but we even saw in the OXG SQ game, and even today for G2 against Wolves, I think, where basement started to become problematic. It's very difficult to hold with the amount of soft breach that can be done up above, and attempting to roam on it just leaves so little manpower on the bomb site to contend with a potential rush. And the retake is still difficult, so we'll see what TSG can do defending this bomb site. CNE seem to not favor the site and want to go to Arsenal, and they're actually successful on Arsenal on the defensive side, which I don't think many teams around the world have been, at least on game day as of now.
Again, a lot of innovations we're seeing here on this map, and we'll continue to see as the stage progresses in every region. Still closing up the group stage, moving into the back half of that at this point with playoffs just around the corner. We still have about 5 days here, as today is the halfway point. After we're done with this matchup, we will officially be through the first round robin in our double round robin format. So a lot of lessons that can be learned from the first half that can be applied to the second half of this group stage here, specifically in Latin America with this unique format. Right now, biggest lesson I think of all is really which of these two teams is going to emerge from the fray, try to get themselves out of the bottom of the current standings. I mean, as they stand coming into this game, TSG and Cinta Negra, it's a point or two that separates them and Lycus. A couple points more and you're already at Revan. It's very easy to put yourself in that playoff spot at this point, and right now it looks like TSG are hungry to make that happen as they start off their defensive side with a kill here. Gladius, the buck of all operators, will go down first. Any soft destruction that they were hoping to do above will now have to come down to the Ram, which we're seeing Flacco use quite well.
Well, again, if I can do some simple arithmetic, as a trade does happen upon to Roy's, Caden, though, still on the flank up above, drops Flacco. I believe that's still 5 of 7 rounds now that TSG have the opening pick. They've responded with another one, so all that soft breach, other than Coffin's Ash, will be taken away from the availability of the attacking side. And Elisalde still wanting to swing out here with an MPX, drops Situf as he tries to launch the flash grenade. Kronk as well, holding the locker's doorway entry. This is a beautiful setup and a 4v2, make it a 4v1 as Cuervo will swing, make it a 4v0 as Elisalde will put an exclamation point on a demonstration of why you probably should defend the basement.
Listen, it can work if you know what you're doing, and especially if you're going to force the attacking teams into the gauntlet, if you're going to force them to clear out the entire map, that's exactly the way you want to do it. You're forcing them to take all of that time. You're forcing them to work through all of that utility, and what does it get you? Well, a chaotic attack that is going to have a hard time picking up the pieces in the back half of the round. A well-executed basement defense there. Great work there on Lab to secure their opening defensive win for TSG. Now taking the lead here for the first time and looking to maintain it as they head up top again. And we see, what is this now? The mask room, R6 room come back into play.
Yeah, for TSG, seemingly starting with the basement as their primary, and then rotating Mask R6 as the secondary. Interesting rotation, not one that we've often seen, but I think with the lack of the shields available in play, with the Osa or the Fuse shield that it seems that Flacco will be bringing, as the only real options in the attacking side, these corridors become a lot more defendable because there isn't an impenetrable force able to walk through your crossfire or walk through your utility. And that really has been the difference maker on the attacking side so far on Lair, is while there are these congested corridors that make getting into the building difficult at times, the shields really open up that avenue as a possibility for the attack to not have to worry so much and just to play with an impenetrable force in front of them to garner access to these corridors and really set the attack up well to begin the round. We saw, even without the shields though, that TSG was able to get a lot done early on in the round on the attacking side in terms of opening picks without the shields at their disposal. Got a 3-man stack outside now on a single window. The Nitro Cell gets ripped from Caden, and he's not going to launch it as of yet. 4 attackers for CNE had all positioned themselves outside of that window at once. That Nitro Cell could have done numbers, but instead, everyone vacates the position, and Caden gets to hold his Nitro for another day.
But just look at this attacking lineup. If you think this map has been chaotic, the Fuse, the Ying, the Finka, are you kidding me? This is going to pop off when the execute eventually comes through. You're going to have explosions left and right, flashbangs left and right, smokes here as well. It is going to get messy. Question is, when do CNE want to make that happen? And can TSG deny it? You're seeing them rotate around a little bit now. They know that something's up. It'll be Roy's, the next player in the line of sight here. Smoke goes out, but his gun not up and not looking the right way. Gladius blindsides him. He's able to get the kill there, and now it's up to the rest of this TSG defense to try to stop this. Finka boost goes out, though. The smokes continue to pop. We said this would be chaos, and here it comes.
Candela's ringing out, and Kronk is in the middle of a war right now. Cuervo down, tempting to be revived. He will be successfully revived from inside the depths of the bomb site in the middle of all the utility. Elisalde gets one. Elisalde on a swing for 2, looking for even more. And Sidif, he walks into a frost mat of the main stairs. Physics gets dropped by Cuervo. The fight back now from CNE, reviving himself out of the frost mat. It does not matter. Caden on the swing. Flacco wins with the ADS with the GSH. You've got to be kidding me. We go back and forth. 120 HP, starting to get picked away on the crossfire. Rushing into action, having to evade the Nitro Cell, turning the corner and server. The ADS, he cannot connect on a headshot. Elisalde on 100 HP and Cuervo on 20, turning the corner with the ADS. Elisalde! The 3K from in the depths of hell in the bomb site. And TSG win another defense.
It seems like it's shield or nothing. I mean, we're committing to the Osa, we're committing to the Fuse. Anything to give these teams a little bit more protection as they work their way in. It is so difficult. We're just seeing how messy it can become. This one, it's crazy because it started out so well for CNA, and you saw the kill right there onto Roy's. The smoke, no less. The best operator to take off the board first. Then, when it gets messy for TSG, once again, CNE, they nicely capitalize on it, but Elisalde in the lobby and contributing in the biggest way possible. Caden, his flank was ruthless, nearly had 2, just barely denied by Flacco. But it is indeed TSG who pull it out in the end as Flacco, the Fuse shield in the 1v2. Even though he had some impressive moments, and even though he landed a couple of bullets there in the end, it was not enough. So it is now 5-3 for TSG. They secured the lead just barely for a moment on that first half, but now on the second half, they have secured it and now have a 2-round cushion.
TSG, like you said, 2-round cushion and 2 rounds away from clinching this in regulation. We saw their tenacity on the attacking side afford them the tie at the half, and these defenses, well, they have come down to the wire, especially in the most recent round. Still successful. They're still being put up on the board for TSG. And like we talked about, TSG Coming off that victory against Revan last Wednesday, it was a barn burner, it was a slugfest, don't get me wrong, they weren't all pretty rounds. But at the end of the day, they came away with the W, and that's a big momentum get for a team like TSG coming in. Now you gotta feel pretty good about your performance playing with a substitute on the roster as well. Up 2 rounds in regulation, on what is statistically the favored side globally, taking aim and trying to acquire even more opening picks, a department that they have been utterly dominant in this entire map. And for CNE, the focus right now is just to get a foothold anywhere in the map. Their entries being rejected left, right, and center. Not a lot of opportunities to walk in the building. This will be the first entry coming in from Sidduff, and he's already lost half his health.
We're seeing briefing and bunks here again, this time for TSG. And when we saw this from Cinta Negra, we saw very creative, but a little bit over-committing to the extension up above in the R6 room. We're not seeing the same thing here for TSG. They're not committing multiple reinforcements, a mute jammer to that position. It is a little more focused on this site. Now, because of that, they do find themselves a little less protected on the roam, a little less protected in those few feet around the site. So as a result, Caden will be the one to go down first. Sit Tough, he gets his response, of course, getting back up, and Coffin, R4C as well, will get the next one. Elizalde finds an answer. Here comes Royce. He gets one too. TSG, so much for just anchoring the site. It is double flanks that do it to return the advantage back to nil. It's a 3v3 advantage, slightly favoring TSG given Sittuff's health situation.
Nobody's cleared out Elizalde at the top of the green stairs either. Still holding this position, and he might catch a couple attackers off guard. Flacco's holding the flank momentarily on his left. You can see the silhouette through the wall. Now we flip to his POV to hold the flank on Elizalde. Sidduff as well was previously down by, I believe, Capcan Trap, so he's back up and standing, but on 20 HP. Now Flacco will begin to progress, and unaware of the positioning of Elizalde, it's going to leave open the flank as Royce and Cuervo will hold out onto the bomb site. Still dealing with top control, but Royce, he'll hit the shot with the SMG-12 onto what was left of Sidduff. The ash hits the floor, and now Elizalde on the flank. He's weathering the storm upstairs as the defenders on site. They're able to survive the Candelas coming out. Shots from the AK-12 ring out from Physics. He's the last man standing, trying to get the plant down as Cuervo has been injured, but not finished off. Elizalde still topside, and Royce on the bomb site. Elizalde makes his return to the bomb site, and he puts his team on a match point, up 6-3.
It's very clear that TSG and CNA on the same site there had similar mindsets. They knew how important the top floor was. We just saw two polar opposite approaches. Cinta Negra, I mentioned it, and we all saw it. It was a very, very committed R6 room hold up above. And yes, it had promise, it had utility to support it. The problem was they overcommitted to that position, and when the site got swarmed, they could not rotate back in time. The difference here for True Synergy is that it was a lot more fluid. They didn't commit to a firm extension, utility and all, up above, but they did allow themselves the freedom to rotate. We saw it several times. Early on, when they returned the man count back to a 3v3, that was the result of two players creeping their way up the stairs, going for a flank and getting those kills. And it was, again, the reason those last kills were found. Elizalde, he had that ability to rotate up towards the hatch. The hatch was open, they had some soft destruction, not necessarily staffing it 24/7, but committing to the position and using it well. As we jump into our first match point opportunity for TSG, a chance to pull off a little bit of what we would consider an upset here. Well, we got to call attention to the first time we are seeing this in the north. We have Kronk bringing out the Scopos.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Scopos in the South games earlier on this evening, but this is the first time on potentially the last round of the North games that we're going to be seeing the Scopos. His first shell was placed inside the bomb site, so no potential to hide it topside and go for a late flank. We've seen a few Scopos on layers try. Instead, he's going to place that first shell in the bomb site and use the second shell to go for a spawn peek. Now, again, for anyone who's unaware with Scopos, if you die in your shell, that's it. You don't get 2 lives. The only thing that will change is if you get damaged and then transfer back to the other shell, you'll be back to 100 HP. So long as that shell hadn't taken damage as well. Caden seems to be avoiding the drones, although he will reveal himself from inside of dorms. He's going to have to worry about the pinch coming in upstairs. Going to do as much damage as he can. Does a little bit of damage onto Sidduff and actually downs Sidduff inside of reception. That was an alternate attacker, actually, or defender taking aim. Gladius on the immediate trade, though, onto Caden, but not before the damage was done. Lots of health taken off the favor of Gladius. Your flank control nomad of Sidduff is removed from play as well. Kronk still hasn't swapped back, but he has brought the second shell back downstairs. That means that everyone for CNE has a head-on fight onto the bomb site itself. They are down health, and they are down time.
CNE are going to have to keep this very tidy, but you talk about the time. Oh, Coffin! He just skips it. He doesn't care about any bit of that utility. He's just going to round the corner and get the kill. What a choice there. I was just about to say, you've got to worry about the Zoto canisters, the Vulcan packs, so much utility to slow this execute down. Instead, a smart choice there by Coffin to alleviate that pressure. Here's the pressure from up top. It's Gladius with his double kill. Cuervo and Roy's now the only two remaining members of TSG, if they want to close this one out here in 7-3 fashion. Not looking good for them as the pressure now continues to build around the site. They do have some info to work with, but look at this. CNE, they've got some information too. Gladius has 3 on the round. Make it 4 as he rolls through the site and dismantles true synergy gaming just like that.
Again, the top control up above, even with roaming potential being brought from Kronk and Caden, it's still difficult with so much soft breach above the bomb site. The skeleton key can start ripping open the floorboards, and this engagement as well. Just walking. Just walk. Take your gunfight. We've seen that be pretty successful so far this evening. Those who dare to walk and take an engagement usually come off better for it. I think right now for TSG, maybe not asserting that basement is a bomb site you should play. Going 1 for 2 on it, not bad. You're still on match point, still a 6-4 lead, but we're entering into danger territory. We enter into a technical pause, where we're maybe seeing imitations of the Revan first half leads that don't materialize. Instead, it would be a second half lead for TSG, as it was tied at the side swap. But for TSG right now, having that 6-3 lead, you have a couple opportunities to make a couple mistakes, but if you want your full 3 points, you're gonna need to buckle down and close this out within the next 2 rounds.
Well, 6-4, though, like you said, you'd still have that chance to end it here in a game that I think you would call a slight upset here if TSG is able to take this. That Revan win looks like it may have just powered them up. Of course, got to factor in Elizalde here, coming in and replacing Alan Durf. We've seen Elizalde here in LATAM before. No full-time position on an active roster that is on the 5-man team, but on the bench and coming off the bench to contribute in a big way here for TSG. Just trying to keep that up as they transition to what could be their final round after this tech pause. I mentioned Elizalde. He's been going 9-6 so far. That's a very good contribution for a sub, right? You put them in that flex role. You allow them to just say, all right, you're coming in. You're here to do one job, and that is contribute as best you can. Don't weigh the team down. Job done. You can check that box. On the other side, though, after that quad kill performance, it is Gladius who moves to 12-9, currently leading the way for the kills in this lobby. But speaking of that quad kill, it's funny how that's only been one of several multi-kills we've seen this map. It does speak to the chaos, the kind of ranked style that we knew we'd get on this map. You throw someone in on the back line, going for a flank, a little bit of a surprise, and all of a sudden, look at that. You've got 3 kills. It all started in round 1 with Sidtuff. He had a 1v2 clutch and a 3K. We saw it again in round 6 with Gladius, his 3K. Elizalde with back-to-back 3Ks in round 8 and round 9. And of course, leading into Gladius, his quad kill just there. So some life on both sides of this lobby right now. We've seen it from both teams, but we're going to have to see it from Cinta Negra here for 2 rounds in a row if they want to get closer to OT.
Yeah, and for TSG, again, you've got a lot of options here. You can change your defensive objective. You don't have to run it back downstairs, and we'll see that TSG is opting to run it back top side now. So, a bomb site that they were victorious on. Granted, it did require some heroic from inside of the bomb site, surviving the flood of collapsing attackers and Ying Candelas and a fuse shield, and it was quite the swarm onto the bomb side that CNE wasn't able to walk away with the victory on the attacking side there. But for TSG, they survived, quite adeptly I might add, and now here they stand looking to run it back on this bomb site. Doesn't look like they're going to have to contend with the fuse shield this time around, and Caden is going to run back the Scopos. So we have a different operator lineup coming around this time for the top floor defense for Mask and R6. We've also got the mirror windows coming out towards operations, which will be integral to holding map control, making sure that that similar pinch we saw from TSG on this side of the map through the exterior breach into R6 and through operations won't have the same kind of success. And that is a Scopo shell downstairs that some attackers have walked straight past.
Second guess myself for a second. I was like, is that an attacker? It looked like a vigil, but no, we don't have a vigil on this map right now. We just watched a couple of these CNE attackers work their way in. Obviously, they know what they're dealing with, how to most effectively deal with it. That remains the question. Got those shells. We'll likely see Caden do something with them soon, but right now the focus remains on Cuervo, who's getting lit up through the wall. Only one of those panels was reinforced, and as he rotated, that was the soft panel. All they had to do was spray through, and they got the kill no problem. CNE in a round they need to get closer to overtime. They start things off with a nice kill here. 90 seconds. They look to find another as they creep their way around into Mez right now. It's going to be Flacco leading the charge. A drone at his feet, but otherwise alone. He needs to be careful here. We've seen both teams doing so well playing the trade game throughout this chaotic map. But if you're alone, that's the one thing you can't do.
Well, really, really nice coordination from CNE to be able to kind of put that entire sequence together of Grim Bees, of vertical pressure. Aiden's gone for the switch, though, onto the second shell downstairs. Not sure, he's hearing multiple attackers around him. He collects one on the sit-up, and he can't get the second. Drops Gladius down to 11 HP. The Scopos flank good for one, but not two. And the coordination is still a big factor here for CNE's attacking side. But Elisalde, he's been a rampant force so far and drops another one with the MP7, firing down to the floorboards looking for even more. And he's finally getting dislodged by the Selma charge onto the site wall. Down to the 2v2, but Gladius is still down on 11 HP, having to ascend the main lobby stairs to join Physics on the push into the bomb site. Still a mirror window staring directly at this plant position. This hard wall on Physics' right could hold him long enough to attempt the plant. That'll be Roy's being tracked down by the death mark as well, as the plant will be attempted from Physics. Now Nitros out in the back pocket for Roy's, but he just goes for the walk while he's Deimos tracked. The diffuser is on the floor. Kron closes it out in TSG. They win it in regulation.
And the first match here on Lair in the North, safe to say it did not disappoint. The upset victory for TSG. Love that both teams were willing to go here, though. It speaks to both of their creativity, both of their willingness to try something new. They know they have a long group stage ahead, and so TSG will be the first to claim the victory here on Lair. We'll bring Corbeck back in here to get his thoughts as we wrap up the night. Our first Lair, though, Corbeck, super exciting matchup. We saw quite a bit of different strategies, including the Scopos, a very intense R6 room hold on that top floor, and then again, a little Scopos action to close it out, of course, in that final round to make it work.
Yeah, it's great to see the new operator getting some reps. It was great to see the new map Lair getting some reps as well. I mean, kind of felt a bit like Chaos, a storm in a teacup there a lot of the time. I'm not exactly sure the strategies have quite been hammered out by either of those teams, but it worked out. It worked out for True Synergy Gaming. It was a good map for them. Maybe we'll see them go back there in the future. Who knows? I would like to see this open up an era of Lair, but I kind of doubt that's what we're going to see. I mean, looking at it from the Synthenegger perspective here, though, Flynn, like this is a rough loss for them, right? This just kind of opens up a really difficult competitive picture, because now not only do they have Lycus Empire at the door, it feels like they have True Synergy right there with them.
Yeah, I think as we've now completed our first round robin, we're again finding CNE in a position that we saw them in stage one, which is a lot of close games, but unfortunately not able to get it across the finish line. I think for CNE now, like you said, TSG coming away with victories against Revan, victory today in regulation against CNE. Lycus taking a point off of Revan, able to go all the way to overtime after being down 5-1. Like, these are the points that you're going to get that will put you into a playoff spot. And CNE surrendering all 3 available points to their opponents that they're going to be fighting in this playoff race today. They're going to need better performances coming through later on in the second round robin to have a real fighting chance at that 4 seed.
I think this just really does show, though, a little bit more strength for TSG than it does weakness for Cinta Negra. I mean, I really like what we saw from them, not just going to this map, but performing well on this map for a team that's one of these what appeared to be bottom of the table teams for a while. You don't expect them to be the ones to put in the time to innovate on these new maps and to really try to get a little creative, but they played very cohesively. Any sort of disjointed play was punished very intensely here on Lair, given how frag heavy it was, how trade focused it was. I really do think you saw a cohesive TSG today. Yes, it was chaotic, but it was strong from them. I think this is, again, 2 very good results going forward. Watch out for this team.
Yeah, I think their opponents will want to keep an eye on them, and you never know if they have the potential to pull something like they did against Revan. But of course, it is the end of the LATAM North Play Day 5, so we can take a look at our schedule here for the day and see everything from sort of a bigger picture, such as it were. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, Flynn, I don't think any of these things, much like on our previous play days, are particularly surprising, except for maybe the fact that Revan had such a fight against Lycus Empire.
The first game of the day, the Vasco Knights game, caught me off guard. Well,
That's
I
a good
guess
point,
just
actually.
with how dominant that win was for Vasco. I know they've been kind of back on the upswing, but Knights have had some very competitive games thus far, and I didn't think that one was going to be that short. And then, yeah, the result may have been the expected outcome, but the method to get there wasn't really for me. The Cruelty 6 Karma game I thought was going to go a lot longer, and the Revan Lycus game I thought was going to go a lot shorter.
Perhaps my initial assessment that it wasn't that surprising was perhaps wrong. I don't know, maybe I'm getting better at prognostication. I'm already pretty good at procrastination, who knows? But anyway, I want to take a look just at the LATAM North standings here as well, Jonah, and kind of see where things sit. That looks like LATAM South first. That's perfectly fine. I mean, you see Vasco Esports sitting on the top of things down there in the South, Jonah. I don't think that's particularly surprising, especially as they handled Knights relatively well here today, as Flynn alluded.
Well, coming into today, Knights was the only remaining undefeated team in the South, so that was a very big win for Vasco. We knew that Vasco and Knights would be competitive, but Knights, they were the ones at the top of the table coming into today. Now, it is all square. It is anyone's game there in the South, which I think is really refreshing to see, again, an all-out brawl at the top.
That is an incredibly competitive LATAM South compared to what we saw last stage, but the North also feels relatively competitive here, Flynn, though I think it's a little bit more stratified in how teams are sitting.
Yeah, you've definitely got some tiers going on with Cruelty and 6 Karma running away with this a little bit, especially Cruelty, obviously plus 18 on the round diff, 5-0, no overtime wins. They haven't dropped a single point available to them. The maximum they could get is 30 points with 10 clean wins in regulation. They're halfway there. 6 Karma at this point, with the way that they were able to bounce back against Revan in their first meeting, we'll have to see how they play against each other in 48 hours to see if we've got a definitive line in the sand or if someone can jump into that conversation for the 2 seed. And then, yeah, the bottom 3 teams fighting for that 4 seed, it is a slugfest, and it looks like even on round differential, it's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be a brawl down there to see who gets that 4th spot, but that brawl will, of course, continue here on our next play day. That'll be on Wednesday, as you said, about 48 hours from now. We can get an idea, I think, of maybe some of the matches we'll have coming up and some of the challenges that are going to be posed, especially to those teams that are lower down, because I feel like to break free of the pack, Lynn, in that group, you're going to have to do what True Synergy did against Revan, but you're going to have to do it against 6 Karma or somehow Team Cruelty. Do you think that's a fair assessment, John?
Well, sure. I think that it will be necessary for those bottom teams to come out with some unexpected wins, but really their most important priority is wins against each other. If you were to lose, if all those 4 teams were to lose the games against Cruelty and the games against 6 Karma, that's what it would be on paper. that is completely fine. It is just that little, essentially a mini league within LATAM North where they need to focus on. They need to focus on beating Reven, right? The top of those 4 right now. They need to focus on continuing to beat Cinta Negra, to put that fight to them. That is the most important thing for those 4. I think one of those teams is going to beat 6 Karma. I think it's going to be Reven the next time they face each other, just by the way that match went the first time. Now, that may be a crazy bold take, just based on the way that Reven have been on the downturn, but I think that is when they're going to be able to turn it around in just 2 days' time. Kind of little copium as well, but I'll take it, right? We want to see a little bit more competitiveness at the top, and somebody's got to do it. If anybody, maybe Reven.
And very well, maybe. What are they looking at here on our next day? I mean, they've got a matchup against 6 Karma. That feels like a rough prospect, Flynn, for Reven, considering kind of how they've been floundering.
I mean, Jonah's taken them to win it. I do think that is a little bold, but honestly, like going 1 for 1, that's what they did in stage 1. It was a 7-0 win for Reven in stage 1 over 6 Karma. They come back and play on Oregon, they lose 7-4. They went 3 points for 3 points. And for the other teams in the North, there's 15 points on offer for the rest of this stage in the round robin. Their number one focus is just maximizing points that you can take in every single matchup. Like we saw today with the Lycus Empire game against Reven. Okay, you lose in overtime, but you were down 5-1. Getting a point out of that game, that's amazing. We love that if we're Lycus Empire. Same thing for TSG. Winning in overtime, coming back after the 4-2 deficit against Reven. We love that. That's points on the board. That's all good. We were in a bad spot, and we turned it into a W. And then you win in regulation again today. Like, those are the opportunities that you're going to have if you're one of the bottom 4 teams, and you've got to take your moment when it arrives and strike when the iron's hot and collect as many points as possible from now to the end.
Yeah, maybe my take for match 4 was a little bit bold, but I'm feeling a little goofy today, feeling a little wild, and we'll see. In 2 days' time, I think 2 rounds in, we'll all be in for a rude awakening. But you never know. I mean, that's one thing that's been certain, I think, between every team, but especially Reven, CNE, TSG, Lycus. Every day is a little bit different. Every day is a little bit unexpected. You don't know which of the teams is going to look like the top of the table there for a while. Cinta Negra, they were putting up good fights with Cruelty, with Reven, with 6K. Now it's TSG doing the very same thing. So could we see that completely change by the end of the stage? I think we probably will, because we're hitting the reset button. And now, instead of looking at what did we do last playday, now you're thinking, all right, what did we do against this team 2 weeks ago at the start of the stage in the first half of the round robin, drawing comparisons from that and hoping that that can influence the way you play your game and hopefully take a win.
Indeed. Well, it all remains very Protean here in LATAM, especially in the North. Plenty more action to come, but unfortunately, we're going to have to call it a day here for now. So a big thank you, of course, to our casters, Gibson, Whippet, Flynn, Jonah, our producer, Crater, and of course, the Spanish language broadcast team for letting us be a part of their exciting region. And of course, from all of us here on the LATAM English broadcast, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.